Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is your Captain Shreyas on the Vedantu JEE English channel, and this is a very special video which we are doing live for the 28th and 29th January students. I mean, those who have their shift 1, shift 2 on these 2 dates. Remember, NTA has changed the weightage and the priority order of the chapters if you compare it from the past few years. So all those students who thought that, these chapters are going to come, these chapters I can leave it optional. They were in for a complete surprise from 22nd to 24th shifts. So the good part is that at least you know what NTA is thinking. Well, although there are chances that NTA can throw us more surprises by changing the weightage on 28 and 29, let's just hope that that doesn't happen. And most likely, they will not change the high weightage or the priority order list, at least that they are following in 2025. So there is a good chance, 90% chance, that the paper will be as I would say hard or as medium or as easy as it was coming the last few days. So don't get too worked up and scared. There are rumors going on saying 28, 29, NTA is going to make the paper very, very hard. No, we don't know that. We just need to focus on the chapters which they have picked up again and again, the topics which they are putting again and again. All right. So let's begin with the class. Good morning, Arjun. Hi, Nagan Shri, Chinnu. Yes, there will be revision. Yes, just need to solve. Yep. Telugu students, Tamil students, welcome, welcome. And don't worry, Sahil, you're not beyond cooked. Welcome all the students. Some of you are from Dubai. I know some of you are from Kashmir. Awesome, awesome. Saktiram Deva, Milal, Santosh, Indira. Awesome, Pradu. True Rock. Good morning. All the Warrior Pandus, Whistle Podu, WPWP. That's the hashtag. Warrior Pandus, Whistle Podu, WPWP. Let's begin with the class. Physics starting now. After that, you're going to have maths and then chemistry. Okay. So now the first thing is about dimensions and formulas. What kind of questions can come and what are the concepts involved over here? Mainly in dimensions, mainly in the concept of dimensions, understand, it can be useful for, and what are the applications? First is basically the homogeneity principle. Homogeneity principle. The second is basically for conversion, basically for conversion. And third one is for finding formulas. Third one is for finding formulas. And dimensions are nothing but the powers, the powers to which, the powers to which fundamental fundamental quantities should be raised, should be raised, should be raised, so that you get, your actual quantity. Now, first of all, let's understand how do we exactly find the dimensions. How to find, how to find dimensions of any quantity, and these questions have come repeatedly in many of the shifts. Okay, now the first method, to find out dimensions, the first method to find out dimensions is if you know the formula. The second method to find out the dimensions is through units, Let me give you examples of these so that you understand. For example, somebody wants to find, the dimensions of, example, capacitance. Let's take the example of capacitance. I want to know what's the dimensional formula for capacitance. Recollect formulas which you know about capacitance. Q is CV is one formula, and half Q square by C is formula. U is equal to half CV square, also one formula. Correct? All these are formulas. Or C is epsilon naught A by D. Out of these formulas, which formula do you think is the easiest to find the dimensions of capacitance? Quickly let me know. Quickly let me know. I think if you use Q is equal to CV, I think that will still be lengthier, because for voltage, I don't know the dimensions. Again, I have to find the dimensions for voltage separately. Rather, no, not even epsilon, not A by D, because epsilon's dimensions also, it's not easily you cannot recollect it. You have to again derive it from something else. I think U is equal to, yep, remember, half Q square by C is a much better formula. U is equal to half Q square by C is a better formula. So always look for the best formula, and I'll tell you why this is a good formula. U is equal to Q square by 2C. If I use this and we want to find the dimensions of capacitance, which is nothing but now Q square by 2U. So talking about the dimensions of capacitance, my dear students, it will be the dimension of the charge raised to 2 divided by the dimension of energy. Now charge is nothing but current. Charge is nothing but current multiplied by time. Current multiplied by time. And energy is nothing but force multiplied by displacement, because energy is same as work and work is same as force into displacement. So therefore what I will have from here, current into time, that means ampere into time, and over here force is mass into acceleration, m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2 multiplied by the length, which is displacement over here. That's it. So from this you will get the dimensions, guys. M is raised to minus 1. L will go, L and L will become L square. So it will become L raised to minus 2. T raised to minus 2 goes on the top as T raised to 2. With that time, it will become T raised to 3. And this ampere will be raised to 1. So this will be the dimensional formula. Is that absolutely clear, my dear warriors? Understood? Everybody? Shall we do one more example? Shall we do one more example? Let's see how many of you can quickly get this. How many of you can quickly get this? Find the dimensional formula of magnetic flux. Magnetic flux. Come on. This kind of question can come. This kind of question can come. Find the dimensional formula of magnetic field, magnetic flux, etc. Magnetic flux is magnetic field into area. Do I know the dimensional formula of magnetic field? Think about it. Or is there any other formula? Think about it. Come on, my dear warriors. Yes. Q square. Oh, sorry. I forgot that Q square. My bad, guys. I forgot that Q square. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Q square I forgot. So it would be ampere square. My bad. Ampere square and T square. So this will be T raised to 4. Sorry. This will be T raised to 4. My bad. I forgot that square there. Okay. Now, can we figure out magnetic flux? It is magnetic field into area. Magnetic flux is nothing but magnetic field into area. Can I write down magnetic field in terms of something, because it is not a fundamental quantity anymore? I know force is equal to ILB. Magnetic force is ILB. I think we can use that. So if I use the concept force is equal to ILB, therefore magnetic field will be force by current into the length. So why not substitute it over here? Instead of magnetic field, put it as force by current into length and into area. Okay, so therefore the dimensional formula of the flux will be dimensional formula of the force multiplied by area, check this out, divided by basically your current is there, and of course the length is also there, force, guys, is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. Everybody with me? M raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. Very good. Awesome. Next, what is area? Length square. Area is nothing but length square. Current is nothing but amperes, and length is nothing but length. So from this, what you will get? You will get m is raised to 1. L will get cancelled. L raised to 2 will remain. T raised to minus 2 will remain. And ampere raised to minus 1 will come out. That's it. That's how you find out the formula. Is that clear? February 3 batch is purely live, but you additionally get old recorded lectures just in case. Let's say chapter 1 is going on, but you want to study chapter number 10. So those recorded classes are also available. But the entire batch on February 3rd, the JEE crash course plus boards plus VIT EEE, or if you just want JEE, or if you just want JEE plus boards, all these things are purely live. Okay. But you also get additional free of cost recorded classes as well. Okay. Awesome. Good morning, Jeffrey. Shall we see the next method, my dear warriors? How do you do it with the units? How do you do it with the units now? See, I'll tell you. If, example, there is a physical quantity whose units are, for example, Newton square, Newton square, okay, meter by let's say, something like, I don't know, maybe joule, some Chuma unit, or let's say, by let's say kg square. This is the unit. I want to find out what is the dimensional formula for this. I want to find out dimensional formula for this. So some physical quantity with this unit, I want to know the dimensional formula. What you will do is, that will be the dimensional formula of Newton, whatever Newton square, into basically this is meter, okay, the whole thing divided by kilogram and square. Now, dimensional formula for Newton is mass raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2. K, this is mass into acceleration. Meter, oh, by the way, this was squared, so put that 2. Meter is nothing but having the dimensions of length. Kg is nothing but mass raised to 1, so the raised to the power 2. So what will happen now? Check this out, m square and this mass square will get cancelled. So it will become m raised to 0. M raised to 0. L raised to 2 and this L will make it L raised to 3. Time raised to minus 2 raised to 2. It will become time raised to minus 4. So this is the dimensional formula. It is that simple if you know the units of it. Is it clear? How many of you understood it? Give me a thumbs up quickly. Yes, quickly give me a thumbs up. Awesomeness, my dear warriors. Perfecto. Very good. So these are the two ways you can find it out. There were questions like, you can see, what is the dimensional formula of capacitance? What is the dimensional formula of B by this, etc., etc. Such things were there. Okay. I can give you one more question. Say, for example, they give you what is the example, let's say they give you what is the dimensional formula for, let's say, permittivity. How are you going to do this? Come on, many people will be shocked. Many people will think, oh sir, how to find permittivity dimensions? What is the formula? There are many formulas, but try to think of the easiest formula which will help you with the formula. Don't think in terms of mu naught, because again, mu naught's dimensions you do not know. I think you can use energy density. Yes, think about it. How energy density? The energy which is there per unit volume is nothing but half epsilon naught electric field square, and electric field is forced by the charge. This is nothing but energy per unit volume. Therefore, permittivity will be 2 times of energy, 2 times of energy, 2 times of energy, and this volume is there below only, multiplied by the charge square divided by the force square. Now, all these things you know. So, permittivity is the dimension. You can find it out. You can find it out using energy dimension, which is m raised to 1, L raised to 2, T raised to minus 2. Charge is current into time. So it will be ampere into time raised to 2. Volume is length cube. So L cube will come over here. And force is m raised to 1, L raised to 1, T raised to minus 2, the whole square. Solving this, you will get the answer. Got it? Very good. Awesome. Excellent. That's how you can easily do this. Perfecto. So there could be other formulas also through which you can approach it, but I'm just giving you an approach method. Now, remember, there were also questions on homogeneity, or basically, apply the principle of homogeneity and see whether dimensional validity is there or not. So whenever questions come on homogeneity principle, remember these rules, that whatever dimensions are on the left hand side should be the dimensions on the right hand side. So LHS dimensions should be the same as RHS dimensions. This is the one of the first rules. Next rule, you can either add or subtract. You can either add or subtract if they have the same dimensions. Dimension 1, yes. Dimension 2, yes. So this is definitely allowed. But what is not allowed, let's say this is D1 and you are adding it with some another dimension D2. So this obviously is not allowed. Okay. Also remember, that when you multiply dimension 1 multiplied by dimension 2, you get the total dimension d1, d2. Example like m raised to 1, l raised to 2 multiplied by m raised to 3, l raised to minus 1 is m raised to 4, l raised to 1. So you can do this. This is definitely allowed. That is definitely allowed. And also even division of dimensions is allowed, like d1 by d2. You can definitely do that, will be d1 by d2's dimension. This is also allowed. There is nothing wrong with this. Is this clear? This will be a long class, funny guy, don't worry. Yeah, because we have to do all the revision and concepts as well. Okay, clear? This kind of questions were definitely asked in the examination about energy, momentum, etc. So quickly try to remember some formulas which you know about that particular physical quantity. Okay, like I think this was the question, if I'm not wrong. Yes, energy, momentum, speed of light, mass, etc. This kind of question was there. And here, if somebody knew that energy is equal to mc square, momentum is nothing but mass into velocity. Also, energy is momentum square by 2m. If you know these formulas, easily you could solve this question. So the point is, you should know the formulas of many chapters, and only then you will be able to do this question. Okay, so these kind of questions were definitely asked. All right, and if by chance they ask you to convert from one unit to another unit, right now there was no question, but in case they ask, because they have been fond of dimensions and they can throw a surprise of converting units. And example, they say there is a physical quantity and you have to convert the units. You have to convert the units. You have to convert the units. Let's say that particular physical quantity, has the dimension of m raised to 2, l raised to minus 1, t raised to minus 2. Okay, this is the physical quantity, and you have to find the SI unit conversion to the CGS unit conversion. Okay, SI unit conversion to example CGS unit conversion. You know the dimensions, or you have found out the dimensions. How do you do that? From SI unit, you have to convert it into CGS unit. So one SI unit, how much will be one SI unit? Just think about it. SI unit of mass is kg, so kg square. SI unit of length is meter, so meter raised to minus 1, times unit is nothing but second, so second raised to minus 2. So this is basically one SI unit. Okay, now convert every single thing in CGS. Okay, now kg. Kg is how many grams? 10 to the power 3 grams. Yes, is that right? 1000 grams is 1 kilogram. Then meter. How many centimeters is a meter? 100 centimeter. 100 centimeter is a meter. Okay. Second, there is no conversion at all, so keep it as second only. Okay, because in SI units and CGS units, second is second. Okay, in both the things, time is measured in seconds only. 10 to the power 3 raised to 2 will make it 10 to the power 6. Then this gram square, leave it as it is. 100 raised to minus 1, just think of it as 1 by 100. And this is s raised to minus 2. This will become 10 raised to 6 and 2 zeros will cancel. This will become 10 raised to 4 gram square centimeter raised to minus 1 second raised to minus 2. This is basically 10 raised to 4 CGS units. So 1 SI unit is 10 to the power 4 CGS units. Understood, guys? All right, everyone clear? Everybody clear about this? Everybody clear about this? Understood? Shall we go ahead? Great. Okay. Now, also there were very few questions on errors. Please keep this in mind. Error related questions were there. Error combo related questions were asked in many of the shifts. And one of the most famous questions is on relative error. So if any physical quantity is some constant P1 raised to alpha multiplied by P2 raised to beta multiplied by P3 raised to gamma, then the relative error in this quantity, forget the constant, take the modulus of the power, relative power of 1, plus take that modulus of that power into relative error of that second quantity, plus take the modulus of the power relative error of that third quantity. So this formula based questions also can be asked. You can also write or rewrite this as percentage. If everything is measured in percentage, LHS, RHS will also be percentage. Example could be, let's say, if the radius, if the radius of a sphere, if the radius of a sphere changes, radius of the sphere changes from from 1 or let's say r to let's say 1.02 r, and mass by m to 1.04 m, find the percentage change in density. Find the percentage change in the density. Now, this can be a brilliant question. Many students will make mistakes in this. Okay, let's see why there are chances of making mistakes. Observe now carefully. Density is asked. We know that density is nothing but mass by volume, and the volume of a sphere is 4 by 3 pi r cube. So this will be 3 on the top. So 3m divided by 4 pi r cube. So write it in the power formula. You will write it as 3 divided by 4 pi is a constant, m raised to 1, r raised to minus 3. So what will you write? Delta rho by rho in percentage, or let's say relative error also, is, forget the constant, the power is 1. So 1 multiplied by relative error in mass plus r's power is, sorry, this is minus 3, my bad. This is minus 3, so the modulus is 3. So 3 into delta r by r. Is that right, my dear students? Understood? First, write down the formula of that quantity. Write it as constant into the powers multiplication. The powers will come as positive values. Never take negative values over here. Next thing, just multiply it with the relative errors and add. Is that right? Okay. Now quickly put it up in the chat box. Quickly put it up in the chat box. The radius change which is there, how much percentage is it? Delta r by r, how much percentage is it? And also tell me mass wise, how much is delta m by m in percentage or in relative error? Can you see that, my dear students? The radius has changed by from 1 to 1.02. So that is basically 2%. That is basically 2%. Okay. Or relative wise, it is 0.02. Otherwise, here mass wise, this is this is basically 4%. This is basically 4%. From m to 1.04, that is 4%. Is that right? Is that right, everyone? Very good. Awesome. Now, what you will do over here is the delta rho by rho percentage wise is delta m by m. What is delta m by m? Delta m by m is nothing but 4%. Put it over here. Plus this particular thing, which is nothing but 3 multiplied by this particular quantity, which is nothing but 2%. So 3 2s are 6, 6 plus 4 is 10. You are going to get it as 10%. You are going to get it as 10%, my dear students. But is this the answer? The answer is no. Is this the answer? No, no, no. This is not the answer. You know why? You know why this is not the answer? You know why? Anybody can tell me why this is not the answer? Yep, lot of you are going to make a silly mistake, and such tricks JEE can ask. I'll tell you why. Read the question carefully, you will realize it. The radius has increased, even the mass has increased. Look at this formula now. If the mass increases, because of that, the density should increase. Correct? If the mass increases, the density should increase. But if the radius increases, the denominator will increase, the density will decrease. The density will decrease. Oh, which means I can't add their percentage. The contribution of R in this particular problem, the contribution of R in this particular problem, understand, is nothing but negative. So technically, there should be a minus sign over here, because when R increases, the density decreases. Is that right? So that is why there is a negative contribution over here, and that is why I will say that this answer will be 4% minus 6%, which is negative 2%, means the density reduces by 2%. That means the radius increased much more as compared to the mass in the effect of density. Got it? Yep. Beautiful question. Everybody loved it, I hope. Yeah? Give me a thumbs up. I hope you have smashed the like button and subscribe to the JEE English channel. If you have not yet subscribed, you guys are at a loss, a big loss, especially for the second attempt. This attempt, the other exams, JEE Advanced, every preparation is going to happen here, including the CBSE boards. So you need to be prepared thoroughly on this channel. So for that, subscribe and like this particular video. Okay, very good. So that was all about dimensions. Let's go to the next concept of projectile motion. Which concepts have been repeated? Which formulas have been repeated? Let's talk about projectile motion, my dear students. Let's talk about projectile motion. Projectile motion. What and all concepts they have been repeating? So this is our projectile motion. Okay, this is a ground level. Let's say it was projected at an angle u, at an angle theta over here. What happens throughout the journey, by the way, this will have two components. One will be u cos theta. This will be u sin theta. U cos theta will always remain constant. Even at the top, the velocity will be u cos theta. The y velocity will become 0. Remember, it is the x velocity, which is u cos theta, will be constant since the acceleration is 0 in the x direction, but it is the y velocity which undergoes the change, and the reason for that is the y acceleration is there and it is not 0. So only the y direction motion will change, and eventually when it hits the ground over here, it will hit the ground with the same speed, of course the same angle. Okay, of course the same angle it is going to hit. Now the next important things over here is that maximum height and of course the range, and the time of flight, and the total time of flight. So starting off with the height formula, it is a u square sine square theta by 2g. Then the total time is 2 times the time taken to go up, which is also 2 times the time taken to come down, which is nothing but 2 times u sine theta divided by g. That is the time of flight formula. Range formula, you can write it as 2 u square sine theta cos theta divided by g, which is the same as u square sine 2 theta divided by g. Okay, it's the same thing. Also keep in mind, this particular range is maximum at theta is equal to 45. And for all other angles, remember, range is same for complementary angles like 30, 60, 20, 70, 5 degrees, 85 degrees, complementary angles, the range is going to be the same. Okay. Lastly, there is one more equation regarding the trajectory. So if at any instant you know the y coordinate and the x coordinate, the relationship is given by y is equal to x tan theta 1 minus x divided by the range, that same range which you wrote over here, which can be also written down as x tan theta minus gx square by 2 u square cos square theta. That is also an alternative formula, or this is also an equally important formula. Is that okay, everyone? Yep. Great. Okay, so all these kind of questions can definitely come. Now, what kind of questions can be asked is, let's say they can ask you questions on angular momentum, kinetic energy, linear momentum, torque, anything. So say for example, when you are at this point, your velocity is u cos theta, your mass is m. About this point, if angular momentum is asked, extend this line of velocity, draw a perpendicular to this. This is r perpendicular, which also technically is the height. So the angular momentum, which is m r perpendicular into velocity, will become m height into the velocity, which is u cos theta. And height we know is u square sine square theta divided by 2g. Similarly, they can ask you a question on torque. What is the torque on this mass by gravity at this point, about this point? So there is only one force, and that is nothing but your mg force over here, your mg force over here, and mg is acting like this. Mg force is acting along this line. So drop a perpendicular on it like this. So this is your r perpendicular. So the torque is nothing but r perpendicular into f. And this r perpendicular is the total range by 2, is the total range divided by 2. So the total range by 2, and the force is mg, and the range we know is nothing but u square sine 2 theta divided by 2g and multiplied by mg over here. So such things can definitely be asked in your JEE examination. Okay, clear? Awesome. So this is another concept of projectile motion. You can see they have been asking the same thing again and again for different speeds, different angles at the topmost point. What is the kinetic energy? What is the angular momentum? So these kind of questions are very, very common. Going on to work related questions now. Work related questions also are very, very popular. So let's revise the concept of work and what are the types of things that you might have to use. First of all, we all know that work is force dot producted with displacement. This is if the force is constant. If it is not, then integrate force with respect to displacement if F is variable. If the force is variable from the initial point to the final point. This particular thing is also the area under the force versus displacement graph. So if you have a graph like this, force and displacement, and let's say it goes on like this, something, then remember one thing: whenever you measure the area, all the areas which are on the top are going to be positive, whereas all those areas which are going to be below are going to be considered as negative, are going to be considered as negative. Also, the same work can be used to find out the change in the kinetic energy. So you can also write the work kinetic energy theorem, and it is very, very useful, which is the total work done. This is the total work done by both internal and external forces, all the forces, is final kinetic minus initial kinetic. This is nothing but half m v final square. This is nothing but half m v initial square. These are the formulas which are particularly useful. Say for example, my dear students, the question goes like this. Say the question goes like this. The force is 3x cube minus 2x. Okay, and you are taking the particle from x equals to 0 to x equals to 2. Find the work done. Find the work done. Okay, such kind of questions can come, let's say. So basically the work done will be integration of the force with respect to displacement. X coordinate goes from 0 to 2. The force value is 3x cube. So 3 here, x cube over here, dx minus 2x dx. Limits are 0 to 2, 0 to 2. Okay, so 3 as it is, x cube's integration is x raised to 4 by 4. Of course, 0 and 2 over here. 2, x's integration is nothing but x square by 2, 0 to 2. So this will become 3 by 4, 3 by 4. So put 2 over here. So this will become 2 raised to 4 minus 0 minus 2 by 2 cancels out anyways later on. First put 2 over here. So 2 square minus 0 square. So this is just going to be, check this out, 2 raised to 4, guys. What is 2 raised to 4? What is 2 raised to 4? It is nothing but 16. 16 by 4? 16 by 4? 4. 4 3 is nothing but 12. Minus this 2 and this 2 got cancelled. 2 square is nothing but 4. So this is just going to be 8 joules. This is just going to be 8 joules. Very good, Kolkarni Prasad. Awesomeness. Very good, GG. Bruce, correct. Very good, Prithvi. Awesomeness, awesomeness, awesomeness. Okay. Sometimes they can also kill it like this by asking, listen, listen, the work work done is, let's say the work done is 8, or let's say the work done is 10 joules. The force acting is alpha I cap minus 3 j cap plus 2 k cap, and the displacement, let's say, is given to be uh, minus 3 I cap plus 4 4 let's say j cap over here. Can you find out the value of alpha? Can you find out the value of alpha? Such kind of questions can also come. Okay, let's see. First of all, my dear students, we know force and displacement. If you take the dot product, it will give you 10 answer. So 10 should be the dot product of alpha I cap minus 3 j cap plus 2 k cap dot producted with minus 3 I cap plus 4 j cap. Okay, so whenever you take dot product, I cap will multiply with I cap. So alpha into minus 3 is minus 3 alpha. Minus 3 into plus 4 is minus 12. 3 fours are 12 with a minus sign. For k cap, there is nobody. So take this 3 alpha over here, or take this 3 alpha over here, and take that 10 over here, minus 10 minus 12. So that is minus 22 is nothing but 3 alpha. Therefore, from this, alpha is nothing but negative 22 divided by 3. Negative 22 by 3. Understood how to solve this? Very good. Awesome. So these kind of questions, again, very, very common. Again, the next type of question which can come, if the force versus displacement graph is shown, if it is shown for m is equal to 4 kg and initial velocity is 2 meters per second, find final velocity. Find final velocity, and the graph is given to you. The force versus displacement graph is, let's say, given to you, and it is something like this. Okay, and let's say this is given as 2, let's say this is given as 5, let's say this is given as 7, let's say this is given as 4 units over here. This is 0, of course. Okay, you have to find what is the velocity towards the end. Well, we know one thing. If I find out the area, most of my job will be done. I can get the work done. So the total work done is nothing but the area of that trapezium, of that particular trapezium. And whenever you have a trapezium, the area is half into the height multiplied by the sum of the parallel sides. So what is the height of the trapezium? It is nothing but 4. Sum of parallel sides. One of the sides is 7 units. The other side is 3 units. 7 and this is 3. Correct? 7 and 3. I hope this is clear. So 7 plus 3, which is 10. 4 by 2 is 2. 2 into 10 is nothing but 20. So work done is nothing but 20 joules. But we all know that the total work done is final minus initial kinetic energy. So 20 is equal to, final is half into mass is 2 into V final square, minus initial is half into mass, which is again 2 kg, into initial speed. What is the initial speed, guys? It is, I think, 2 meters per second. So 2 square. So basically 2 cancels, 2 cancels. So Vf square minus 2 square is 4. This is 20. So Vf square is 20 plus 4, which is 24. So V final is root 24 meters per second, which you can also write it as 6 into 4. So 2 root 6 meters per second. That's the final speed, guys. Is that right, everyone? Root 24, which is also 2 root 6. Clear? Give me a thumbs up, guys. I want your full support, full attention, full focus right over here, right now. Okay? Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Sir, shouldn't we take area starting from 2, not from the origin? No. This is not the speed. This is position. Initial position was, let's say, 0, initial velocity, and then final velocity is over here. It's not time is equal to 2. Time is not 2. Initial velocity is 2. Okay, don't get confused. All right. Okay. Oh, the mass was, sorry, 4 kg. My bad. I'll change the mass. I thought the mass was 2 kg. Sorry. Let's just change the mass as 2 kg for now. Chum, I have changed it. Okay, because I think when I saw, I thought the mass was 2 kg. Anyways, you understood the point. Now coming to these formulas on circular motion, which formulas you have to remember? Keep this in mind. The velocity on a unbanked curved road, okay, the formula is root mu rg. Okay, this is on a unbanked curved road, and this is the velocity of that vehicle. And keep this in mind, it is the friction which provides the centripetal force, friction which provides the centripetal force in this case. Then you have the second criteria. When you have a banked road, like this, and then these questions have also come in the JEE exam. First is the optimum speed. Optimum means there will be no friction, and that is root of, this was theta, my bad. This is nothing but root of Rg tan of theta. Whenever optimum speed comes, remember the friction is going to be absent. The friction is going to be zero, no wear and tear or very little wear and tear. But the maximum speed will be much different. It will be root of Rg is there, mu plus tan theta upon 1 minus mu tan theta. So this is the formula. This is the formula. Keep this in mind. Okay. So these questions have come in the JEE examination, and the most common question from circular motion has been the formula of conical pendulum. So when you have a conical pendulum like this, this is the vertical axis, this is theta, okay, this is your mass, this is your length, and it is circling around with some angular speed. Then there is a tension in that particular string. The tension is given by m omega square into the length of the string or that rod. This question was very, very common. This question was very, very common. Also, sometimes the question can be on theta. So if it is cos theta, the formula goes like cos theta is equal to, you have omega square L and G. Now, if basically theta or omega increases, theta will increase, but cos theta we know will decrease. So actually omega will be below. So omega square L and G. It makes sense because I'll tell you how. Imagine if speed increases. If you turn it around faster and faster, it will go more wider. So what will happen is denominator will increase, this ratio will decrease, this whole ratio will decrease, but this particular theta which is there, because cos has reduced, theta will increase, which is exactly what is observed, exactly what you will see. So this is the formula for conical pendulum, my dear warriors. This is the formula for conical pendulum. Please solve the questions on this conical pendulum. Direct questions have come in the JEE examination. Okay, awesomeness. Okay, even these formulas have come, questions have come exactly on this. They have given these things and they have asked you what is mu. They have asked you what is maximum speed. What is maximum speed? What is optimum speed? Or optimum speed is given. What is the theta? These questions have repeatedly come. Just solve the questions on these formulas, guys. That's it. Okay, direct questions will come. Next, now the one of the most common questions in all the shifts was the questions on cavity, be it force, be it moment of inertia, be it center of mass. So let's understand how to solve these questions. Okay, problems with basically cavities, cavities related question. Okay, always these cavities related question. All right, at the highest point, what is the tension? The tension will be the same if it's a massless rope. If it is a rope with mass, obviously things will keep changing. Hello, Betu. Okay, Rukmini, let's go. Voice is breaking. I don't think so. It should be fine. Great. Cavity questions. Okay. Now, how to solve these cavity questions? Remember, the idea is, let's say, for example, there is a body and you have plucked out something from it. So what is remaining now is only this much. What is remaining is only what has been shaded. Now, whether it's a question on moment of inertia, force, electric field, whatever it is, this body, remember, is exactly equal to that big body which was there. Let's say the mass is m1 minus you are taking out that smaller body over here. Let's say the mass is m2. Okay, and yeah, I should put this minus sign over here. So the shaded part is this whole part, assuming as it is. Okay. This whole part is there. This is completely solid minus this particular part over here. Okay, minus this particular part over here. Okay, so if I want to locate, first of all, the center of mass, if I want to locate the center of mass of this guy, I want to locate the center of mass. Then the x coordinate or y coordinate or z coordinate of the center of mass will be, first, this particular body will have its own center of mass. So center of mass 1. This particular body will also have its own center of mass. Let's say I call it center of mass 2. So that will be given by, observe this carefully, this particular thing will be given by m1, mass of this whole body, into center of mass coordinate, let's say x1, m1 also over here, and you will put minus here, and this will be nothing but m2 x2 and here minus m2. So this is the formula for finding the coordinate of the center of mass. Now how to find these masses, I'll come to that also. Hold on for a second. Next important thing is regarding the moment of inertias. Let's say there is some random axis which you are taking. Some axis could be there. Let's say this is our axis. It could be the center of mass. It could not be the center of mass. Make sure you're choosing the same axis here also. It should not be different. It should not be different. Here also the axis should be the same. And let's say the original moment of inertia which I want to find is I. The moment of inertia of this whole body is I1. The moment of inertia of the removed body is I2. Then all you need to do is subtract this I2 from this I1 and you are going to get the moment of inertia of that original body. That's it, guys. So I is equal to I1 minus I2, but the axis must remain the same. The axis must remain the same. We'll do questions on this. Don't worry. Lastly, the question could be on the force or field or something like that, gravitational force, electric force. This is a charged body, whatever such questions can come. So let's say you have chosen some point over here and you want to find what is that electric force or gravitational force. So that particular force will be, take that same point over here. Let's say take that same point over here and same point over here. Okay, and figure out what is the force due to this body alone. Let's say it is F1. Let's say it is F1. And what is the force due to only this removed body? Let's say it is F2. So it will be again F1 minus F2. Force 1 minus the force 2. That is how you solve this particular question. Is that okay? Now, usually what happens, either it is a line body or a planar body or a volumetric body. So there are only three kinds of bodies that you can have: linear, linear masses. Then you have sheet-like bodies, sheet or basically aerial or basically planar bodies, planar bodies. And the next one is basically three-dimensional or basically volumetric, volumetric bodies. Okay, some random shape. So if it is linear bodies, usually the concept uses mass per unit length. You can break down the rod or that arc or that line into small parts, and each of that part might have a length of dx, and the mass could be dm, and the quantity that you consider is lambda, which is dm by dx, linear mass density. This will be having the unit of kgs per meter. Usually this is what you will use, mass per unit length. Usually this is what you will use, mass per unit length. For sheet-like bodies, what you will consider, it's a sheet, right? Imagine it's a disc or a square sheet or a rectangular sheet. So again, that will have some area dA, that will have some mass dm. So sigma will be dm by dA. This will be having the unit of kg per meter square. For volumetric bodies, it will be some volume. Okay, it will be probably some volume which you are considering. Okay, it will be some big volume which you are considering. Okay, something like this. So it will have a volume of dV, it will have a mass of dm. So the quantity you will consider is mass per unit volume, which is having the unit of kg per meter cube. Kg per meter cube. These are the three concepts which are useful for solving these problems on cavities, whether it's a disc, sheet, rectangle, arc, sphere, hollow sphere, anytime, whether it is for force or moment of inertia or for just finding center of mass. Let's see some examples. Say for example, let's just do the math, calculation for masses and let's say center of mass or moment of inertia. Say you have, say for example, you have a solid sphere. Say for example, you have a solid sphere. From that solid sphere, you have taken out another solid sphere. You have taken out another solid sphere, just like this. Okay. And let's just choose this as our axis of rotation, and you have to find the moment of inertia, and maybe you have to also find the center of mass, everything. Okay, so let's repeat the same problem for moment of inertia or center of mass or even for force. Same question I will make you solve for three things. Observe this carefully, my dear warriors. Now first of all, if I want to solve it for center of mass, I know this diagram is equal to this diagram minus this diagram. Okay, and I need the coordinate axis, this one, this one, this one. Okay, okay, something like this. So this is equal to this minus this. This is our original body. This minus this is the thing, and we'll just repeat it two times. Take this. Okay, observe now. I am interested in finding out, the question is finding out the center of mass first. The next question is for moment of inertia. Okay, and then we'll solve it for force also. First, let's start for center of mass. See, let's say you assume this guy's mass to be m. Okay, this guy's mass to be m. The complete radius is r. Tell me, this guy's diameter, the one which is taken out, will be r. So that means this guy's radius, won't it be r by 2, my dear students? If this radius is r for the big sphere, which is the diameter for the small sphere, so this guy's radius will be r by 2. Okay. Now, what can you use? The concept of linear mass, areal mass, or volumetric mass? Because it's a three-dimensional body, it's a sphere. So that is why I will use volume concept, mass per unit volume. And we know that the density is the same. Density is mass by the volume, and volume is 4 by 3 pi r cube. So think about it, because this guy also has the same density, but the radius has become half. So the volume will become how many times? Radius cube, radius cube. Think volume is radius cube. So 1 by 2 cube, 1 by 2 into 1 by 2 into 1 by 2, it will become 1/8. Volume has become 1/8. That means the mass of this particular body is m by 8. Understood how we did it? Everybody, radius cube. Radius is cube. Yes, this was r, this was r by 2. So cube of the radius is what is related to the volume. So if radius becomes half, half's cube is 1/8. So volume becomes 1/8. If this was a disk, then what will be the answer, guys? If this was a planar object, then what will be the answer? If this is m, then what will this be? Yep, think about it. Then this will not be volume, this will be area, which is pi r square. R square will be there. So if radius becomes half, square of half is 1/4. So that means the volume becomes 1/4. The mass also becomes 1/4 because density is the same. Got it? Everybody understood now how to do these things? So once I know the masses, I think the next step is the center of mass. The center of mass of this big guy is at the origin. The center of mass of this guy is over here at a distance of r by 2. So therefore, to find the center of mass, XCOM will be M1, which is nothing but M, X1, which is basically 0, minus M2, which is nothing but M by 8 into X2, which is basically R by 2, whole thing divided by mass 1 minus mass number 2. So this will become 0 minus 8 2s are 16. So MR by 16, whole thing divided by 8 minus 1 is 7. So 7M by 8. 8 goes with 16 two times. So this will become also cancels. So minus R by 14 is the answer. So the coordinate of that x coordinate of that center of mass, x coordinate of the center of mass or distance from this center is R by 14. Understood how to solve this? Everybody with me? Everybody with me? Very good, JJ. Awesomeness. Proud of all of you guys. Next, if it is a question on moment of inertia, already we figured out what is the mass of this guy? It is m because the radius is r. This guy's mass, we already figured out the radius is r by 2. The mass is m by 8. How did I write it? I already figured it out already over here. Okay. What will be the moment of inertia of this guy? This is a solid sphere. The moment of inertia of this guy will be 2 by 5 mass into r square, correct? About this axis. Similarly, what will be the moment of inertia of this solid sphere about this axis? It will be nothing but 2 by 5, 2 by 5 mass is m by 8 into radius. The radius is r by 2 square. Isn't it? About the central axis, 2 by 5 mr square. The mass is 1/8. The radius is half of r. But there is a catch here. Lot of you will think, sir, I will minus this and I will get the moment of inertia, sir, of this guy. What is the moment of inertia of this guy? Many of you will think, sir, it is 2 by 5 mr square minus this thing. That is not correct. Why? Can somebody tell me quickly in the chat box? Mains paper leak చేయండి sir. చూసు Rohit. What is this? What is this? Yeah, day before yesterday, we went live. The JEE Mains most repeated concepts. Yep, already made. NTA has been cracked. And we have made that video. And all the concepts which have been repeated, yes, we have made a video. Yes, we have made a video today. And that is what we are doing. A complete formula revision. It is like NTA paper leaked only. Okay. Yes, axis is different. Correct. So how will you do that? You have to add something no to it. So plus this is the shift. This is the amount of shift. How much is the shift? It is r by 2. So mass, which is m by 8 plus shift square. Shift is basically r by 2 square. This is using your parallel axis theorem. Now this is correct moment of inertia. So this will be nothing but you have m by 8 into r square by 4 into 2 by 5 plus 1. 2 by 5 plus 1. So this is what the total moment of inertia is. Solving this, you will get the answer. Understood? Yes, sir. Arthamahindundi. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Clearo, sir. Very good. Okay. How to shift? Parallel axis theorem. Remember, if you know the moment of inertia about center of mass, about a parallel axis, it is the original center of mass's moment of inertia. This is ICOM plus m into shift square. But the mass is this mass. Don't take total mass. Yep. Clear, sir. Okay. Now, the last concept is on force. The last concept is on force. This question also came, by the way, the concept of force. Okay, so maybe there is some body given over here. Chuma, I will write it somewhere. How does it matter? Okay, so let's say there is a body over here on this particular mass. How much force is there? So let's say this particular distance is r. Let's say this particular distance is r. Same mass over here. Okay, this distance is r. Let's say we can even write this as some value. Let's say this is 2r. So this is 2r, and that same mass is over here. So this much is 2r. This much is r by 2. So this whole thing 2r plus r by 2, 2.5r, which is basically 5 by 2 times of r. Is that right? This is from the center. This is from the center of that removed thing. So first of all, let's find out how much force will be there because of this entire sphere. Gravitational force, electric force. If it is electricity, this will be replaced by charge instead of mass. You do it for gravity, you can do it for electricity also. Okay, so let's say I calculate this force one. Force will be G total mass. Oh, what is the total mass? This is M. This is M by 8. Don't forget that. That was a solid sphere. G M small m divided by distance from the center. What is it? 2r. So 2r square. Then this same mass will experience some force F2. This particular F2 will be G. This mass, which is M by 8, into small m divided by distance, which is 5r by 2 square. So on this mass, how much force will be there? That will be F1 minus F2, guys. So F will be, you can see GMM divided by R square is common. From here, I will get 1 by 4. Is that right? 2 square is 4. Minus from here, I'll get 1 by 8. 8 is below. And this is basically 5 square, which is 25. 2 square on the top, which will be 4. So solving this, you will get the answer. Got it, everyone? How you take the radius? See, the removed cavity has a diameter of the radius of the big sphere. So diameter is r. So radius is r by 2. Got it? Okay, clear. So now any cavity question you will be able to solve, whether it is sphere, sheet, rectangle, anything. So this question can come. Say tomorrow shift 28th January, shift 1 gets this question. L-shaped figure, L-shaped figure. Where is the center of mass? What will you do, my dear students? L-shaped figure. Okay, some dimensions are given. This is 2a, this is 4a, and let's say this is height wise, let's say this is a and this is, let's say, 2a. What will you do this? How will you solve this question? Come on, everyone. If this comes in your shift, shift 1, shift 2, 28th or 29th, yes, this diagram is this diagram minus this small diagram. This diagram height 2a, width let's say 4a, this height is a and this is 2a. This guy's center of mass here, this guy's center of mass here. Whether it is moment of inertia or anything else, you will be able to do it. Got it? It is subtraction of two rectangles, and L is a subtraction of two rectangles. Correct? Very good. Yeah. Awesome. 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 Yeah. Tarak, the question was basically, on the radius of that small cavity will not be r, my dear friend. It will be r by 2. So that is why I have taken r by 2 over here. And from this point to this mass was 2r. So r by 2 plus 2r is 5r by 2. Okay? Yep. So that is why I have used 5r by 2 over here. All right. Yes. Great. So now cavity questions done. Rolling. What questions are coming? Rolling, if you see what questions are coming. Okay, let's see the formulas first on rolling. Okay, all the concepts, all the questions on rolling. All right. So you take a sphere, you show a surface, whether inclined or not inclined really doesn't matter. Okay, it could be inclined or it could be horizontal. Okay, this is our surface. Then we will have one thing, which is the velocity of our center. Let's say this is VC. This will also have some omega and some radius. Always when it is rolling, then keep in mind this particular point, velocity of that particular point of contact is 0 for a moment. Just for that moment, till the next point comes into contact. And this velocity of the center is omega into the radius of that particular sphere. Also, remember, when you just try to find out the velocity at the topmost point, it will be 2 times of Vc, which is also 2 times of omega r. This has the highest velocity, this has the lowest velocity. You cannot have more than this velocity on a rolling object. Any other point will have some velocity lower than 2v, some velocity lower than 2v. Next concept is on the kinetic energy of translation, which is half mass into Vc square. Kinetic energy of rotation, kinetic energy of rotation will be half moment of inertia about that center into omega square. Taking the sum of these two, you will get the total kinetic energy. These questions have also come where what is the ratio of translation to rotation, rotation to total, total to translation, ratio is asked, or the proportion is asked, or the ratio is given, what kind of body it is. Those things have been asked. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Next important concept on rotation, guys, which is very, very important. By the way, the friction which acts, the friction which acts is always going to be, the friction which acts, friction is always going to be static in nature, always. Therefore, no work will be done. No work done by that friction. No work is done by that friction, which also means energy can be conserved. Energy can be conserved for some questions if required. And such questions have also come. There was a rolling sphere, it comes down. What is the speed? Another rolling sphere, it comes down from different height. What is the speed? So such questions, definitely you can conserve the energy. This has come in our 22nd, 23rd, 24th January shifts. Okay. Then another concept which has been repeated again and again is the acceleration concept. So let's see that formula also. So let's say this is a rolling sphere, okay, and yep, this will definitely have some acceleration. That acceleration is given by g sine theta divided by 1 plus the factor in moment of inertia. That becomes easier to solve. What do I mean by factor of moment of inertia? Say for example, it's a ring. Say for example, if it is a ring, or let's say a hollow cylinder, then what's the formula for moment of inertia? Mr square. Let's say it's a disk. Okay, let's say it's a disk, or let's say a solid cylinder. Then the moment of inertia is mr square by 2. If it is hollow sphere, then it is 2 by 3 mr square. And if it is solid sphere, then it is 2 by 5 mr square. This factor which I'm talking about over here is exactly that number which gets multiplied with mr square. So here that number is 1, here that number is 1 by 2 half, here that number is 2 by 5, and here that number is 2 by 3. All these are the factors in that moment of inertia formula, that number which gets multiplied. So directly you can, where is it? Directly you can substitute it over, where is it? Directly you can substitute it over here to find the acceleration of that particular thing. Okay, great, great, awesome. So let's see some questions based out of that. Say for example, my dear warriors, this is a sphere, okay, and it is given that this particular height, okay, this particular height is h, and this is, let's say, a hollow sphere, hollow sphere. Can you find out with what speed will it come, and what will be the acceleration, and what will be the time? All the things, speed, acceleration, time, okay, anything that we want, or kinetic energy, anything. So first of all, can we find acceleration? Definitely. Acceleration is, let's say this particular angle is also given to me. Let's say it is 37 degrees. So G sine 30, 7 because G sine theta is the formula. G sine theta is the formula. So theta is exactly this particular angle over here. So G sine 37 divided by 1 plus the factor for a hollow sphere, it is 2 by 3 mr square. So this will be 2 by 3 over here. That's it. So G, keep it as 10. Sine 37 is nothing but 3 divided by 5. This will be 3 plus 2, the whole thing divided by 3. Now 5 goes with 10 two times. So this will become 2 3s are 6. 3 plus 2 is 5. So divided by 3 goes as multiplied by 3. 6 3s are 18. So 18 by 5 meters per second square, which is 2.4. Is that clear? Everyone? Everyone understood till this point? Everybody understood till this point? Very good. Awesome. Awesomeness. Similarly, if velocity is asked, what will you do? If velocity is asked, what will you do, my dear students? Think about it. If velocity is asked, what will you do now? Okay. In that case, use energy conservation. The potential energy got converted into kinetic energy of translation plus kinetic energy of rolling. Potential energy is mgh. Translational energy half mv square. Rotational energy half 2 by 3 mr square, that is the moment of inertia, 2 by 3 mr square, into omega. Omega, what is omega, guys? Think about it. That omega which is there, that omega will be v by r. V by r, correct? Velocity by radius, because it is rolling. So this will become m cancels. So gh is equal to v square by 2 plus 1 by 2 into 2 by 3. M has got cancelled, R also gets cancelled. So V square over here. So this will become 2 cancels. 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3. LCM is 6. So 3 plus 2 V square, that is GH. So this will become 5 by 6 V square. So V square will become 6 GH by 5. So V will become root of 6 GH divided by 5. That's the answer for the speed. Understood? Clear? If the question is on time, if the question is on time, what you can do? You can directly use kinematic equations. V is equal to U plus AT you can use, or correct? V is equal to U plus AT. Velocity, we just got it as root of 6GH divided by 5. Initial velocity is 0. Acceleration, acceleration in terms of G, if I have to write it down, then how much will it be? Just check it out in terms of G. If I write it down, so G into 3 by 5 divided by 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 by 6. Okay, so this will become G 3, 5, 6 and 5 over here. 6 3s are 18G by 25. So 18G by 25. Acceleration is 18G by 25. 18G divided by 25 into the time. So from this, you can get the time also. From this, you can definitely get the time as well. Understood, my dear warriors? Understood, my dear warriors? Excellente, excellente. Very good. Yep. Next concept which has been repeatedly asked is about thermodynamic cycles, their heat or work which is there. Okay. So whenever you have pressure versus volume graph given to you, the area under it, the area under pressure versus volume graph gives me the work done. Also remember, if volume increases, work done positive. If volume decreases, work done negative. And this work done is also integration of PDV from initial volume to final volume. This is very, very important, my dear students. Okay, for PV cycle diagrams. If it is a purely cyclic process, this is pressure volume example. And let's say you have been already given there is a thermodynamic cycle. If by chance the cycle is clockwise, if it is a clockwise cycle, then the work done is positive. But if by chance the cycle is anti-clockwise, if it is anti-clockwise, then the work done is going to be negative. And what is that work done going to be? It is exactly going to be the area enclosed. The magnitude of that particular work is that area which has been enclosed in the cycle, in that particular cycle. Also keep in mind, the work done will be heat and the change of the internal energy will be zero, because you are coming back to the same state for all these cyclic processes. Okay, all of this, by the way, is for cyclic process. This is absolutely for cyclic processes only. Then delta U is zero. Work done is exactly equal to the heat with the sign. With the sign. Keep that in mind. These questions have been asked. They have given circles, they have given simple pressure volume graphs, or in every process what is constant, what is not constant, or they have given, work done is how much in a particular semicircular graph, or in isobaric, isochoric, whether the work done is zero, not zero. Those kind of questions have been given. In fact, I can give you a direct table, guys. See, if it is isobaric process, then the work done is P delta V. Remember, isobaric means pressure is constant, and your delta U is N CV delta T, and Q is N CP delta T. If it is isochoric process, the work done is always zero. Delta U will be NCV delta T, which is also going to be the heat. Okay, Q will also be NCV delta T, delta U will also be NCV delta T. Work is not done because the volume is going to be constant. Similarly, you can have isothermal process. Isothermal process, my dear warriors, temperature will be constant. The work done will be nRT log V2 by V1, which is also nRT log P1 by P2. The delta U in this case will be 0 and the heat will be the work done. Exactly. Okay, delta U will be 0 always. The next process that you need to remember is adiabatic process. In adiabatic processes, we know PV raised to gamma is a constant. In such cases, delta U is still going to be NCV delta T, standard formula. What about the heat? The heat will be 0. Therefore, the work done will be always negative delta U, which is nothing but minus NR delta T divided by NR delta T divided by gamma minus 1. If you don't want that minus sign, you can put it here. It will become 1 minus gamma. So this is the formula, my dear warriors. And always remember that our work plus delta U is the heat. Heat is delta U and work sum. This is only for physics. This is only for physics. Keep this in mind. In chemistry, the formula is different because of the sign convention. That is your first law of thermodynamics. That is your first law of thermodynamics. Is that clear, everyone? Everybody with me? Everybody with me? Difficulty change can happen, but pattern change obviously won't happen. Okay? Pattern change won't happen. That can't happen only. Okay, difficulty definitely can change, but it won't change much, 5-10% here and there, not more than that. Usually it may not become easier, it may become 5-10% more difficult. Think of it like that only and go. Okay, if it becomes easy, it's good, but it won't become 50% difficult or suddenly 100% more difficult. Meaning, out of 25 questions, okay, if let's say they used to ask 5-6 difficult questions, then now they might ask 7 difficult questions. That's all. Or if the medium questions were 10, now they might ask 11 to 12 medium questions. That's how it can change. It won't be like instead of 5, 15 difficult questions are there. That won't happen. Cool? All right. Okay, SHM kinematics. Kinematics of SHM. All the formulas related to that, my dear warriors. All the formulas. First, if you have to find the position, it is nothing but A sine omega t plus phi. If you have to find the velocity, it is a omega cos omega t plus phi. Phi is the phase difference. Here, this particular a omega becomes the maximum speed at x equals to 0, which means your mean position. X equals to 0 is your mean position. That's where velocity is maximum. Acceleration will become minus a omega square. Again, back to sine omega t plus phi. This a omega square becomes your maximum acceleration, and it becomes at x equals to plus or minus a, which is your extreme position. Also, there are alternative formulas for velocity, which is omega root of a square minus x square. For acceleration, it is minus omega square x. This is also an alternative formula. Also keep in mind that you have kinetic energy, which is half mv square, potential energy, which is half k x square. The total energy, if you add it, it is half spring constant into amplitude square. This is going to be a constant. It says it is conserved. If kinetic increases, potential decreases, and vice versa. The time period of oscillation of a pendulum or any spring mass system is 2 pi under root m by k, where you can also write this is 2 pi divided by omega, and therefore you can say omega is the root of k by m. This is for basically spring mass systems. For your spring mass systems, they can of course give you questions on pendulum, and when the questions are on pendulum, it is 2 pi root L by G. If it is a simple pendulum, this question has also come, but this was very rare this time. But in 2020 to 2024, pendulum questions were very common. This year it was not so common, but this question definitely came for physical pendulum, where it is moment of inertia by mgd. This is for your physical pendulum. Physical pendulum. This is basically for your physical pendulum. Okay, these questions were very, very common, or rather, this came more than the simple pendulum. Is that absolutely clear, my dear students? Physical pendulum is having moment of inertia on the top, mass below, gravitational acceleration below. D is distance of the hinge from the center of mass. Distance of the hinge from the center of mass. Definitely, I'll make a video for Amrita also. Next, questions on surface energy were very, very common. Surface energy, remember this formula. The surface potential energy due to surface tension is surface tension into area. This is always the exposed area. Exposed area, keep this in mind. So for example, if you have a film, okay, this is, let's say, a film, and let's say this is the length, let's say this is the breadth or something. So that area won't be b into l, it will be b into l into 2, because there are two exposed surfaces, one on the top and one below. One on the top and one below. So it is not b into l, it is b into l into 2, because it's a film. Keep this in mind. So this is surface energy. So sometimes the question can be, what is change in the energy? It will be S into change in the area. There was a particular question which was asked where there was a film and now it has been made bigger. It has been made bigger. So obviously there is a change. Here the area was A1, here the area is A2. So A2 is bigger than A1. So if you multiply that change in area into surface tension, you will get energy which has been increased. That will come from the work which was done. That will come from the work which was done. So the question which was asked in the JEE shift was, how much work is done to change the area? That question has come definitely. Okay. Next important was taking a drop and breaking it into some parts. This is the most common question, guys. Let's say you have a drop. Let's say you have a drop, and what you are doing is you are breaking it into n number of parts. Each drop has a radius r. So how to solve these questions? First, the original energy will be surface tension into original area. Surface of a drop has an area of 4 pi r square. Next, second case, surface tension is S, area is 4 pi small r square, but do not forget, like that there are n number of drops, so count the total energy of all the spheres, all the surfaces, so multiply by n because there are n number of drops. N is the number of your drops which are there. Oh, so n will also come, but wait a minute, what is this r? We all know that the volume is going to be conserved. Volume is going to be conserved. So if that is the case, the original volume of the drop, which is 4 by 3 pi r cube, should be equal to 4 by 3 pi small r cube, which is the drop's volume which is broken. But like that, there are n number of drops. 4 by 3 pi cancels. So I will have r cube n is equal to capital R cube. So small r is r by n raised to 1 by 3. Okay, cube root of n will come over here. So I can do that now. So s into 4 pi instead of r, capital R by n raised to 1 by 3 into basically n over here, and this was squared. So this will become s into 4 pi r square. This will be n raised to 1 and n raised to minus 2 by 3, which is s into 4 pi r square. This will be 1 minus 2 by 3 is 1 by 3, n raised to 1 by 3. So finally, the answer for the work done, which is change in the potential energy, which is S into final minus initial area. Final is this, initial is this. S is common, 4 pi r square is common. N raised to 1 by 3 is there, minus, nothing is there over here, minus 1. Remember this formula, it will be very useful. You don't have to waste your time doing all this in the exam. Please remember this formula now. Okay, S into 4 pi r square, n raised to 1 by 3 minus 1. Is that okay, everyone? Everybody with me? Cool? Give me a thumbs up, guys. Yep. Give me a thumbs up. Yep. Okay, very good. Next, pressure difference related questions are also very common. Pressure difference related questions are also very common. Remember these generic formulas. First, if you have a drop of a liquid or there is liquid around, and there is bubble in a liquid, then the pressure inside is the outside pressure plus only one surface is there, so then it is 2s by r. But if it is just a bubble in air, then the pressure inside is the pressure outside plus 4s by r. Remember that 4s by r comes for bubble because there are two surfaces inside and outside, whereas for drops or for bubble inside a liquid, there is only one surface which is exposed. Next important formula which comes over here is if you have a small bubble over here R1 and another bubble over here, let's say R2, they both combine, they coalesce, that is basically they combine to form a big bubble, okay, two small bubbles become a big bubble. Then the big bubble's radius is given by r1 square plus r2 square whole under the root. Looks like Pythagoras, but it is not Pythagoras. Okay, looks like Pythagoras, but don't think of it like Pythagoras. Okay, all right. Next important formula is where you have two bubbles which have joined to each other. Okay, this has a radius r1, this has a radius r2, this has a radius r1, this has the radius r2, and that joint or that common surface which is there, there is a common surface, it has a curvature. That particular common surface, it has a radius of curvature that is given by 1 by r is 1 by r1 minus 1 by r2, whichever is bigger. So 1 by R1 minus 1 by R2, like resistors in parallel, but with a minus sign. But with a minus sign. This questions also has come many times. You see, yep, this has come many times in most of the things. Two drops are in contact, the radius of the common surface. Okay, all these things have come, pressure inside the bubble and all of that. Cool. Then Bernoulli's related questions also have come. Bernoulli's related questions also have come, and equation of continuity also has come. The most generic being, if you just have a single pipe with area being changing, if water or liquid enters with V1, comes out with V2, then A1 V1 is A2 V2. But more than that, keep in mind that if you have just one pipe, through that the liquid comes out with speed V, then the rate flow, which is basically the volume per unit time, that is given by just area into velocity, which means, say you just have a pipe and it breaks down into multiple pipes like this, okay, multiple pipes like this. So this kind of question can also come, where there was a heart iota given and capillaries are there. How many capillaries are there? That is the most famous question. We have done that already. So in such cases, A1 V1 or whatever, let's say this was nothing but V naught. The area over here is A naught. So A naught V naught is the rate flow going in. Whatever is going in should be equal to whatever is going out. So it will be A1 V1 plus A2 V2, like that till AN Vn. So maybe it is V1 here, this is A1 here, this is Vn here, this is An over here. So you can use this. This is nothing but your equation of continuity. Equation of continuity. Okay. So this is very famous, and this question has come in your JEE exam. The next question which has come is on Bernoulli, where a pipe can have varying cross section. Maybe here it is at height 1, maybe here it is at height number 2, maybe the liquid going here has speed 1, this has speed 2, pressure here is P1, pressure here is P2. Then as per Bernoulli, the equation goes like this: P1 plus rho g H1 plus half rho V1 square is P2 plus rho g H2 plus half rho V2 square. Direct questions have come, guys. Something like this. See, look at this. What is the square of the speeds difference? Pressure is given, density is given. Such questions have come. Okay, such questions have come in your JEE exam multiple times on Bernoulli's equation, or basically your equation of continuity. This particular term is called as where is it? This particular term, all of them have names. Like for example, this one is the kinetic energy per unit volume. This is your gravitational potential energy per unit volume. This is that external work done per unit volume. This principle of Bernoulli is based on energy conservation. Energy conservation, that is what it is completely based on. The work done plus the potential energy plus the kinetic energy per unit volume, whether coming in or going out, should be the same for a non-viscous steady flow liquid. Okay, all right, great, awesomeness. EMSAT we'll do later on, not now. First let's concentrate on these things. Acceleration due to gravity related questions were also very common. So the acceleration due to gravity g naught on the surface is gm by r square. This is at the surface of a planet. Standard questions. Then you go up, gravity at height h is gm divided by r plus h whole square. But if you want gm, you can write it as, see, gm is g naught into r square. That also you can write. But this is for any height. The approximate formula is g naught 1 minus 2h by r. This is if height is much smaller. This is for all heights. This is only for small heights you use this formula. Similarly, when you go inside, gravity at depth d is given by g naught 1 minus d by r. This is for all the depths. For all depths, there is no condition for it only for small depth. No, this is for all the depths. You can use this formula. This is the depth from the surface. How many kilometers, meters below you are inside that surface. Okay, I hope this is clear. So these kind of questions are very common. Like, say for example, let's say for example, find the height where gravity is half of that on the surface. Half of that on the surface. So let's say this was the question asked. So what will you do? Gravity at height h is half of that on the surface. At height h, the formula is gm by r plus h whole square. Gravity on the surface is just gm by r square. Gm cancels. Take this on the top. So r plus h whole square is 2r square. Take the root. So r plus h is root 2r. So h will be root 2 minus 1 times of r. That's how you can solve these questions, my dear students. Is that okay? All right. If you ask me the graph, there is a graph also, by the way, of how the gravity will change. Gravity as compared to the distance from the center of that particular planet. So remember this, when you are inside, then it increases linearly. Then when you are on the surface, it is the maximum. This is basically your G naught. And then again, it starts reducing like this. It's a curve. It's like a curve. Straight, maximum, and a curve. Very good. Keep these things in mind. Direct questions can come. Kepler's law and satellite related questions were also very common. So if you have a planet of mass m, this is the radius of that particular satellite which is orbiting that particular planet. Then the velocity is given by root gm divided by r. This can be r plus h, where h is how much above the surface, which is also called as the altitude. Also, you will see that the time period will be 2 pi under root r cube by gm. This is where t square is proportional to r cube. This is actually your Kepler's third law. Kepler's third law, which is often asked in your JEE examination, and especially the last few shifts, almost most of the shifts had this Kepler's third law or the velocity related questions. Then another question which was common was the kinetic potential and total formula. Kinetic energy, which is half mv square, is g mm divided by 2 times of r. Potential energy is negative gmm by r. If you add them, you will get the total energy, which is minus gmm by 2r. And kinetic energy is just negative of the total energy. Potential energy is nothing but 2 times of the total energy, just like in atomic structure. Yeah, very similar formulas. Gravitational, kinetic energy, potential energy, and the total energy of a satellite which is revolving. Very common questions were there. Okay, either the radius will change, the time will be asked, or if radius is changed, what is the energy difference? These kind of questions can be asked. All right. Electric force and energy, there were direct questions, guys. There is nothing much over here. So I'll keep it very straightforward. It is nothing but 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught Q1 Q2 divided by R square. This being 9 into 10 to the power 9. And potential energy is 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught Q1 Q2 divided by R. Direct questions. Charges are given. What is the force? Charges are given. What is the potential energy? This Laddu questions came from electrostatics. Such Laddu questions have come in electrostatics just based on these formulas. Okay. Next, flux related questions were very good. So let's see that concept. Remember, if you have a Gaussian surface, Gaussian means closed surface, closed surface, and you figure out that okay, there are some charges which are there inside, and maybe there are some charges, these are the charges which are outside. There will be some electric field which might be going out, might be coming in, right? So many things depending on the charges and all of that. So this is your electric field. So phi E, which is your electric flux, which is electric field dot the area vector, electric flux. Okay, this net flux of that particular closed surface is how much ever charge is inside, the total charge, the net charge, the whole thing divided by epsilon naught. This is your Gauss law. This is just basically your Gauss law, as simple as that. So say for example, somebody draws a surface like this. Let's say there is +2 here, there is -3, there is +1, -6, something charges like this over here. Outside -2, -3, -1, +4, +5 charges are there. If question asked is what is the total flux? What is the total flux? So it will be inside charges. So which is like 2, then 1, -3, -6. So 2 plus 1, 3, 3, 3 goes. So -6 will remain. So the total flux will be -6 by epsilon. So such direct questions, if they come directly, you can mark it. But the kind of questions which have been asked on based on imagination, the cubes and all of that. So I'll give you all the variations, guys. Say for example, the structure is just one single cube, and the charge which is there is at the center. Then if the question is what is the total flux through the entire cube, the answer will be just q by epsilon. But if the question is on any one face, the flux through any face, then it is the total flux. There are 6 such faces, so by 6, so it will be q by 6 epsilon naught. Q by 6 epsilon naught if it is asked for any one face of that particular cube. Sometimes what happens, the charge might be present at the corner of that particular cube. So say for example, again, all right. So let's say for example, that charge was present over here. The charge was present here. And now try to visualize this, or let's say the charge was present here. If the flux is asked through, imagine this front like this, and even the bottom area, or basically the entire cube, okay, then because the charge is just out, just at that corner, okay, just at that corner, and if these 3 faces are to be counted, the bottom, the front and the side one, try to visualize some flux will come through this particular face, some flux will come through this particular face like this, and the bottom, don't forget, some flux will go like this. I hope you are able to visualize. Visualize more cubes like that. Visualize more such cubes like that, meaning one on the top like this, one beside of it, one below of it, and one behind of it. And also do the same thing here also again, like this. Construct a big structure of how many total cubes? 8 cubes. 8 cubes. Just think of it. 8 cubes, and charge q will now be at the center of such 8 cubes. Charge q will be at the center of such 8 cubes. Is that right, everyone? Charge q will be at the center of those 8 cubes. So the total flux, obviously will be q by epsilon naught. Q by epsilon naught. The flux through any one such cube, one such small cube. How many cubes are there? 8 cubes are there. So 1 by 8 q by epsilon naught, because there were 8 cubes. Is that absolutely clear? Why 1 by 8? Very good. Now, if the question comes, can you find out how much is the flux through this particular part? The flux through that shaded part. Remember, the flux from this charge in any cube will go through this face, and the one at the bottom. Is that right? So, three faces. So, my dear students, it will be 1/3 of that flux through that particular small cube. Hence, you can say it is nothing but q by 8 threes are 24, 24 epsilon naught. 24 epsilon naught. Is that clear, everyone? How to solve these questions? Okay. Similarly, they can also give some weird question like this, where there is a cube, and they can give that, listen, this entire edge is charged. This entire edge is basically charged. How much flux is going through that particular cube? Then just construct 4 more cubes. I think that should be enough. 4 cubes if you construct, that will be enough. Just one here probably, and like this. Yeah. Now you can see that green line, that green charge is exactly at the center. So if you find that total flux, well, it is q by epsilon naught, but that flux is getting divided into 4 cubes. Some is going here, some is going here, some is going here, it's going here. So if you ask me the flux through any one such cube, it will be 1/4 of q by epsilon naught, because there were 4 cubes now. 4 cubes are there now. So it's all about keeping more cubes somehow, finding some symmetry, make sure the charge or whatever is there is exactly at the center, so that the symmetry can be easily seen. Is that okay? Understood how to solve this question? Very good. So these concepts can come. Magnetic field due to wires, loops, magnetic field on the axis of a loop, magnetic field due to a solid cylinder, standard formulas. Net magnetic field, where is it? 0. Okay, so if you have a long wire and at a distance r, first formula. Next formula, if you have a loop carrying current, and the radius is r, then the field here as well as on that particular axis, this formula. Also this one, if you go inside that particular wire, remember this entire wire is carrying that current I. Then inside that wire at a distance of small r, assuming the radius is capital R, what is the magnetic field? So let's write down all the formulas. First, for a loop at the center, magnetic field at the center is mu naught I divided by 2 times of radius. On the axis, the magnetic field is mu naught I r square divided by 2 r square plus x square raised to 3 by 2. This is the formula. Here, if you put x equals to 0, you get exactly this. No worries. Here, at this particular point, the magnetic field is given by mu naught I. Same formula, but just put a pi over here. 2 pi distance. Here, pi is not there. Here, for straight wires, pi is there. Inside of it, the magnetic field inside, this was actually outside, think of it like that, outside the wire, this is inside the wire. It is mu naught I into distance divided by 2 pi r square. R is the radius of the wire, this r is distance from the center. So what happens is, if somebody draws a graph for a wire versus that distance, you can see as you are inside, it is proportional to r, so it goes like a straight line. Once you're outside the wire, it is inversely proportional to r. Inversely proportional to r, here it was directly proportional to r. So that is the graph for straight wires. Very, very important, my dear students. Very, very important. These formulas, please keep these in mind. Also for solenoid, also for solenoid, keep it in mind that the magnetic field inside is mu naught Ni, this N being number of turns per unit length. Number of turns per unit length. Okay, very good. There were almost every shift had a question on magnetic field. Sometimes two wires are given. What is the field due to both the wires at this point? Where is the net field? Zero. What is the graph? What is the magnetic field on the axis or at the center? Okay, all these questions have come. So expect at least one question maybe. Then coming to electromagnetic waves, ready for this? Okay, no, I will take a break once my part is done. Not much is there because after electromagnetic waves, I think it is just ray optics related thing and little bit of semiconductors. I don't want to keep the lecture very long. Main thing in electromagnetic waves, first remember the electromagnetic spectrum, guys. Okay, starting off with long and then you have short radio waves. Then you have micro waves. Okay, then you have basically after that uh, infrared, then you have your red, of course, then yellow and all the Vibgyor colors, and then you have your violet, this is your visible spectrum, then ultraviolet, right? Then again you go to X-ray, X-ray, and then gamma rays, X-rays, and then gamma rays. So essentially, these have more wavelength. These over here, they have shorter wavelength. Lambda is small. Lambda is basically small, or basically lambda lambda decreases as you go towards the right side. Here, lambda increases. Lambda increases. So therefore, frequency decreases. Frequency decreases. Therefore, energy also will decrease. Then here, frequency and energy, obviously both of them will increase. It will become more and more energetic. So this particular thing you should definitely know. And this much part from red to violet is nothing but your visible spectrum. Red starting from approximately 400 nanometers and violet going up to, sorry, my bad, I wrote it opposite. Violet is 400 nanometers and red is nothing but 700 nanometers. X-rays typically has a wavelength in Armstrong. Gamma is usually in femtometers. Femtometers, yes, femtometers. 10 to the power negative 15. These are usually in meters and millimeters and all of that. So as you come over here, this is from millimeters to micrometers, microwaves. And here it is in some meters and kilometers, meters to some kilometers. Okay, so that is long and short radio waves. You should know the approximate range of the wavelengths. If you know the order, that is enough. Don't need to know the exact values. Okay. Next important thing about the formulas in the electromagnetic wave is that electric field by magnetic field amplitude is the RMS electric field by RMS magnetic field, which is also the equation which is E naught sine kx plus minus omega t upon magnetic field sine kx plus or minus omega t. This is the instantaneous value, which is the speed of light, which is also root of permeability into permittivity. This is one major formula which you should know. Second major formula is that electrical energy density and magnetic energy density is equal in an electromagnetic wave. So it is half B naught square by mu naught is half epsilon naught into electric field square. This is all for electromagnetic waves only. Also, next important thing, electric field is here, magnetic field is here, and speed of light is here. Remember, E hat cross B hat will be C hat. You can also do B hat cross C hat will be E hat. You can also do C hat cross E hat will be B hat. This is useful to find the direction of the third thing, either the speed or the magnetic field or the electric field. Any of these things, if it is required, then please use this relationship. Please use this relationship. Okay. Okay. Next important thing is, if example, electric field is given as, let's say, 35 sine 1000 pi t minus some kx minus, let's say, some k, or let's say some forget this. Let's say this is given as omega t minus 5x plus 4y. Okay, something like this. Okay, then understand, if it is not just in x, if it is having x also, it has y also or z also. What this means is the speed of light is going in a direction of 5 I cap plus 4, y is having 4 as the coefficient, j cap, whole thing divided by the magnitude, means 5 square plus 4 square. So this is basically your C hat. You can use this to find B hat or E hat, anything. If E hat has to be found, use this. If B hat has to be found, use this. Okay, accordingly. So this is how you can find the direction of the velocity of the electromagnetic wave. Take the coefficients and divide it by 5 square plus 4 square, or whatever the coefficients are there, square it and take it under the root, like you find vector magnitude. Like you will find vector magnitude. Is this absolutely clear, everyone? Cool. Let's go ahead. So these questions have come. As you can see in the shift, something was given, something omega t 3x plus 4y. That means directional vector is 3 I cap plus 4 j cap divided by 3 square plus 4 square under the root. So that is the direction of the velocity of the light. Okay, electric field is given. What is the magnetic field? Compare the wavelengths. So as you can see, direct questions have come from whatever I am telling you over here. Okay, in all the shifts. Then the questions on focal length. Then the questions on focal length were very, very common. So first of all, if it is a curved mirror, okay, curved mirror, concave or convex, doesn't matter. So in this case, let's say this is the radius. In this case, let's say this is the radius. The focal point will be here. The focal point will be here. Here, the focal length, and in both the cases rather, in both the cases, R is basically 2 times of F. But here, the focal length is negative. Here, the focal length is positive for a convex mirror. Keep these things in mind. Also, 1 by V plus 1 by U is 1 by F, and magnification is negative V by U. And the power of that mirror is given by negative 1 by F. Okay, for power of a mirror, it is negative 1 by F. Keep that in mind. These are the formulas for mirrors. But when you talk about lenses, let's say this is one surface, this is one surface, the light is coming from here. So this is the first surface, so center one will be here. Then the light goes to this surface. So you have to take this as the second surface, this as the radius. So this is center 2. So then 1 by the focal length, and maybe the lens material is also given, mu L, maybe the outside medium, maybe the medium outside has a refractive index mu M. Then the focal length is given by focal length of a lens. This is refractive index of the lens with respect to the outside medium minus 1, 1 by R1 minus 1 by R2. This will follow the sign convention. It follows all the typical sign conventions. And this is also the power of a lens. There is no negative over here. Please mind that. There is no negative for a lens. Which also brings me to lens formula is 1 by V minus 1 by U is 1 by F. Instead of plus, there is minus. And magnification is just V by U. Standard formulas are being asked. You can see what kind of questions were there. Convex mirror has a focal length, refractive index. Find the focal length. Uh, Oh, this was very interesting where focal length of a concave convex mirror was asked if it is dipped inside a medium. What will happen? If you take a mirror, if you take a mirror and dip it inside a liquid, nothing will happen. The focal length only depends on the radius, not on the refractive index. So it will not change. Understood? If there is somebody from some earlier shifts and had got this question, you should raise your hand. Yeah. This was very tricky question. Many people got fooled and they thought mu will change it. For curved mirror, it does not depend. But then there were other questions like there is a lens given, focal length is given, find the radius. Or if the power is given, what is the focal length? Or if it is dipped in different refractive indices, what is the ratio of the focal length? These kind of questions have been asked on focal length. And ray optics was the majority question. Next important thing is combination of lenses related thing. Lenses were combined. So keep this in mind. If you have such lenses, combo of lenses, and you are converting it into one single lens, then 1 by f1 plus 1 by f2 plus 1 by fn is 1 by f effective. The power of the effective lens will be P1 plus P2 plus Pn. Magnification 1 into magnification 2 into magnification number n will be the net magnification. This is one of the first important concept for thin lenses in contact. This is for thin lens in contact. Next thing which was asked was breaking of a lens. If you take any lens, doesn't matter guys, even if you take a concave lens and let's say you break it into a part like this and a part like this, if this had power 2, this will be having still the same power P and P. Focal length F, this will have F and this will have F, because what you have done is you have broken it along this line. You've broken it along this line. But that same lens, you break it as plano-concave or plano-convex lenses, okay, like this. That means you have broken it along this line vertically. Then if this had power P, this will have P by 2 and P by 2. Power is inversely related to the focal length. So this will be 2F and this will be also 2F. So this question was also there in most of the shifts. Then you also had silvering of lenses. Then you also had silvering of lens questions. Silvering of lens questions. So remember this. If you have any kind of lens, doesn't matter, and one surface is silvered, this is always two lenses plus one mirror, which becomes an effective mirror, because the light will enter the lens, reflect, again enter the lens and exit. So it enters the lens two times and it reflects once. So two lenses and a mirror. Because the ray comes back, so it behaves like a mirror eventually. So just use the power formula, just same like here. Power of the lens but into two times plus power of that mirror only one time is that effective power, but the effectively it will be like a mirror. So power of a mirror is negative 1 by f. This is effective. Power of a mirror is 1 by f again into 2 over here. Power of a lens is 1 by fl. So you can use lens formula. You can use r by 2 formula for mirror. You will get the effective mirror focal length. This is the formula, my dear students. If you know it is two lens and a mirror, automatically you will write this and write this automatically and solve it. That's the logic of this. That's the logic of this. Cool? Awesome. Awesome. So, my dear students, let's go to some examples so that we can understand this concept. Let's say the question was like this: plano concave lens, and let's say this surface is silvered. Okay, plano concave lens, this is silvered. Can we find the effective focal length? Okay, let's do this. So what is this going to be equal to? You will have a concave lens, but 2 times, plus a convex mirror 1 time. This will behave like a, this will eventually behave like another mirror. This is your effective mirror. This is your effective mirror. Okay, let's say things are given to us. Let's say the radius is 20 centimeter. Let's say this mu is, let's say 2. Let's say the medium which is there outside, let's say the medium which is there outside has a refractive index of 1.5. Now you want to convert it into a mirror. Come on, my dear students, let's see what do we do. First of all, what is the power of that mirror? This is a mirror having a radius of 20 centimeters. Radius of curvature is plus 20. Focal length is r by 2. So it will be basically 10 centimeters and it will be positive. This is the focal length of the mirror. Is that right? Focal length is 10 centimeters. For the lens, what will we do? Well, 1 by FL, relative refractive index, which is 2 by 1.5 minus 1. This is a plane surface, which means infinite radius of curvature. Second surface has 20 centimeters on the positive side, so plus 20. So 2 by 1.5. This is 2 by 3 by 2 minus 1. 1 by infinity 0. So minus 1 by 20. So this will become 4 minus 1 by 3 into minus 1 by 20. 4 minus 1, right? Is that right? So 1.5 is 3 by 2, 2 2s are 4. 4 by 3 minus 1 is 1 by, oh, sorry, this was 3. Yeah, that will be 1 by 3. So 1 by 3. So minus 1 by 60. So that is 1 by FL. That is 1 by FL. Perfect. So now we can start doing our question. We know that 2 times power of the lens plus power of the mirror is effective power of that mirror. 2 times power of the lens. Power of the lens is 1 by FL. So 2 times 1 by 60 plus power of the mirror is negative 1 by focal length, which means 1 by 10. This is power of the mirror effectively. So minus 1 by F effective. So 2 into 1 by 60 is 1 by 30 minus 1 by 10 is negative 1 by F effective. So 1 by F effective will be, take that minus on the other side, 1 by 10 minus 1 by 30. LCM is 30. So 3 minus 1, which is 2 by 30, which is 1 by 15, but that is 1 by F effective. So F effective is 15 centimeters. So this guy has a effective focal length of 15 centimeters, this whole combination. Got it? How to solve these questions? Everyone? Come on, guys, light up the chat box. I need some energy because I'm going non-stop without break. After this, maths will start and then chemistry. Cool, Siddharth, very good. I don't know what to do. I've attended only 12 questions in this attempt. I'm not ready. I would say that if you have attempted very few questions this attempt and you're losing confidence, then remember it's a wake up call. You have 2 months and April can be way different. And if you think that, increasing the percentile or marks substantially is not possible, you're wrong. Because many people who realize their mistakes, right, they take it up as a challenge and they overcome all their hurdles in the next 2 months. And I have seen students who practice properly, follow 15-hour schedule properly, attend the classes which are going on, maybe in the revision batch or maybe the crash batch, and then there is a big jump in the score suddenly. So you have to practice all the models which came this year, all the shifts, practice all the questions, the last few years and very old papers, practice PYQs and see the difference in the April attempt. And if you want any help, obviously the JEE crash course is there where we are also teaching in pure English. The link should be there in the description. Do not forget to check it out because the batch is starting on 3rd of February. So right from day 1 till the end date, with mock tests, with practice, with your one shots and my lectures, recorded format are also there. Live batches are also there. All the options are there. It's up to you how you want to use it. Okay, cool. So everybody has warmed up. Yep. Great. Let's see the next. In YDSC, the main questions were on fringe width, which is lambda d by small d. And remember, wavelength inside any medium will be wavelength divided by refractive index. So this is coming because of the fact refractive index is speed of light upon speed of light in that medium. So C is nothing but F lambda. This is nothing but F into lambda m. Frequency is always going to be the same. So it's the wavelength which is going to be different inside different medium. So if medium changes, lambda changes, fringe width will also change. This was usually asked. One of the other common questions which was asked was the y coordinate of the fringe width will be n times lambda d by d, okay, of bright fringe, of that bright fringe. But if you ask me about the dark fringe, it will be nothing but odd times lambda d by 2d. This was for the dark fringe. And if there was any question on path difference, delta x, that will be d sine theta. That is for path difference, my dear warriors. So these were the only basic Laddu formulas which were there in Young's double slit experiment. Going to photoelectric questions. Going to photoelectric questions, my dear students. What were the formulas useful? First was the main photoelectric equation, which is the photon's energy is the work function plus the maximum kinetic energy. Work function is hf naught. Kinetic energy, you can also write it as half m v max square. Energy of the photon is h into f. Instead of that, you can also write hc by lambda is hc by lambda naught. And you can also write this as E into Vs. This is nothing but the stopping potential. K max is half m v square, which is also EVS. Work function is hf naught, which is also hc by lambda naught. Photon's energy is hf or hc by lambda. All these formulas are equivalent, and all the questions were directly whether photoelectric effect will occur or not, what is the work function, what is the wavelength of the photon, or what is the stopping potential. Direct questions on photoelectric effect. Next, semiconductor based, what were the questions? It was combined with current electricity. So first of all, remember, whenever you have a PN junction diode, PN junction diode, okay, whose symbol is P is connected to the positive, N is connected to the negative, right? So if current goes like this is forward bias. Okay, this is forward bias. And in forward bias, what happens is it's the diffusion current, which is more than the drift current. And that is why the current moves very nicely in the forward bias after the barrier is broken. But whereas in reverse bias, if the current goes like this is the reverse bias. It is that the diffusion current doesn't, it reduces, but the drift current dominates the diffusion current. That is why the net current is in the direction of the drift, and the current is very, very small. This is very, very small, but in the forward bias, it is large, but after the barrier is broken, and you should know the ideal current versus voltage graph. So for the forward bias, it goes like this. Okay, this is usually called as the knee voltage, after which the diode becomes conducting very nicely. And in the reverse bias, it is very less unless there is a sudden breakdown which happens over here. and this current is very small, which is also called as leakage current. It is also called as leakage current. As you can see here, Ohm's law is not valid. Ohm's law not valid because voltage is not proportional to the current. It is a curved line. Keep that in mind. All these things very, very important regarding a diode. You should also know that if you take a germanium diode, the voltage difference across it versus if you take a silicon diode, the voltage difference for germanium and silicon S for 7, so 7, so 0.7 volts difference is there. 0.7 volts difference is there. For germanium, it is 0.3 volts of voltage drop is there. If it is ideal, then the voltage drop across it is 0 volts. It is basically 0 volts. Keep that in mind. Next important thing is that if you use LED, whose symbol is something like this, it is always used in forward bias and it is heavily doped. It is heavily doped, and the light which comes out follows this equation. Energy of the light, which is the photons, is the energy gap which is there between those bands, between those junctions, and that is basically hc by lambda. The next diode which you have is a photodiode. Symbol, it is like this. It is in reverse bias. It is connected in reverse bias. Then again, next one, you have Zener diode. Symbol is like this. This is your Zener diode. It is also connected in reverse bias. It is used for voltage regulation. Voltage regulation. And it operates in the breakdown region. It operates in the breakdown region. Also, it is heavily doped. It is also heavily doped. All these points you should remember. Lastly, you have a solar cell. You have a solar cell. It generates electricity. Generates electricity. Remember, there is no biasing required here. No bias required. It is based on the concept of photoelectric effect. It's like photoelectricity. It is like photoelectricity. You don't connect anything because you get the current voltage from it. It behaves like a battery. So you don't connect a battery to a solar cell. It is never biased. Okay, there is no bias over here. Is that right? Everybody till this point absolutely clear? Very good. Awesomeness. Next, the last concept on logic gates, then the mathematics class will start. Then the mathematics class will start. Let me just check with Namrata ma'am once. Okay, so Namrata ma'am is ready, guys. Just 1 second. Okay. Okay. So logic gates related concepts. First of all, let's start with NOT gate. NOT means it will be like this, and truth table will be, if this is input, this is output. 0 will give 1, 1 will give 0. Operation, if this is Y, this is A, it is written down as A bar. The other ways you can make the NOT gate is if you take the inputs to a AND gate or basically even a NOR gate or basically even a NOR gate. Okay, if you short it, this two behave like a NOT gate. Yes, these two behave like a NOT gate. Whenever you short the inputs of AND or NOR gate, you will see that they behave like a NOT gate. You can see why. Because if both are 0, then the output should be 0. But it will behave because of this not, it will give you output as 1. If both are 1, output should be 1. That not will make it 0. So 0 will become 1, 1 will become 0. They both function like a NOT gate. Keep this in mind. Second important thing is the OR gate. The symbol for that is something like this. If this is A, this is B, this is Y. Y is A plus B. 0, 0 will give you 0. 0, 1 will give you 1. 1, 1, 0 will give you 1. 1, 1 will give you 1 again. Now, in the diode diagram, you can also construct it using a diode, by the way. It is basically, okay, what is the diode diagram? You will have two diodes. You will basically have two diodes, and you will be getting that particular gate. So the orientation of that diode really matters, my dear students. Like, for example, if that particular diode is like this, some resistor, some ground over here. These are your inputs A and B. The diodes are facing your output. It is a OR gate. Keep that in mind. Diodes are facing your output. It is a OR gate. The exact opposite will be for AND gate. This is the symbol of AND. This is A, this is B, this is Y. Y is A dot B. 0, 0 will give you 0. 0, 1, 0. 1, 0 also nothing. Only when both are true, the output is high. And the diode diagram is exactly opposite, like this. Show the diodes here. This is your output. These are your inputs A and B, and show this resistor connected to the ground. So this is a AND gate. Yes, this is basically your AND gate. Is that right? Everybody with me? Clear? Awesomeness. Very good. This kind of questions, did it come? Yes, they definitely came. Lastly, you should know what is XOR gate. XOR gate, which is shown like this. 0, 0 will give you 0, 0 will give you basically 0. 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, but both are same, again 0. Exclusive OR, both are opposite, only then the output is high. And the symbol for that is Y is equal to A plus, like this, B. Okay, you circle it. So XOR gate, exclusively OR. Both are opposite, then only the output is 1. And you will use this De Morgan's property. De Morgan's property for some questions. There were some questions on De Morgan's also, which is A plus B whole bar. If it is plus, put a dot. If it is plus, put a dot. Put A and B separate with the bar also separate. If it is A dot B whole bar, dot, if it is there, put a plus. Then put A separate, put B separate with their individual bars. So these formulas can be also useful for solving some questions on logic gates. Is that okay, everyone? Right. So it's now time for mathematics. I hope you have liked the session. If you want to take a break, take a quick break of 2 minutes. Ma'am will be back now, okay, on the screen. Okay, ready for the maths and then the chemistry. All right. So I'm ending the stream. So Namrata ma'am, I think you will be able to take over.
All right, Ninja Warrior. So now is the time to revise mathematics, the important concepts as well as some questions which were asked in 22nd, 23rd and 24th January, shift 1 and shift 2 both. But before I start any further, do let me know that ma'am, yes, you are perfectly audible and visible in today's session. Am I live, guys? Okay. All right, give me a green signal that ma'am, you're perfectly audible and visible. Okay, hi Avantika. Hi, Srinidhi. All right. Hi, SK. Okay, lunch break you are asking. No, 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 no lunch break. I was waiting for you guys for so long. I was sitting since half an hour. Okay, okay, okay. All right, let's start mathematics. Okay. Okay, let's start. Hi, Gina. How are you? Hi, Shalini. Okay. Perfect. Let's start. Let's start. So the very first concept by concept, we are going to study. The very first concept you can clearly see is from straight lines chapter, coordinate geometry, and this particular concept, which is image of a point about a line, is asked exactly twice. Similar type of question you can clearly see on your screen. Okay, the duration of the class is going to be approximately 1 hour 15 minutes or 1.5 hours basically. Image of a point about a line. Now let us understand this particular topic from the scratch and then solve a previous year question which was asked in previous or only recent year question. Okay, so understand image of a point about a line. Image of a point about a line. Okay, direct formula based question. It is given +4 short marks you can get if this particular concept comes in your upcoming 28 and 29 January shift. Okay, so understand, suppose you are having a point and that point P is alpha comma beta. Sorry, this point, let's say x1 comma y1. Yes, let's say x1 comma y1. x1 comma y1, correct? Now you are having a line. By the way, this problem is from 2D geometry, not from 3D geometry, but 2D geometry, coordinate geometry. So line equation you already have, ax plus by plus c equals to 0. And now the question is about, they are asking the image of this line. Let us assume that image is alpha comma beta. Can anybody tell me what is the formula for this particular? Am I not live? Am I not live? Am I not live? Let me check. Now, okay. Visible, na? Why are you guys saying live ended, live ended, live? No, I am perfectly live. Yes, okay. So this was the concept. Now the formula, direct formula. Suppose now point is given to you, line is given to you, image is asked from you. What is the formula? Direct formula, alpha minus x1. Okay, so alpha minus x1 is equals to, so image minus given point again is equals to beta minus y1, image minus given point is equals to, now the denominator will have coefficient of x from the line, here coefficient of y from the line, and this is going to become -2, and you have to just plug this point. This is the point, right? Plug this point in this line. So it is going to have ax1 plus by1 plus c upon a square plus b square. This is the concept, image of a point from a line. Okay, all right, direct formula we can apply and calculate the answer. Now let us understand the concept over here, which is this. Understand what are they asking. This was the question asked in 22nd January shift 1. Okay, direct formula we can apply, get +4 marks. Let the triangle PQR be the image of a triangle with vertices 1, 3, 3, 1 and 2, 4. So what they are trying to say over here is, we have a triangle. Suppose this triangle is A, B and C. Okay, now this triangle is having vertices 1, 3, 3, 1 and 2, 4. Correct? Let the triangle PQR be the image of triangle with vertices. So now you have a triangle PQR. Now image of A, B and C will become what? Image of this particular triangle will become here. So it will be P, Q and R. Now this image will be about this line, x plus 2y equals to 2. Now they are talking about centroid of triangle PQR. centroid of triangle PQR they are talking about. Okay, all right. Yes, okay. Understand how to calculate. So first of all, you will calculate centroid of this particular triangle, and the image of this centroid you are going to calculate about this line, and you will get centroid of this triangle. Okay, so can anybody tell me what will be the centroid of this particular triangle? So centroid of this particular triangle will be 1 plus 3 plus 2. So that is 6 by 2. Sorry, 6 by 3, sum of x coordinate by 3 and sum of y coordinate by 3, 3, 4. So 3 plus 1, 4, 4 plus 4, 8. So this is going to become 8 by 3. So centroid is 2, 8 by 3. So as per this question, this x1, y1 is 2, 8 by 3. Correct? Okay. And we are here to calculate image of 2, 8 by 3 about x plus 2y minus 2. So x plus 2y minus 2 equals to 0. So this line is x plus 2y minus 2 equals to 0. Correct or not? This line I'm deleting, I'm removing. Direct formula if I apply, so and alpha comma beta is the image, correct? So 2 8 by 3. Alpha minus 2 is equals to beta minus 8 by 3 upon this is my line, 1 2 are the coefficients, and minus 2 times you have to put this point in this line. So 2 plus 16 by 3, and you're going to get what? Minus 2 upon a square plus b square. Here a is 1, b is 2. So 1 square plus 2 square is what? 2 square will be 4. Correct? So if I just solve it, clearly 2 and 2 are getting cancelled out. So alpha minus 2, can anybody tell me? From here I can get alpha minus 2 will be equals to minus of 32 by 15. Okay. So alpha is equals to 2 minus 32 by 15. So this is going to become minus 2 by 15. This is your alpha. Similarly, if you see over here beta, beta will be what? Tell me. So beta will be beta minus 8 by 3 is going to be what? Minus 4, and minus 4 by 5 into you're going to get 16 by 3. Correct? So if you solve it, you're going to get beta is equals to minus 24 by 15. This is your beta. Alpha is minus 2 by 15. Beta is minus 24 by 15. If I go back and put the value, so this is 15 minus 2 by 15 plus 24 by 15. Can anybody tell me what is the value of this particular question? What is the answer? 22 is the direct answer of this question. Okay, all right, clear, clear, clear. Physics part is not visible. Physics part is not visible, you are saying, but understand that it happens with, this is the thing with YouTube, when we are multiple streaming. So what happens? Physics part will be there, then mathematics part will be appearing, then chemistry part will be appearing. Once the stream has ended, once the stream is ended, after 15 to 20 minutes, it takes some time to process, and then all the 3 streams will be available collectively. So do not panic, do not worry about it. Okay. Yes, hi Shiva Kumari, I am absolutely fine. Okay, all right, clear. Chalo. So this question, image of a point about a line, plus 4 marks you can get if you understand this particular concept. Let us move on to the next over here, which is properties of adjoint. You can see that 2 questions were asked in 22nd January shift 1. This you can see 24 January shift 2. So first of all, let us just understand properties, some properties of adjoint. So properties of adjoint. Okay, properties of adjoint. Okay. The very first property is going to give you determinant of adjoint of A is nothing but determinant A power n minus 1. This is your determinant of adjoint of A. Second, determinant of adjoint of A is going to become determinant of A power n minus 1 square. Third, determinant of adjoint of adjoint of adjoint 3 times a, determinant a power n minus 1 whole cube. Okay, whole cube is right here. Then we are having fourth. Now we are having adjoint of so many times, let's say k times. Okay, k times adjoint of a, that is going to give you determinant a power n minus 1 power k. Now understand that in JEE Main, most of the time you will get the, what is n over here? N is nothing but order of the matrix A. Okay, n you are seeing, which is nothing but order of the matrix. Now if you go and check 90% of the time, they give order of a matrix as 3 cross 3. Right, very popular. Order of matrix will be given as 3 cross 3. So I'll be telling you all the formulas related to 3 cross 3. Now understand, determinant adjoint A will become what? Determinant A 3 minus 1 2 square. So this is determinant A square ka square power 4. So understand, single time adjoint to square, double time adjoint to power 4, triple time adjoint. So this is going to give you determinant A 2 ka cube. So 2 ka cube is 8, 3 times. And this is what? Determinant A 2 ki power k. So basically this is the idea when order is, if order is 3. Okay, this is the property you all should remember, number 1 property. Okay, this is the first thing. Now another thing which you all should remember is determinant of Ka. Can anybody tell me? So if a constant is stuck inside the determinant, you can take that constant out. Just take this constant out. Take this constant out, but the power of this constant will become power 3, if basically power n. Okay, if I generalize, this is k power n. Now if your order is 3, n is equals to 3 if given, then this will become k cube determinant A. These two properties are very, 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 very important. Okay, very, very important. Now let me just allow me to solve both the questions. Okay, so these are the two questions which were asked in JEE Mains C 22nd January, shift attempt 24 January, shift 1. So now one by one I'll pick. So these are the two questions which I'm going to pick. This question can be done within 10 seconds. Trust me, within 10 seconds. So over here, just tell me, this is actually determinant of 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times adjoints. Determinant of 4 times adjoint. So this is going to become determinant of n minus 1 power k. K is how many times your adjoint is written. So 4 times. Now over here, they have already given 3 cross 3. So n is this determinant a power 2 power 4. Understand, this is 2 power 4. 2 power 4 is 16. Determinant a power 16 is the answer, which is 2 power 16. Can you see within 10 seconds you can get this answer? Yes? Good question. What do you think? Very good question. Okay. Alright, this is the question. Now this particular question, this will take some of our time, but again this is not a very difficult question. I have a feeling that definitely in 28th and 29th this type of question will definitely be there. Okay, so now let me just copy this statement over here, which is determinant A is given as -2. So determinant 3 adjoint. Determinant 3 adjoint. Okay, then we have -6 adjoint 3a. -6 adjoint 3a. Okay, determinant close. This is equals to 2 power, they have given m, n and 3 power m. Correct? We have to figure out the value of n and m. Alright, very good question. Now understand the very first property which I am going to apply right now. This 3 I will take out, 3 is gone, 3 will come out, 3 cube. So 3 cube, determinant of adjoint of -6, adjoint of 3a, and this is 2 power n, 3 power m. Correct? Now, understand the trick. You remove the adjoint and apply the square. Watch me. Remove the adjoint, apply the square. So 3 cube is 3 cube. And this is -6 adjoint 3a whole square. Correct? Okay, ma'am. Now this again -6 is a constant stuck inside determinant. -6, if you take it out, you apply power 3. Okay, remember the property determinant Ka is equals to K cube determinant A. So you take it out, apply power 3. So 3 cube is right there, minus 6. Minus 6 cube. But understand, this is the common mistake. Please do not do this silly mistake. Minus 6 is already having power 2. Now minus 6, if you take it out, power 3 is there. Now power 2 was already there. Students miss out on this particular power. See, minus 6 was already having power 2, and this is adjoint of 3a. One by one, step by step, if you do, nothing will happen. This is 3 cube. This is 6 power. You can see 3 to the 6. This is adjoint 3a. Adjoint 3a. Understand this formula. Adjoint a is equals to determinant a square for order equals to 3. So this is determinant 3a whole square, and this is you're going to get C. This is 2 power 6. And 3 power 6, this is 3 power 3 already. Now this 3 will come out. Again, same property. This 3 will come out, power will be cube. So 3 cube ka square, again 3 power 6, determinant A square. Determinant A is minus 2, so this is going to become minus 2 square. So clearly this is 2 power 8 and 3 power, can anybody tell me, 3 plus 6 is 9. 9 plus 6 is 15. Okay. Sorry, 15. Is it correct? Sorry, 1 square was already there, na? So this is, yes, 1 square was already there. This is power 4. This is power 4, na? This is power 4. Now 3 will come out. So 3 ka cube. So this is 3 power 12. Okay. This is 3 power 12. See, this already square was already there. Now you remove adjoint, one more square. So 3 power 12 and determinant A power 4. So this is going to give you 2 power 6 and 2 power 4. So 2 power 10. Multiply. This is going to become 6 plus 3, 9. 9 plus 12. Tell me. So N is coming out as 10. M is coming out as 21. 10 comma 21 as per this question. 10 comma 21. So this is 21. This is 10. So answer will be what? 4 2s are 8. 84 plus 20. So this is going to give you 104 as the answer. Yes? Clear? Got it? Important question. This you can get in upcoming your JEE main attempt. Okay. All right. Clear? Another question on equivalence relation. Okay, you can see that 3 type of question are asked. 23rd January shift 1, 22nd January shift 1 and 22 January shift 2. So let us first understand the concept of equivalence relation. Okay, a relation is called as equivalence relation. Equivalence relation. Okay, when it satisfies 3 conditions. First one is reflexive relation. A relation is called as reflexive on set A. On set A. Suppose set A is 1, 2, 3. Suppose set A is given as 1, 2, 3. Now, if you're checking that your relation is reflexive on set A, that means it should contain R should basically A comma A. A comma A should belong to your relation for all values of A belongs to capital A. Understand? Suppose you are having a set 1, 2, 3 and you have to check whether your relation is reflexive or not. So your relation should contain 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. If it is containing all 3 ordered pairs, then only your relation is reflexive, otherwise not. If your set is 1, 2, 3, 4, now you're checking for reflexive, then it should have 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, all 4 ordered pairs. Are you understanding my point? Okay. Then, so yes, this is how it reflexive is. Now symmetric. A relation is called as symmetric if if you say that A comma B is belonging to that relation, that simply means that B comma A should also be sitting inside your relation. Understand? If you are saying that ma'am 1 comma 2 is there in my relation, then you'll be like, okay, if 1 comma 2 is there, then 2 comma 1 should always be there. Then only you can call it as symmetric. Otherwise, you can't call it as symmetric. Understand this thing. Okay? Alright. Now, third, transitive. So suppose A comma B and B comma C is sitting inside your relation R. These two ordered pairs are sitting there already. Then you should check for A comma B, B comma C. Then you should check for A comma C should also belongs to R. Then only you can call your relation as transitive relation. Otherwise, your relation won't be transitive. Now understand. So these are, so if a relation is symmetric, reflexive and transitive, all three conditions are getting satisfied, then you can call that thing as a equivalence relation. Okay, understanding? Yes, technical? Understanding or not? Number of equivalence relation they are asking. Number of equivalence relation on set A. Understand? Number of equivalence relation on set A. Let me do this particular problem right here. Okay, equivalence relation one by one we will tackle. So first of all, understand your relation R1. Let us make it reflexive. Okay, if a relation is equivalence, the very first condition is it has to be reflexive. It has to be reflexive. That means for sure it should have 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2 and 3 comma 3. It should definitely have this. Okay. Yes. So now this relation is reflexive, ma'am. Now check whether this particular relation is symmetric as well. So ma'am, symmetric means if 1 comma 2 is there, then 2 comma 1 should always be there. If 1 comma 2 is not there, then we don't have to worry about it. So in here, 1 comma 2 or like that is not there. Like A comma B type ka relation, A comma B type ka ordered pair is not there. So if A comma B is not there, then B comma A will also be not there. So that means this relation, if I talk about this relation, this is reflexive, symmetric, transitive. Okay. So this is like your relation number 1. Understanding or not? Understanding. Now think about this. R2, relation number 2. 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3. Now R2, obviously any relation which is equivalent, it has to be reflexive. So 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3 should always be there. But now experiment. We need to experiment. Okay, we need to think what other relation can be reflexive. So I will do one thing. I will add 1 comma 2 and 2 comma 1 to it, because I want, other than this, I'm thinking now what all other relation can be symmetric. So I think this, if I add, then obviously my relation is reflexive. So it's definitely there. Symmetric, it's already there. And what about transitive? Is there any problem I'm having with transitive? So 1 comma 2 and 2 comma 2 is there. So 1 comma 2 is there. So see, this relation is, yes, reflexive, symmetric, transitive. Now understand. Similarly, in place of 1 comma 2, 2 comma 1, if R3, what I'm going to do is R3 may I'm going to add this, and I'm going to do 1 comma 3, 3 comma 1. And R4 may, what we are going to do is again 1 comma 2, 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3 will be there, 2 comma 3 and 3 comma 2. So these are what? 4 relations you can clearly see. Now R5. R5 may again 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3 will always be there. R5 may. Now 1 comma 2, 2 comma 1, along with that 1 comma 3, 3 comma 1. Now understand. Okay. This is what? Symmetric, reflexive, but transitive. Let me check for transitive. See, 1 comma 3 is there, and okay, 2 comma 1. Oh, can you see? 2 comma 1 and 1 comma 3 are right there. 2 comma 1, 1 comma 3. Hello? 2 comma 1, 1 comma 3. That means 2 comma 3 should be there, because this is not transitive right now. So we need to add 2 comma 3, and if we are adding 2 comma 3, then I have to compensate. Let me add 3 comma 2 as well. Okay. So now if I bracket close, just tell me that this is one more relation which is reflexive, symmetric, transitive. So correct answer of this particular question is 5. 5, I can say 5 relations. 5 relations. Okay, good question, I would say. Very good question. Okay. All right. Okay, where does the physics video gone? Do not worry about it. Physics will be there. Once I end the stream, then after 15-20 minutes, physics will be visible. Do not worry. Okay. All right. Chalo. Now this particular question, again we will do this question as well. Very good question. A relation defined on set A, how many ordered pairs are added to this particular relation so that it becomes equivalence relation? Okay. How many ordered pairs need to be added so that it becomes equivalence relation? So obviously first you need to add 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. Yes or no? 4 ordered pairs, so you can clearly see right away. Now 1, 1, 2 is there. So you need to add 2, 1 to make it symmetric. 3, 2 is there. So you need to add 3, 2, 3 is there. 3, 2 you need to add, correct? To make it symmetric. Now transitive. Now transitive, you need to check for transitive. Understand. 1, 2 and okay. 2, 3, 3, 2. Okay. 3, 3. So I think, is it transitive? So 1, 2, 2, 1 and 1, something. 1, 3 is not there, right? I think, okay, 4 plus 2, 6, is it? 4 plus 2. So that it becomes equivalent. So 4 ordered pairs to make it reflexive. 1, 2 to 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. And now 3, 3 was already there. Okay, sorry. So this was already there. Now I don't need to add it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So answer to this particular question is 5 ordered pair I need to add to make it equivalence. Okay, understanding? Getting my point? Okay, now this question you all should do. I have also solved this question on in discussion as well. Now directly let's get to this topic, which is linear differential equation in x and y both. Trust me, this particular question will definitely be there on 28 and 29 January shift. Okay, understand. Linear differential equation LDE. In y, so we have already seen. Let me just revise you. Suppose you have a differential equation of the type dy by dx plus py equals to q. Okay, and over here dy by dx plus py is equals to q. Integrating factor will be e raised to power integral of p dy. Here p comma q are function of x. Understand, this type of differential equation, this look-alike of differential equation. So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to calculate integrating factor. There is a direct formula. You don't have to solve differential equation. You just have to calculate integrating factor and put the value. Integrating factor is equals to e raised to power integral of p dx, not dy, p dx, because this p is function of x, right? So p dx. Now y multiply integrating factor is equals to integration of q multiply integrating factor dx plus c. This is what your formula is. So calculate integrating factor, plug in the value here and here, integrate this particular thing and plug in the value. Okay, this is linear differential equation in y, but understand that linear differential equation in y is also coming, but more than that, linear differential equation in x is coming in JEE Mains 2025. So again, similar thing, but a little bit different. So now dy by dx, so LDE in x. How does LDE in x look like? Dx by dy plus px is equals to q, where p and q are function of y. Integrating factor will be what? E raised to power integral of p dy. Understand, Only x and y are getting interchanged, that's it. Everything else is same. And now over here we have x multiply integrating factor is equals to q integrating factor dy plus c. This is your final solution. So can you see linear differential equation in x and linear differential equation in y? Okay. Alright, now let us have a look at this question. Can you see this question? This is clear cut a linear differential equation in x. Dx by dy plus this is 1 upon y square into x. So p is, see, understand, dx by dy plus px equals to q. Can anybody tell me from this question what is the value of p? P is 1 by y square and q is also 1 by y square, correct? Yes, p is 1 by y square and q is 1 by y square. X of 0 is given as 1 and x of half is they have asked. So obviously first thing, integrating factor, can anybody tell me? E raised to power integral of 1 by y square dy. Integration will be e raised to power minus 1 by y. Now linear differential equation in x, direct formula, x into integrating factor plus integral of q. So 1 upon y square and this is minus 1 by y dy plus c. Now you have to integrate this particular part, understand. So minus 1 by y I have taken as t. So this is going to give you 1 by y square dy is equals to dt. So this is what 1 by y square dy is equals to dt. This is e raised to power t. This is it plus c. Now you just have to integrate this. Okay, using by parts. First function constant, integration of second minus integration of derivative of first function. This is plus c x e raised to power minus 1 by y. Now t will be replaced by 1 by y. So t will be replaced by 1 by y. So this is what? Tell me. So t e raised to power, so minus 1 by y e raised to power minus 1 by y and minus e raised to power t, so e raised to power minus 1 by y. This is your solution. Okay, now what you have to do is, you have to, x of 0 is given as 1. So you have to put y equals to 0, you will get x equals to 1. Y equals to 0 you put, you will get x equals to 1. So put y is equals to 0 and you will get x equals to 1. Okay, then you have to calculate x of half. So this is DIY, I am just leaving this up to you. Solve it. This is also linear if you solve it, LDE in x. So calculate the value of dx by dy and then solve it. Okay. Alright. So this is linear differential equation in x and y category type of question. Now shortest distance between two lines. Very good question. Definitely this type of question will be there. Okay. Okay. Definitely this type of question will be there. Let me revise you the formula. Shortest distance between two lines. Direct formula based. Okay. Shortest distance between two lines. Physics lecture, 4th time I am telling you that physics lecture will be visible only after the stream has got ended. Okay. So if you keep on commenting, it will not be there, right? Okay. Shortest distance between two skew lines. Suppose you are having a line x1 minus x1, y1 minus y1, z1 minus z1 upon a, b, c. Sorry, a1, b1, c1. This is line number 1. X minus x2, y minus y2, z minus z2 upon a2, b2, c2. Line 1, line 2. Okay. Now understand the shortest distance between these two lines will be x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. Okay. This is a1, b1, c1, a2, b2, c2. Okay. Upon, this is what? I, j, k. This is a1, b1, c1, a2, b2, c2. Understand this formula. Let me just tell you. Suppose you have line 1, line 2. Correct? Now line 1 is a1, b1, c1. Line 2 is a2, b2, c2. Direction ratio I'm talking about. So here in the numerator part, row 1, this is your row number 1. Row number will have direction ratio of line number 1. Row 2 will have direction ratio of line number 2. Now row 1, sorry, this is row 2 and row 3. Now row 1 will have what? The first row will have difference of x coordinates, y coordinates and z coordinates of both the lines, x2 minus x1, y2 minus y1, z2 minus z1. By the way, you can do x1 minus x2, y1 minus y2, z1 minus z2 as well. Okay, so it doesn't matter because modulus will be there. Do not forget modulus is there. So that is why it doesn't matter. And in the denominator, you have to take cross product of direction ratio of first line and second line. This is the direct formula. Okay, this is the direct formula. Okay. All right, now understand this is the question which we are going to do. X minus 2, y minus 1 and z plus 3, correct? This is the question. Direct formula based we are going to do x minus 2, y minus 1, z plus 3. Okay, and it is going to be what? 1, 2 minus 3. 1, 2 minus 3. Let me go back. This is x plus 1, y plus 3, z plus 5. X plus 1, y plus 3, z plus 5. Okay. This is 2, 4 minus 5. 2, 4 minus 5. Okay. Correct. Clear? Okay. All right, ma'am, 7 is the answer. 1, 3 and 3, 1 missed to make equivalence. Let me go back and check. Okay, let us focus on this now. Understand, row number 2 will have 1, 2 and minus 3. Row number 3 will have 2, 4 and minus 5. Correct? And this is 2. See, the point will be 2, 1, minus 3. From here, the point will be minus 1, minus 3, minus 5. Correct? So this is 3, this is 4 and this is 2. Upon I, J, K, this is 1, 2 minus 3, 2, 4 minus 5. Correct? Okay, now solve it out. So now this is going to become 3. My shortest distance between these two skew lines. So shortest distance. Now they are saying square of shortest distance is nothing but what? M upon N. Square of shortest distance is given as M upon N. So over here square of shortest distance. Okay. All right. How to shortest distance in form of points? Lag bol rahe? Lag is not there, no? I think I am live. Can anybody please write that physics video will be there? Okay, do not worry, because like I cannot stop teaching and just every time I can tell that physics video will be there. Okay, physics video is not vanished. It's a thing with YouTube. It takes time to process. So once I end the live stream, after the live stream, you'll get that video now. Do not worry. So have some patience, okay? All right. Okay, so shortest distance between two lines, one question will definitely be there. Then we have a direct, and now this is the very much doable question, trust me. This is the question which all you should do it, okay? So where direct question, you can see AP related question, general term and sum of terms, okay? SN denotes the sum of first n terms of an arithmetic progression, okay? S40 is given, S12 is given, and they are asking the value of S30 minus S10, correct? S40 is given. S40 is given as 1030, correct? S12 is given as 57. And they are talking about what? S30 minus S10. Direct equation solving game. It's just that you have to bus know about the calculations, okay? All right. Okay. S40, 40 by 2. 2a plus 39d is equals to 1030. Correct? This is 20, 0, 0 cancel. So this is 4a plus 39 ka double. No, 18 and 78d is equals to 103. Or what you can do is, you can do this. 2a plus 39d is equals to 103 by 2. This is your first equation. Now S12, understand, S12. So S12 में 6, 2a plus 11d is equals to 57. 3 के table से we can cancel it out. Yes, 3 1s are 3, 3 2s are 6, 3 1s are 3, 3 9s are 27. So 2a plus 11d is equals to 19 by 2. This is your second equation. Now you just have to subtract this minus this. So 39 minus 11 will be what? 28. So 28d is coming out as 103 minus 19 upon 2. Correct? 103 minus 19 by 2. So 103 minus 19 by 2 will give you what? 104 by 2. 104 will be 52. So d is coming out as 52 by 28. Okay, let me check what is the value of d you are getting. So d from here will be 3 by 2. 42 का आ रहा है क्या? Okay, 19 by 2, 103 by 2. So yes, 42 by 28. 42 by 28. S12 is given as, let me just check the data. 12 by 2. Oops. Yes, this is not 6 by 2, not 12 by 2. If you subtract, what are you going to get? Hold on. See, this is your equation. So 2a plus 11d is equals to 19 by 2. This is it. So d from here will be what? Tell me. Okay, 42. D from here, 28d will be 42. Is it? Okay, is it like that? Can anybody tell me what is the value of d? What is the value of d from here? So 103 minus, I would say 4 and 10 minus 1. So okay, correct. So d is nothing but this is 42. Yes, 42 by 28. 7 1s are 7 4s are 28, 7 6 are 40, 7 6 are 42. So d is coming out as 3 by 2. Yes, you put the value of d over here, which is 3 by 2, by the way, you will get your answer. So 2a plus 39 into 3 by 2 is equals to 103 by 2. So 2a is going to give you what? 103 minus 9 3s are 27, 2 carry 3 3s are 9, 10, 11, and this is upon 2. 2a is nothing but this is what? Minus 14, so minus 7 by 2. This is your A. So A is right here, D is right here, S30 minus S10. You just have to plug in now. So let me just directly show the solution. S30 minus S10. So S30 will be what? 15 2A plus 29D. Okay, minus S10 will be minus 5 2A plus 9D. Put the value of A and D. So you will get 515 as the answer. Okay. All right. Yes. Clear. Perfect. Understand. Now understand, one more question is right here. This is the very easy question. In an AP with common difference 3 by 2, 3x square minus px plus q was the equation, and their roots are 10th and 11th terms of and their roots are 10th and 11th terms. Okay. Now tell me, any AP with having common difference 3 by 2, what will be the 10th term? So ma'am, 10th term is a plus 9d. So a plus 9. So 9 into d. So 9 3s are 27 by 2. This is your 10th term. And what about their 11th term? Can anybody tell me? 11th term will be a plus 10d. So 10 into 3 by 2. Okay, this is going to give you a plus 15. Sorry, this is 2. Okay, this is your 11th term. So this is your first, this is your alpha and this is your beta. Okay, all right. Their roots are this. And sum of 11 terms is 88. Sum up to 11 terms is given as 88. So understand 88 is equals to 11 by 2, 2a plus 10 times into d. So you are going to get 11 ones are 11 eights are 16 equals to 2a plus 15. Okay, this is 5. So 15. A is equals to 2a is equals to 1. A is half. A is coming out as half. Plug in the value of a half. If a is half, this is going to be 14. And beta is going to be what? 15 plus half. Now alpha and beta are right there. So sum of roots. Tell me sum of roots. Alpha plus beta will be what? P by 3. Sum of roots you know. The P value you will get. Product of roots will be what? Q by 3. So product, if you multiply these two, you will get Q by 3. Correct? So value of Q you will get, value of P you will get, and you are done with this question. Q minus 2P easily calculatable. Yes or no? Yes or no? Understanding this point? Okay. So I think sequence and series mein this is the question. And now again similar pattern question. Relation between roots and coefficients. So suppose you have this equation ax square plus bx plus c equals to 0. Sum of roots, can anybody tell me? Minus b by a. Product of roots, can anybody tell me? C by a. Only this much is required. Okay. Equivalence sum. Okay. Hold on. Equivalence wala na? You are asking equivalence. All right. This question you were saying that ma'am 1, 3 and 3, 1 is not there. Right? That's what you were saying. Yes, Immortal Ishan. Yes, Immortal Ishan. 1, 3. What are you talking about? 1, 3, 3, 1. But it is not required. Understand? See, sorry, this is a memory based question. Now, how many they will always ask? How many minimum ordered pair? Minimum ordered pair. So understand that, see, no Santosh Kumar, understand. In the question, they are saying that relation is having 1, 2. So my problem is that if 1, 2 is there, na, then I will have to add 2, 1. Correct? So that is why I have added 2, 1. If 2, 3 is there, then I have added 3, 2. So to make it symmetric. Now just understand, symmetric is there. Yes, ma'am. Reflexive is there. Yes, ma'am. Now is it transitive? If it is not transitive, then we have to add. So let me check for transitive now. Okay. So transitive may understand 1, 2 and 2, something. No situation is getting formed like that. 1, okay. No. So 1, 2, 2, 3 is there. Now to make it transitive, sorry, you are absolutely right. To make it transitive, 1, 2 and 2, 3 is there. So you have to add 1, 3. So 1, 3 will be added, and if 1, 3 is added, 3, 1 will also be added. Sorry, you are absolutely right. Thank you, Santosh. 7 is the correct answer of this particular question. 7 is absolutely correct. Yes. Because transitive is also given, na? Transitive is also given. Absolutely correct. Okay, my bad. Yes. So 7. 7. Thank you. 7. ठीक है? Okay. चलो. Yes. Now moving on to this question, which was relation between roots and coefficient. Okay? Relation between roots and coefficient. Okay, so this is the concept, very basic concept. Now understand, this is your equation. Sum of maximum and minimum values is what we are looking for. Sum of maximum and minimum values. Okay, let me just switch on this AC. So hot over here. Okay. So now sum of roots, can anybody tell me what is sum of roots? Alpha plus beta in this question will be minus cos theta by 2, and alpha beta in this question will be what? Minus 1 by 2, correct? This is what is given to us. Now we need to calculate alpha power 4 plus beta power 4, correct? Alpha plus beta, alpha square plus beta square is alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. So before calculating alpha power 4 plus beta power 4, let me calculate alpha square plus beta square. Yes or no? This is the formula. So alpha square plus beta square. Put the value. So this is cos square theta by 4 minus 2 times, so plus 2 by 2, so plus 1. Alpha square plus beta square. Now understand alpha power 4 plus beta power 4 will be alpha square plus beta square ka whole square. So if you open it, you will get alpha power 4, beta power 4 plus 2 alpha square beta. So I need to subtract. So this is 2 alpha beta whole square. So now 1 plus cos square theta by 4 whole square minus, this is alpha beta whole square. Understand? This is alpha beta whole square. So 1 by 4. So minus 2 by 4. So minus 1 by 2. This is your final alpha power 4 plus beta power 4. Understanding this point? Getting it? Yes? Okay. Clear? Now maximum and minimum value. Since this is a cos square theta minimum value can be 0, maximum can be 1 because square is there. So if you put cos square theta equals to 0, the value will be 1 minus half. 1 minus half will be what? Half. So minimum value of this expression is equals to half. Now if you put cos square theta is equals to 1. So cos square theta is equals to 1. So 1 plus 1 by 4. So this is 5 by 4. 25 by 4 minus half. Max value is 25 by 4 minus half. Now sum of maximum and minimum value. The moment you add these two values, the correct answer will be 25 by 4. Okay. So I can see linear differential equation mein you are writing linear differential equation. So this was a memory based question, na? So let me just remove that condition, okay? So this condition is, let's suppose this condition is not given because this is not a correct condition, okay? Linear differential equation you are saying, na? Ha. See, so you are saying that it is not defined. No. It's not like that. Understand. Understand over here. So okay. If you put y equals to 0, this is minus 1 upon 0. Minus 1 upon 0 will be what? Minus 1 upon 0. So e power minus infinity, this is going to become 0. This is also going to become 0. So c is coming out as 0. Constant term is 0 over here. Okay? Constant term is 0. Y cube is there, you are saying? Constant term is 0. Sorry, this is y cube, correct. Y cube is there, no? So 1 by y, y cube is there, correct. Y square hai, to y cube will be there. So this is maybe cube over here. So so negative sign will be there. This is positive. Okay. Now x of 0 is equals to 1. Correct. So this is 0, 0, 0. Constant term is coming out as 0. X of half. So that means you have to put y is equals to 2. Correct. So this is x e raised to power minus 2 is equals to half. So 2 e raised to power minus 2 plus e raised to power minus 2. Correct. So this is x is equals to, this is gone. So 3. Like that. Okay. Okay. So integrating factor I already told you, na, integrating factor is e power integration of whatever is written over here. So 1 by y square integration is minus 1 by y. Okay, so basically this is a little bit here and there. The question is here and there. Where can I get physics question? Physics question. Physics session you will get right after I end this session. Okay. All right. Now King's rule. King's rule. Understand the King's rule. Over here, this is A to B f of x dx. Okay, if this is given, then King's rule says that if this integration is given, then this x will be replaced by a plus b minus x dx. Limits will be same. Very important. Definitely one question will be there. Now understand when to apply. When to apply. When to apply. So first you can apply this when you see definite integration question, di question, when there is trigonometry plus algebra involved. Trigo plus okay. Exactly two times King's rule will work. First, when you see definite integration, suppose example, let me just give you example, integration of x sin x. Algebra and trigonometry together, definitely King's rule will be applicable, number one. And over here apply King's and add. So let me just show you. Suppose you are having this sin x upon sin x plus cos x. This type of, okay, 0 to pi by 2. Now just tell me one thing, if you apply King's property over here, so x will get replaced by what? Pi by 2 minus x, 90 minus theta. If you replace x by 90 minus theta, so your integration will become what? 0 to pi by 2. This is your cos x upon this is your cos x plus sin x. Okay, understanding my point? Understanding my point. So now if you add these two quantities, what will you get? Denominator will be sin x plus cos x. Numerator will also be sin x plus cos x. Boom. This is when you apply King's rule. And the shortcut to this particular thing is shortcut ninja technique. Integral value is upper limit minus lower limit by 2. So this integral value will be pi by 2 minus 0. Pi by 2 minus 0 by 2. So pi by 4 is absolutely right. Okay, this is the trick and this is the question which was asked in JEE Mains 2025 right away. You can just have a look over here. So question is this, integral of e square to e power 4, and this is it. Okay, all right. Now understand what I'm going to do is, see dx by x, the very big hint. Okay, one step. So one step is there. After that, you can use that shortcut. Okay, this is a category 2 type of a question of King's rule. So just understand, put ln x equals to t. Log x equals to t. If log x equals to t, then it is going to become dx upon x equals to dt. Correct or not? Yes, log x ka derivative is 1 by x, correct? So dx by x is equals to dt. So this is going to become e raised to power t square plus 1 power minus 1 upon e raised to power t square plus 1 power minus 1 plus e raised to power 6 plus t square. Okay, 6 minus t whole square, sorry, 6 minus t whole square. 6 minus t whole square plus 1, and this is your dt integral. Now understand, integral e square. So you put e square, ln e square will be what? Ln e square will be 2, this is 2 to 4. Now understand, this is your now integration. Now apply King's property and add. If you apply King's property, what will happen? T will be replaced by 4 plus 2, 6 minus t. If you replace t by 6 minus t, it is going to become what? 6 minus t whole square. This is 6 minus t whole square, this is t whole square. So basically the denominator will be same, and if you add the numerator, it will become, numerator and denominator will become equal. So final answer will be, integration will be upper limit minus lower limit by 2. So 1 will be the correct answer. Direct shortcut will be applicable. Within 10 seconds, you can get this answer. Within 10 seconds, you can get the answer. Okay. Hold on. हेलो, यस मैम, 15 मिनट लगेंगे। अच्छा, 15 मिनट, ठीक है मैम। ओके, the answer is 1 only. Okay, upper limit minus lower limit by 1. Okay, so this is how it is done. See, option D is correct. This is how it is done. So you just understand log x, you have put t, upper and lower limit has become 2 and 4. Now if t is replaced by 6 minus t, you will get 4 minus 2, integration is equals to 1. Okay, all right. Now we are having this very good concept, which is foot of perpendicular. 3 questions, trust me, not a very less quantity. 3 questions are asked from foot of perpendicular in different ways directly. Understand. See, first question is perpendicular distance from this point to this line. So obviously perpendicular distance you will be able to calculate once you know this point, which is foot of perpendicular. So this question is asking you to calculate foot of perpendicular. Okay, and then calculate distance between them. Question number 1. Now this question, what about this? Q be the foot of perpendicular from 3, 4, 5. So again, P point is given to you. Q is your foot of perpendicular, you have to calculate, and R is also given. So 3 points will be there. If 3 points are given, then they are talking about how to calculate area of a triangle using 3 points. So area of triangle will be half PQ vector comma QR vector. But before that, you have to get Q, which is foot of perpendicular. This question, A and C are 2 points on the line. So there is this line which has A and C are 2 points, such that AC is equals to 6. This is the point which is what? B is this. So B point is this. Okay, B is given. Now B point is this. Now you have to calculate what? Area of the triangle. Understand, they are not directly asking you to calculate foot of perpendicular, but understand, base is given of the triangle. If you calculate height of this particular triangle, your area will be calculated. How to calculate height? If you calculate this foot of perpendicular, then again distance between a point and a line will be calculated, and you are done. Okay, all right, understand. Now how to calculate foot of perpendicular? Foot of perpendicular. Foot of perpendicular, let us understand, let us know the algorithm over here. So this is your point. Suppose x1, y1, z1. Suppose 1, 2, 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3 is your point. And this is your line, which is x minus 1 equals to x, y minus 3 is equals to z upon 2, 3 and 4. Suppose this is your line. And now you have to calculate foot of perpendicular F. So first step, there are stepwise you can do that. Okay, first number step is assume F in terms of, assume point F on line in terms of lambda. Okay, so this is your lambda. F point, can anybody tell me? F point. So F point will be 2 lambda plus 1, 3 lambda plus 3, 4 lambda. So step 1 clear. Now second step, calculate PF vector. So this point is P and PF. So because PF is perpendicular to your line, so PF vector you have to calculate obviously in terms of lambda. So PF from here, can anybody tell me? So ma'am, 2 lambda. So this is just 2 lambda. This is 3 lambda plus 3, so 3 lambda plus 1, and this is 4 lambda minus 3. Okay. All right. So PF vector is right there. Third step is PF vector dot direction ratio of the line is equals to 0. So this is your PF vector. Where are the direction ratio of the line? 2, 3 and 4. So this is 2 times 2 lambda plus 3 times 3 lambda plus 1 plus 4 times 4 lambda minus 3. This is how you calculate dot product, right? Equals to 0. And if you take dot from here, you will get the value of lambda. Once you get the value of lambda, just put it right here, you will get foot of perpendicular. So fourth step is put value of lambda in step number 1. In step number 1, and you will get the foot of perpendicular. Are you getting it? Are you understanding it? Okay. Okay, perfect, clear. So this is how foot of perpendicular question will be done right here. And the next topic will be this system of linear equations. system of linear equations. Now understand, see what kind of questions are they giving. So they are giving three equations, equation 1, equation 2, equation 3. Correct. Here also they are giving three equations, equation 1, equation 2, equation 3. Here also they are giving equation 1, equation 2, equation 3. See, first category question is having some constants. Okay, second category question is having no constants. Can you see 0, 0, 0? Third category question is having again some constant. 3 equation, 3 unknown. Basically, this is the whole game. This is the whole point. Okay, understanding? So this is your non-homogeneous. Non-homogeneous means there will be a constant. This is your homogeneous where constant is 0. And this is your non-homogeneous. Are you understanding my point? How to solve now? And see, in all the questions they are talking about infinite solutions. Infinite solutions. Infinite solutions. Now understand the concept behind it. Suppose you are having Cramer's rule. We are studying Cramer's rule. Let us study Cramer's rule. Okay. So now we are having a1x plus b1y plus c1 equals to 0, a2x plus b2y plus c2 equals to 0, a3x plus b3y plus c3 equals to 0. Okay, this is for homogeneous equation. So obviously c3 z, no, z. Understand that 0, 0 will always satisfy all the three equations. That means no solution will not be the answer to this question. No solution can never happen for homogeneous equation. Are you understanding my point? No solution is out of syllabus for this type of question. Why, ma'am? Why are you saying? Because you can see now 0, 0, 0 is getting satisfied over here. Right or wrong? So there will be only two cases. Case number 1, if del is not equals to 0, then it will have unique trivial solution. Unique trivial solution. That means only 0, 0, 0 is the solution if del is not 0. But if del is equals to 0, that means this is going to have infinite solution, which can also be called as non-zero solution. Okay, which can also be called as non-trivial solution. The terminologies, right? This is for homogeneous. Okay, ma'am, but this is for homogeneous. Now, homogeneous means 0, 0, 0. The constant term is 0. But what about, ma'am, Cramer's rule for non-homogeneous? Can you tell us about this? Non-homogeneous. Non-homogeneous mein again you will have a1x plus b1y plus c1z is equals to d1. Then a2x plus b2y plus c2z equals to d2. Okay, then we have a3x plus b3y plus c3z equals to d3. Okay, understand. Now in here if delta is not equals to 0, what is delta? By the way, you know what is delta, right? You know what is delta. You know what is delta. Delta is actually this determinant which is having a1, b1, c1, a2, b2, c2 and a3, b3, c3. Delta is same for this as well as this. If delta is non-zero, that means unique solution. Okay, but if delta is equals to 0, then you have two possibilities. If delta comes 0, then you have two possibilities. Then you have to check. So delta is equals to 0 will have infinite solution if all other determinant is 0. All other delta is 0. That means del x, del y, del z. All three determinant are 0. Then you have infinite solution. But if del is 0 and at least one of them is non-zero. Okay. then it is having no solution. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make you understand this question, which is if for the system of linear equation this is homogeneous, I'll solve one question on homogeneous. If for the system of linear equation this is having infinite solutions, okay, then the value of lambda is what they are asking about. So what I'm going to do is, for infinite solution we know that for homogeneous delta is equals to 0. So let us form delta na. For this equation, let us form delta. Lambda minus 4, lambda minus 2, lambda. So lambda minus 4, lambda minus 2, lambda. Correct? Let's go back. From here 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6. So 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 6 equals to 0. That's it. You just have to open it and you have to just get the value of lambda. Okay? Physics lecture, I am telling you, yaar, so many times, why are you spamming? Physics lecture will be available. So mathematics is going on. If I'm going to end the stream, mathematics will also be gone. Then only chemistry will be visible. Once chemistry ma'am will end the stream, then after that only chemistry will be visible. Then you will be panic. Okay? After that, 15-20 minutes you have to wait. And then what you have to do is, then all three subjects will be available. Is that clear? Okay. Yes. So yes, lambda minus 4. Now understand. Lambda minus 4. 6 3s are 18 minus 10. This is 8. Minus lambda minus 2. Correct. This is 6 2s are 12 minus 5, 7. Plus lambda times you are going to get 2 minus 4 minus 1 equals to 0. So 8 lambda minus 7 lambda. So lambda, lambda plus lambda, 2 lambda. Minus 8 4s are 32, plus 14 is equals to 0. 2 lambda is nothing but, tell me, 18. Lambda is coming out as 9. So from here lambda is 9. So 9 square plus 9 is equals to 81 plus 9, 90. 90 is absolutely right. Okay. All right. Clear, clear, clear. Okay. All right, getting it, understanding it. Yes, foot of perpendicular I already taught. Okay. Now we are having another question, which is equation of chord whose midpoint is given to you. Equation of chord whose midpoint is given to you. Understand this. So this was the question, the equation of direct question they have given. Equation of chord of this ellipse with midpoint as 3, 1. Let me give you the concept first. Suppose you are having this curve, which is, let us suppose it can be parabola, it can be circle, it can be ellipse, and it can be hyperbola. Understand? So you are given with a curve. Okay. So now if x1, see this is your curve. Suppose this is your chord whose midpoint is x1, y1. So now curve equation you will always have, let us take x square by a square plus y square by b square equals to 1. Let us take the case of ellipse. Okay. So now if you have to write the equation of chord whose midpoint is given, that will be given by t is equals to s1. Ma'am, what is t? What is s1? Do not worry. Let me tell you. T over here is nothing but you have to do some changes in this equation. So t is equation of tangent you have to write on the left hand side and you have to put the point on the right hand side. Now t, x square will be replaced by x, x1 rest everything will be the same. Y square will be replaced by y, y1 rest everything will be the same. Minus 1 will be here equals to. On the right hand side s1 you have to plug in that point in this particular thing. So x1 square plus y1 square upon a square plus upon b square minus 1. So this is your equation of chord whose midpoint is given. Now understand how easy they have given this question. So 3, 1 is the midpoint. This is your thing, right? So x square will be replaced by x, x1. Y square will be replaced by y, y1 upon 25 upon 16 minus 1 equals to now 3 ka square 9 by 25 plus 1 by 16 minus 1, and this is 1, 1 gone. So this is 3x. This is your equation of chord. 3x by 25 plus y by 16 equals to 9. This is 25, 9 by 25 and 1 by 16. Okay, so this is your equation. Now you just have to solve, check the answer, put the answer. Okay, all right. Perfect. Yes. So this question, this category is also done and dusted. Now we are having one more category, which is my favorite category, from permutation and combination. Very easy, direct question, no thinking. I am going to tell you that what is it. So gap method and favicol method. Now understand what I am trying to say. Gap method you will do when the language is written no two girls or boys are together. Then use gap method. Favicol method is used when they say, so no two are together. No two are together means what? Basically, no two girls are together or no two boys are together. So they want girl 1 and girl 2 should not be together, obviously. Okay, girl 2 and girl 3 also should be. Basically, no two girls can be seen together. But favicol method is used when they say that all girls are together. All girls are together. Or they say all girls are never together. That means what they are saying is all girls can never be together. Two can be there, two can be together, but all collectively. Like if they have 5 girls cannot be together. 3 can be together, 4 can be together. Are you understanding the difference between the language? So no two girls are together. So here all should not be together, 4 should not be together, 3. Basically no two chunks also should not get formed. But here you can form the chunks. It's just that all 5 should not spot together. Are you understanding the difference over here? Yes? Okay. Understand, there are 5 boys and 4 girls. The sum of number of ways to set them in such a way that all boys sit together. Now understand, all boys sit together. That means favicol method. Favicol method says that if you want your boys to stay together, just apply glue, favicol and glue, stick them together. So 4 boys, basically 5 boys. So 5 boys are becoming one entity or one thing. They are one thing, one object. Boys are object. Okay, boys are one object. Okay. And over here 4 girls, G1, G2, G3, G4. I would like to take the time to thank NTA this time, because since so many years this question I am teaching in my notes. The standard question always say that girls should not sit together, girls should not sit together. That is very offensive. But this time NTA has considered it and they have said boys. No, actually. Boys should sit together and no boys should sit together, right? I mean, they are considering that also boys can also gossip. Okay. All right. So, yes. So, now all boys should sit together. So, what I have done is I have taken all 5 boys together. Okay. All 5 boys together. This is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, total 5 things are there. So, this can be done by 5 factorial. Now, understand, boys are together, but they can shuffle among themselves. Yes or no? They will still stay together. They can just shuffle among themselves or not. So, this is 5 factorial. So, number of ways all boys are together is 5 factorial into 5 factorial. Now, and number of ways such that no two boys, basically no two boys should sit together. No two boys should sit together means gap method. Gap method says that if they saying that no two boys should sit together, na, so ignore boys, ignore those boys and call girls. Yes, call the girls. Okay, so no two boys can sit together, na, then you have to call the girls now. Girls into the picture. So G1, G2, G3, G4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. So 4 girls can be arranged in 4 factorial ways. Now understand, since these are the 4 girls, now you have gaps method. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Always. If you have 4 people, you will have 5 gaps. You have 5 people, you have 6 gaps. 1 gap will be more than the number of people. So 4 girls, 5 gaps, and you know what? How many boys? 5 boys are there. So 5 gaps, 5 boys, 5 places, 5 boys can be seated in 5 factorial ways. So this is what it is. So this is 120 into 120, 14400. This is 24 into 120. Okay, if you solve it, your correct answer, let me just show you, 17280. So 17280, if you add 17280. Gap method, Fevicol method, they can in 28 and 29 January, if they want to, they can ask separate also. They can ask one question from gap, one question from Fevicol, but in this question they have asked both. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Now we are having, okay. This question also we should do. Okay. First of all, let me just remind you about the formula. Let me just go back and remind you the formula. Okay. So statistics, there are some formula for statistics. Stats लिख दूं क्या? Statistics. Correct? Statistics. Codex पे जो repeated problem था, I have already taught you, no? Statistics. Okay, so first of all, understand mean. Can anybody tell me what is mean? Mean is sigma xi upon n. What is median? So median is you have to arrange all the observations in increasing order, and whatever is the middle value will be your median. And if the middle value are 2, take average of them, that will be your median. Correct? Now, mean deviation about mean or median. Okay, mean deviation about mean or median. Suppose you have 10 observation or n observations. So xi minus m. Here m will represent either mean or median. It depends on the question. If they are talking about mean deviation about mean, so observation, the difference of observations, so this is x1 minus m plus mod x2 minus m. So basically the deviation from mean or the deviation from the median as per the question. This is xn minus m upon n. These are the formulas of statistics. Now this is mean deviation about mean, correct? Understand. Now this is variance and standard deviation. Standard deviation is sigma and variance is sigma square. Both are having same formula, is just that sigma and sigma square. So sigma square is equals to sigma xi square upon n minus mean ka whole square. This is the formula. Now if they ask you standard deviation, take root. If they ask variance, do not take root. Okay. And now in terms of random variable, we also have a formula. Yes. So in terms of random variable, understand that your mean in terms of random variable is sigma pi xi, and sigma square, that is variance, is sigma pi xi square. These are the two important formula which was asked in JEE Main 2025. Okay, based on this formula, we can solve the next question. Understand what is pi xi? Pi is probability, xi is random variable. Let me just have a question over here. A coin is tossed 3 times. X is the number of head following by tail. And they are asking 64 mu plus sigma square. Now let me tell you the formula. 64 sigma pi xi plus sigma pi xi square. Ma'am, how to apply this formula? First of all, we are not understanding what is pi, what is xi. Let me tell you now. This is a very good question. 3 times we are tossing a coin. So understand what we are getting: h, 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 t, 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 t. Then we are having t, h, t, h, t, h, t, h. Then we are having TT, HH, TT, HH, like that. Now head and tail, like head tail combination. So here 0 times, this is x. X is the number of times head is following by tail. So I want head first and tail later, 0 times. Head first and tail later, 0 time. Head first and tail later. Can you see? H first, T later, 1 time. H first, T later, 0, 0. H first, T later, 1. H first, T later, 1. H first, T later, 1. So 4 times I am getting this. Okay. Now understand that these are the 8 scenarios, right? If you toss a coin 3 times, 8 outcomes will be there. Each outcome will have probability 1 by 8, 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 1 by 8. Now you are understanding Pi, what is Pi and what is Xi. So Pi Xi is 1 by 8 into 0, 1 by 8 into 0, 1 by 8 into 8. So here I'll get 1 by 8. Here also I'll get 1 by 8, 1 by 8, 1 by 8. So 4 by 8, 64 into 4 by 8. Plus sigma Pi Xi square, this time square of 0 into this, square of 0 into this. So again square of 1 into this, square of 1. So again 4 by 8 you are going to get, correct? Sorry, minus mu bhi to aayega. This is, sorry, I missed this. That is minus mu whole square. Sorry, formula mein I have missed this. So this is what? From here minus mu square. Okay, so this is minus mu square. So 4 by 8 minus mu square. Mu is what? Tell me, mu is 4 by 8. That is 1 by 4 by 8 square. So this is what you are going to get. 64. This is 1 by 2, 1 by 2. 1 minus 1 by 4. So this is what? 64 into 3 by 4. So this is 16 into 3, 48. 48 is correct answer. Why not HTT? HTT is there, no? HTT is there. HTT I have written all the things, Dhanush, right? Okay. All right. Okay, so this kind of question. And then we are having one last question of the day. One last question of the day from, let me just text Diksha ma'am. One last question, and then after that Diksha ma'am will be there. Okay. After that Diksha ma'am will be there. Okay. Chalo. So this is from binomial, by the way. In the expansion of this, the coefficient of x and x square are given to you. Find p square plus q square. Very simple question, normal equation based question. All you have to do is write the expansion of 1 plus x power p. Can anybody tell me? So 1 plus x power p expansion will be 1 plus px plus p minus 1 upon 2x square, and so on. But I am not interested because I am only interested till x square. And this is 1 minus qx plus q minus 1 by 2 x square, correct? Now, and so many terms, but still again I am not interested in that. Now coefficient of x you have to calculate. So you have to multiply these two things, right? So if you multiply 1 and minus qx, you are going to get minus q. The coefficient of x is what we are looking for, understand. How will you get x? 1 into minus qx. So minus q is the coefficient. Px into 1. So plus p is the coefficient. And that's it. So p minus q is equals to 1. They are telling the coefficient of x is 1. Now, coefficient of x square, guys. Coefficient of x square. So x square you will get if you multiply this x square with 1. So this is p square minus p by 2. If you multiply this thing with 1, so this is plus q square minus q by 2. And now let's not forget, if you multiply px with minus qx, you are going to get minus pq, that is going to be minus 2. Okay. All right. Yes, Lalit, let me just do it. Function is on 2. Let me just tell you. Okay, do not worry. So, now if you only focus on the second equation, take LCM, p square plus q square minus p plus q, and this is minus 2pq is equals to minus 4. Understand that this and this, if you combine, you're going to get p minus q whole square minus p plus q equals to minus 4. P minus q will be what? 1. So 1 square minus p plus q equals to minus 4. This is going to give you 5 is equals to p plus q. So p plus q is 5, p minus q is 1. Okay, p plus q is 5, p minus q is 1. So if you add these two quantities, so you're going to get p is equals to 3 and q is equals to 2. So this is 3 ka square plus 2 ka square. 9 plus 4, 14 is the correct answer. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right. All right. Now understand. I guess you guys are talking about 13. No, 13 will be the answer. Why am I writing 14? It's 13. 13. Huh. Okay, 13. 13. Okay. Now understand how to know whether a function is 1, 1. Okay. So 1, 1 function. So let me take an example. Basic example. Suppose a function is given. Suppose fx is equals to x plus 1 by x. Now how to tell whether a function is 1, 1 or not? Very easy. Then we will talk about onto as well. Do not worry. Okay. Okay. So now y equals to x upon 1 plus x. So what you need to do is, you need to differentiate this function. F dash x, differentiate 1 plus x whole square, 1 plus x constant minus, now this time you have to differentiate 1 plus x, so this is 1. Correct? This is quotient rule derivation. So this is x upon 1 plus x whole square. Now tell me, f dash x, analyze f dash x. I can see that denominator is always positive, but this x, numerator, tell me, when is numerator positive? Method of intervals. When is numerator positive? When is numerator negative? So numerator is positive when x, so understand. Here, x equals to 0. If x is 0, then it is 0. If x is positive, it is positive. So basically, I am saying f dash x is positive for x greater than 0. F dash x is negative for x less than 0. So the graph will be what? Negative and positive. So decreasing and increasing. If a graph is having combination of increasing and decreasing, that means this is a many one function. Clearly many one function. So condition, so this is the condition for many one. But what is the condition of 1, 1? So 1, 1 function will be there if your f dash x is either always positive for all values of x belongs to R. That means it is continuously increasing, increasing, increasing. That's it. Or f dash x is always negative, na? Then also your function is 1, 1. Understanding my point? 1, 1 means either always positive or always negative. Here what is happening? My function is sometimes positive, sometimes negative. No. So this is not 1, 1. This is not 1, 1. Okay. All right. Then we are having, okay. Then we are having onto. I guess you're talking about onto. So onto function are those function. Suppose this is given f of a to b. So understand what is a to b. So whenever the function is given na, and they want you to check whether function is 1, 1 and onto word is written, always find this statement in the question, f of a to b. The second set over here will be codomain. Okay. Now suppose same, I will take the same question, fx equals to x upon 1 plus x. Now understand, suppose, yes. So suppose R is given, this function. So now you have to find the range of this function. Can anybody help me in finding range of this function? So how to find range of linear by linear? There are multiple techniques for multiple questions. So yx plus y equals to x, y minus 1, x equals to minus y. X is coming out as minus y upon y minus 1. So y cannot be equals to 1. So your range is having all real. Range of this function will be what? Tell me. All real except 1. All real except 1. All real values except 1. Okay. All real values except 1. This 1 is missing right here. So all real values except, this is your range. What about codomain? Codomain is all real. Can you see codomain and range are not matching? So if codomain, understand, if codomain is equals to range, then only you can call your function as onto. Otherwise, the function is into. So in this case, codomain and range are not matching. That is why this function is into. Okay. All right. It is not onto. Definitely. All right. Yes. Now, I have already told you here are a few last minute tips for your JEE Main mathematics examination specially. See, chemistry is scoring. So, you have to try for chemistry. So, you have to try that chemistry will be done in less time. If you are able to do chemistry in less time, so steal time from chemistry and give it to mathematics, because lengthy calculations are coming. Okay. So easy to moderate questions are coming. Questions are doable. I understand the question, the level of the question is not that great. It's just that they are giving tricky numbers, multiplications, division. So your brain will be frustrated. So you need some time to solve and calculate, do the multiplication step by step so as to avoid the error. Calculation error, right? That is one thing. Now, question selection is the key. So you have to understand that there are some questions which are direct trick based question, easy questions, and which are low on lengthy, like calculation, not heavy on calculations. So pick only those questions which are like not heavy on calculation. And yes, time management is the key. So my ninja tip of the day is steal time from chemistry, from Diksha ma'am's subject, and give it to your ninja ma'am. Okay. All right. And now I'll be calling Diksha ma'am. Okay. Let us call Diksha ma'am. Ma'am, the 1 question derivative is not correct. Let me just check. Derivative is not correct. Okay. Hold on. See, differentiation if I'll do, this is your f dash x. 1 plus x square, 1 plus x constant, derivative of x is 1 minus. This time, okay, sorry. Yes, this time we are keeping x constant. Yes. So this is 1 upon 1 plus x whole square. Oops. So can you see that this question is actually 1, okay? This question is 1. Can you see this is always positive? Always positive means increasing function. Completely increasing function. So this is going to give you 1 function. Sorry. So this is 1 function because it is satisfying this condition. If it was negative also, na, f dash x is clearly negative, always negative, then also I would have said 1. The problem arises when a function is sometimes negative and sometimes positive, that is combination f dash x, then only we can say. Okay. All right. Clear. Yes. Okay. And chemistry. Let's call chemistry. Okay. Chemistry will be right here.
Hi students, good afternoon. Welcome to Vedantu JEE English. I am Diksha Kaushal, your chemistry master teacher, and today we are going to prepare ourselves for 28th and 29th day shift. Okay, so we have observed a pattern, right? In the past 22nd to 25th, the shifts were there, right? We have observed a pattern in that. From that pattern, we have some questions that are being repeatedly asked in these shifts, right? And from that we are going to see the most important topics and concepts and formulas and reactions, right? So everybody, are you all ready for that? Then green hearts for chemistry. And I know you must be very tired, but chemistry is a chill pill for you, right? So we know that after physics and then mathematics, we need something relaxing. So chemistry is going to be relaxing for you, and you can see that, as Namrata ma'am told, that maths is coming on a lengthier side, right? So if you want to save time for maths, you need to do well in chemistry, right? Chemistry is that subject which is going to give you the marks, right? So now you need to do well in chemistry, and also you need to save your time in chemistry so that you can put that time in physics, numericals or mathematics, right? For that you need to have all the formulas, everything on your tips, right? Okay, so let us start the chemistry section. Okay. Now, First topic that is being asked is from electronic configuration. Now the question is what kind of electronic configuration they are asking you. As you can see, first they have asked electronic configuration from lanthanoids. Right, first they have asked electronic configuration from lanthanoids, and this also they have asked electronic configuration from lanthanoids. Here they have asked electronic configuration of D block elements. So that means I would say lanthanoids is most important. D block is like I can say 98%, but this lanthanoids is, you should definitely do that. You should not skip, right? So we have one table directly from your NCERT here. The table is this one. Now, this table, guys, the PDF will be provided to you in the description box after the end of the session. So you don't need to write everything that I'm telling you, right? Just understand what I'm telling you. You don't need to pick out the notebook and write everything. You don't need to do that, right? So just focus here what I'm telling you, right? Now, from here, what are the elements that are important for you? I would advise you to learn all the elements electronic configuration, but still if I have to pick out any of them, so it will be lanthanum, cerium, it would be neodymium, because this is also the previous year question, europium, gadolinium, that is also very, very important. Then you have ytterbium is also important, and lutetium is also important. So these are some of the very important electronic configuration that you must remember, right? Okay, so from there they are asking you the question. Now, what kind of question they ask you? 4F7 configuration is possible for. Here what they are asking you, strongest oxidizing agent. Strongest oxidizing agent means, always remember lanthanoids are stable in +3 oxidation state. So cerium 4 positive, the option was actually answer was cerium 4 positive. Cerium 4 positive will lose one electron and will get converted to cerium 3 positive. Right, that is why it is a good oxidizing agent. What about europium 2 positive? Europium 2 positive, right? Europium is also lanthanoid. That should also be stable in +3 oxidation state. That is the reason you can write here. That is the reason here it is a good oxidizing agent. This is a good reducing agent. Why? Because europium 2 positive, if they have asked about strongest oxidizing, they can ask you strongest reducing agent also. So europium is the strongest reducing agent because it will increase the oxidation number. Itself it will get oxidized and it will reduce something else. So it is a very good reducing agent. So that is a very, very predictable question for you for the upcoming shifts, right? Next is, ma'am, what about D block? What kind of questions they ask you? From D block also, we have seen that they are asking you questions from the electronic configurations, right? So electronic configuration, this is directly from your NCERT, right? I would advise you, remember this electronic configuration of PD, right? Then cobalt, this so you should remember always. 3D series is very, very important. If you remember the electronic configuration of 3D series, only then you will be able to solve the coordination compound. So that is a must thing to remember. Now here what they have asked you, they have asked question related to RU and NB, right? Okay, so let's see RU, okay, it is here, right? This is important, then it comes important. CD is also important to you, right? Then you have a zirconium also, right? NB, right? So these are some of the very, very important electronic configurations that we have, right? Okay, most probably they will ask you from second series only, maximum, like most probably they will ask you. We can predict that they can ask you the electronic configuration of PD, because that is the exceptional electronic configuration. Here you have in 5S you have 0 and in 4D you have 10. So they can ask you this electronic configuration, right? Okay, now next is if you remember, there was one question, right, in JEE Mains in the previous shifts that was related to the color, right? That which of the following has same color. So now I know that most of you don't remember that color, right? You just ignored that table, right? Now you're predicting that same question will be asked. No, beta, same question will not be asked. They will ask you same kind of question, right? Same kind of question means if they ask you the color, they can ask you from this particular table only. Previously, they asked about chromium and I think chromium 2 positive, and they asked you about copper 2 positive. This is what they asked, and both have blue color, right? From there they pick the question. Now they can ask you from green. जैसे vanadium 3 positive has green color, iron 2 positive has green color, right? Okay, nickel 2 positive has green color. So this is how they can ask you the question related to the colors of the ions, right? And these questions will be solved in 1 second if you know the answer. If you don't know the answer, you won't be able to solve it, right? Okay, so this is a very, very important table already asked in your JEE Mains 2025, right? Okay, students. Now, next is from D block, we can see one more thing, that they are asking questions from manganese, right? They are asking questions from KMNO4 and K2Cr2O7. What we have seen that in the previous shifts, they were asking questions from KMNO4. Now, in the D block, we have two oxidizing agents. One is KMNO4, other is K2Cr2O7. Now, if they have asked questions from KMNO4, chances are they will ask you questions from K2Cr2O7. So, this becomes highly, highly important to you. This doesn't mean you have to ignore KMNO4. Maybe if they're too lazy to ask questions from K2Cr2O7, they will directly ask from KMNO4, right? So, that is a lottery question, right? So, now let us see some of the important points from where they can ask you the questions, right? Okay. First is from the structure, they can ask you the question. So the structure of here, it is one very important thing. The structure of KMNO4 is isostructural with KClO4, right? That is important point to note down. This is the structure of KMNO4, that is MnO4 negative, right? It has a tetrahedral structure like this. This is the structure, this is the tetrahedral structure where it has 3 oxygen with double bonds and 1 oxygen with single bond and O negative over it, right? Okay. Next is how it is prepared. Now in the preparation, they are not asking you the full-fledged question, right? They are not asking you question like, okay, tell us the preparing steps. No, they have asked just a very simple question here. What was the question that was asked? They have asked, in the previous JEE Mains paper 2025, in the previous shift, they have asked, you have a ore MnO2, it is converted to KMNO4. What in between, in the middle, which thing is formed? So answer was K2MnO4. Because they are playing with colors here, they have asked you colors from this particular chart, right? So my prediction is, if they want to make question really good, chances are they can ask you question from what is the color of K2MnO4. So the color of K2MnO4 is green color, right? It is green color, and KMNO4 is definitely purple in color, right? Okay, KMNO4, potassium permanganate, is purple in color. K2MnO4 is green in color, right? Now the structure of both of them, I'll just show you the structures here, right? After that, we'll see the properties here, right? The structure of KMNO4 negative and K2MnO4, right? This is KMNO4, this is KMNO4, and this is K2MnO4, right? This is purple in color, this is blue in color, this is green in color. Now, this is the tetrahedral structure of both of them. They are very similar to each other. Here you have 3 oxygen with triple bond. Here you have 2 oxygens with triple bond. Here you have 1 oxygen with single bond. Here you have 2 oxygens with single bond. Everything is just the same. That means they have tetrahedral structures. Now let us see the preparation step here. Let us see the preparation step here. Preparation, just remember this particular thing, right? Other thing in detail, they will not ask you as such, but you can go through the reactions here, that MnO2, it is converted to MnO4 2 negative, then MnO4 negative, right? After that, what they can ask you, how it is behaving in acidic, neutral and basic medium, right? So this is directly they can ask you that KMNO4 is converted to which of the following in acidic medium, which of the following in basic medium, which of the following in neutral medium. So in acidic medium, it is converted to MnO2 positive. In basic and neutral medium, it is converted to MnO2. What you can say, in acidic medium, it is converted to Mn2 positive, right? In basic and neutral medium, it is converted to MnO2. Direct question can be asked to you that KMNO4 in acidic and neutral medium is converted to which of the following respectively. Answers Mn2 positive and MnO2. Understood? Yes. Now, next question is, because they are not asking you the complicated questions here. They are asking you the easy questions. From every single part, they are asking you simple, easy questions. Right? Okay. Now, what they can ask you from the reactions. First is the conversion of KMNO4. Other is which is converted to which thing. Now, it is a most asked question that iodine I negative is converted to I2. I negative is converted to I2 in the acidic medium. But in the basic medium, if you see, I'll just write it here. Okay, in the basic medium, let us see it in the basic medium. Basic medium, okay, I think it is not mentioned here. Okay, if it is not mentioned, I'll just write it here. In basic medium, the only difference is between iodine ion. Right? So, in basic medium, iodine is converted into iodide ion, that is IO3 negative. Right? The rest of the things are converted into same thing, whether it's acidic medium or it's basic medium. It's just I negative that is converted into different things if it is an acidic medium or a basic medium. Right? Acidic medium to I2 and basic medium to IO3 negative. Right? Rest of the things are same here. That Fe2 positive is converted to Fe3 positive, whether whatever is the medium, right? Doesn't matter. And you have C2O42 negative is converted to carbon dioxide, doesn't matter whatever is the medium. S2 negative is converted to S here. SO32 negative is converted to SO42 negative. NO2 negative is converted to NO3 negative. Right? But chances are for I negative that they can ask you. Right? Okay. Now, next is for K2Cr2O7. Now, as I told you that they have already asked question in KMNO4. Chances are they can ask you question from K2Cr2O7. Right? So, how they will ask you the question from K2Cr2O7, as you can see. First is, let us see the preparation here. In the preparation, very rare chances that they will ask you, but still see this. Na2, K2Cr27 is prepared from chromite ore. This chromite ore, they can ask you which of the following ore in which potassium dichromate is prepared from. That is the chromite ore. After that, directly, you don't have to go through the full reaction here. Right? Direct question they are asking you. So, from chromite ore, it is converted to yellow color of sodium chromate. Right? Sodium chromate, yellow color. Then it is converted to orange color of sodium dichromate. Then it is converted to orange color of potassium dichromate. Right? Chromite ore to yellow to orange color. Right? Chromite ore to yellow to orange color. Right? Okay. Now, next is, this is a very interesting question. I feel that they can ask you question from here. Right? If they ask you question from K2Cr2O7, high chances are they will ask you this question. This question is K2Cr2O7, right? If it has acidic medium, right? If it has acidic medium, it is converted to K2Cr2O7. That is potassium chromate is converted to potassium dichromate in acidic medium, and reverse will happen in the basic medium. So it's a very important factor. What they can ask you, you have a certain solution which is converted to, which on acidifying is converted to from yellow to orange color. What is that solution? That solution is K2Cr04. And to which it is getting converted to? It is K2Cr2O7. That is potassium dichromate. Right? This is also very important. Okay. Next is very simple. They will ask you from potassium dichromate. If they ask you the oxidizing agent, that is same only, right? So, very rare chances they will ask you. But this is something important. This is something important. These things are very general, right? Same reactions, same reactions. These are general reactions that you have. Very important thing, that K2Cr2O7 is converted to Cr3 positive, right? It doesn't matter it's acidic, basic, which medium. It is always converted to Cr3 positive. Here the oxidation state is +6. Here the oxidation state is +3. So it is getting reduced. That is why it is a very good oxidizing agent. So what they can ask you, KMNO4 in acidic medium is converted to Mn2 positive. In basic and neutral medium, it is converted to MnO2. K2Cr2O7 is converted to Cr3 positive. This is how they are getting reduced and acting as a oxidizing agents. Okay, now this is same as potassium permanganate solution, that Fe2 positive is converted to Fe3 positive, S2 negative is converted to S here, Cl negative is converted to CrCl3, right? So this is exactly the same. Okay, this is exactly the same. Okay, I negative is always converted to I2, right? In KMnO4, I negative is converted to iodate in the basic medium, but in K2Cr2O7, I negative is always converted to I2. Doesn't matter it's basic or acidic medium, right? Okay, Sn2 positive to Sn4 positive, right? These are the general statement. Now let us see the structure here, right? If you see the structure of chromate ion and dichromate ion, so what you can see that chromate ion is a tetrahedral, right? CrOOOO, this is 2 negative. But dichromate ion are two tetraheads, they are linked together, right? So this is the structure of dichromate ion. Two tetrahedra sharing one corners here, right? Okay. Okay guys, understood the questions that they can ask you from that? Yes. Now let us see some questions that we can see from crystal field theory, how they are asking you the questions from coordination chemistry. So as you can see, they are focusing on T2G3, EG1, right? Mostly they are asking you question from octahedral, right? So chances are they will ask you the same kind of questions, but with a different twist. Because in these two questions also, they are not exactly similar. There is some difference in that. The way of asking the question and what they are asking you is different here. But the concept applied is same, that is CFT. Right? So now let us understand the concept of CFT. Very simple. I would say this is free number you will gain. Right? This is not even at all complicated here. Right? So in crystal field theory, remember you have T2G and then you have EG. They can also ask you, because one question was asked from which of the following, I didn't put that question here. I just put two questions here. There was one more question that was asked related to which of the following has CFSE 0, right? So that means in CFSE 0 also they are asking you the question that which of the following is CFSE 0. So you also need to know how to calculate the CFSE value, right? Okay. So now let us see, in octahedral complexes you have 1, 2, 3 boxes of dxy, dyz and dz, that is T2G, right? And EG is dz square, dx square minus y square. Now, this is from Berry center, this is the Berry center, it is 3 by 5 and here it is minus 2 by 5. So, if you want to calculate the delta O CFSE, what you will do, number of electrons in T2G multiplied by minus 2 by 5 plus number of electrons in EG plus of 3 by 5 multiplied by 3 by 5. And after putting the electrons, the number of electrons, if it has 1 electron, 2 electron, you will get the answer. Right? Okay. Now, next is, if you talk about, ma'am, what about CFSE? One very simple thing they can ask you in the theory questions. Right? Theory questions can be asked regarding weak field ligand and you have strong field ligand. Weak field ligand is when the CFSE is very low. Okay, when the CFSE gap is very less, that means the electrons can easily jump on the EG level. If this gap is very less, the electrons can easily jump here. That ways, if the electrons can easily jump, the pairing will not occur. That is why it will be a high spin complex, right? Okay, it will be a high spin complex. So directly you can write here that in weak field ligand, you have high spin complex, and no pairing will be there. No pairing will be there. And for strong field ligand, it is exactly the opposite. It is a low spin complex, and there is pairing involved here. If you can see the questions here, what they have asked you, conditions and constituents that favor T to this configuration and a metal complex are. That means here they are asking that when there should be no pairing. If there is no pairing, only then the fourth electrons will jump on the here if you have 1, 2, 3, 3 electrons here, if I am saying 1 electron here, 2 electron, 3 electron, if I want to put the 4th electron in EG, there should be no pairing involved here. That means they are talking about weak field ligand. So that was the answer, right? Even here, if you see, direct question was asked based on cobalt 2 positive. So you just have to solve this and see the electronic configuration. After that, if you want to have, they are saying if you want, you need to have 3 unpaired electron. For 3 unpaired electron, you just fill the electrons so that the unpaired electrons occur to be 3, right? Directly fill these electrons over here, right? So that was a very, very simple question, right? Next is tetrahedral. I would say most probably they will ask you questions from octahedral only, but still if they ask you question from tetrahedral, the only difference is here you have E and here you have T2. Here you have D 2 boxes and here you have 3 boxes. Boxes means orbital, okay? Boxes means orbital, d orbital, right? So here you have 2d orbitals, here you have 3d orbitals, right? Okay. Now, next is from spectrochemical series, because you know everything is getting revolved around CFT, because they are asking questions around CFT. So high chances are that they might ask you direct question from the spectrochemical series, right? Direct question from spectrochemical series, that out of the following, this question also has been asked in your JEE Mains in this season only, right? That which of the following will do the pairing, which of the following is strongest ligand, right? Which of the following will have maximum CFSC. Maximum CFSC means a strong field ligand will put maximum gap will be there. So maximum CFSC, they can give you 4-5 ligands here, like cobalt, like carbonyl has the maximum CFSC, then Cn negative, then En, then NH3. Okay, this is how the questions can be asked from CFT and spectrochemical series. Next, as you can see here, next topic, guys, everybody, what you can see here. Next, everybody, guys, what you can see here. Properties in periodic table. Properties in periodic table, they are asking you question from. Properties. Now, ma'am, for properties in periodic table, how do I answer that? Right? Okay. For that, I would advise you, right? For that, I would advise you to go through all the exceptions, right? If you want me, because see, if you want that, ma'am, please send us the exceptional charts in the Telegram. I promise you, after the end of this class, you will see, in fact, in the description only, because in the exception, I don't need to tell you anything. You have to cram this right now. We are just one day away. You have to cram you have to in the exam, you should be able to recall the exceptions in the exam. So, my advice is, I will give you the notes of the exceptions, right? It will be 5-6 pages only, not more than that, right? I will provide you the notes, right? After the class, you will get the link in the description, click on that, and in the end of this PDF, you will have those 5-6 pages where exceptions will be written. Just go through them and revise them. Yes, if everybody, do you agree with me? Then I should start with the next concept. Right? Okay. Don't forget to click on the description box. The exceptional trends will be provided to you in the short notes in the link given below. Right? Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, I have already given you proof that different things they are asking you regarding the trends. Right? Okay. Next question is based on the magnetic moment and the hybridization. Now, from the hybridization, it's not like they are asking you like too many questions, right? They have asked like one question, maybe 2-3 times they have asked this question, hybridization, right? Hybridization, either they will ask you from chemical bonding or they will ask you from coordination chemistry, right? Magnetic moment also have a very high chances that they will ask you, because this exact question has been asked to you already, right? Okay, so now let us see. And here also, as you can see, this is the question from magnetic moment. This is the question from CFT, not CFT, from coordination compounds hybridization, right? This is the question from chemical bonding. And this all has been asked in different shifts. Okay, and this is asked in, this was from magnetic moment. So I'll take it under one concept only, under one umbrella only. Chances are either they will ask you question from coordination chemistry hybridization or chemical bonding hybridization, or they will ask you from magnetic moment directly, because in all these three concepts you will apply the same thing, right? The same concept is applied to answer any of this question, right? Okay, so now let us start with the chemical bonding hybridization here. As you can see the valence bond theory, so I am just directly giving you the chart here so that you can recall what I told you, right? Because this session is basically to recall everything that you have studied. I don't want you to sit in the exam, oh my god, I knew this question but I don't remember this, right? That will be very, very heartbreaking for you, right? So better is you revise this now, because questions are very, very simple, right? Now here, firstly, sigma plus lone pair should be, if sigma plus lone pair is 2, then it is sp hybridization. It is 3, then it is sp2. It is 4, then it is sp3. If it is 5, it is sp3d. If it is 6, it is sp3d2, right? Now let us see the shapes and geometries here. For sp, it is a linear shape. For sp2, it is a trigonal planar shape. sp3, it is a tetrahedral shape. sp3, it is a trigonal bipyramidal shape. Okay, trigonal bipyramidal shape. Okay, next is for sp3d2, it is octahedral shape. Okay, yes everybody, this is the octahedral shape that you have. This is the octahedral shape that you have. Can you see 90 degree angles, right? This is the tetrahedral shape that you have. This is the tetrahedral shape that you have. Can you see 109 degrees, right? And talking about trigonal bipyramidal, very simple, very, very simple. So these are the questions that are directly asked to you. Just remember the angles also, right? This is trigonal bipyramidal. This is trigonal, triangle, and these are the two pyramids over here, right? So this is trigonal bipyramidal shape. Now, they don't ask you the direct questions here. They will ask you questions from shapes, right? When it involves lone pairs also. From there, they ask questions from chemical bonding, right? So let us see one by one with the help, right? First is, if you have AB2 kind, I'll just show you the structures also side by side, right? So let's make it little fast. If you have AB2 kind of molecule which has 0 lone pair, 2 bond pairs, so what will happen? Definitely it is going to have a linear means ऐसा linear, one here, linear shape it is going to have, right? If you have AB kind of molecule, 1 lone pair, 1 bond pair, again it is going to have a linear shape only, because lone pair will be here, again the shape will be linear only. Now the main thing will start from AB3, that is the trigonal kind of molecule. Now if you have, now just give me a second. Yes, now guys, as you can see this, okay, one by one we will see this. Okay, first is AB3 kind of molecule with no lone pair, it is a trigonal planar shape. If you have one lone pair here, take out one bond pair, and this is a lone pair now. This is the imaginary lone pair. Now it is a bent V shape that is written here. If you take out two bond pair here, then it will become a linear shape that you can see here. It is a linear shape. Okay, now next is, let us start with the tetrahedral. Let us start with the tetrahedral. In the tetrahedral also, if you have AB4 kind of molecule with 0 lone pair, so simply this is the molecule. That is a tetrahedral shape. If you have, instead of one bond pair, you replace it with one lone pair, hybridization geometry is going to remain same. But this will be the shape here. Shape is going to be pyramidal shape. So this is called pyramidal shape. 1 lone pair, 3 bond pair, it is pyramidal shape. Now you are saying that, ma'am, please take out one more lone pair from here. Then it is a bent V shape. You can see here it is a bent V shape. Ma'am, please take out one more lone pair here. It is a linear shape. Okay, it is a linear shape. It is a linear shape. You can exactly see here it is a linear shape. Now let us see. Let us just recall quickly the trigonal bipyramidal geometry. What are the different shapes that you can have? If you have 0 lone pair, 5 bond pair, this is a trigonal bipyramidal shape that you will have. This is the triangle, this is the one pyramid down, right? Now, ma'am, take out one bond pair and make it into lone pair. Should I take this one or should I take this one? The answer is always attach the lone pair on the equatorial sides because of less repulsion here, right? So lone pair will be on the equatorial sides, and you can see it is a seesaw shape. It is a seesaw shape, right? So it's a seesaw shape. Answer is seesaw. Ma'am, please replace one more lone pair from the equatorial, one more bond pair from the equatorial. Okay, replaced. That is a T shape now. Can you see that is a T shape now? That is a T shape now. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, please replace one more. Ma'am, one more bond pair. Okay, replaced. Ma'am, no, not this one. Ma'am, this one. Ma'am, this one. Equatorial. Equatorial, na? So, equatorial is this one. So, replace this one. You will get a linear shape. You will get a linear shape, right? You will get a linear shape. Last one is octahedral. Last one is octahedral. From octahedral, if you have 0 lone pair, 6 bond pair, this is the shape that you will have, right? Ma'am, please take out 1 lone pair, 1 bond pair. Okay, now what is this? This is square. Over here you have a square, right? And over here you have a pyramid. So that is why it is called square pyramidal, right? Ma'am, please replace 2 lone pairs here. Okay, replaced. Now you have 2 lone pairs, one above, one below. Now that becomes a square planar, because in the shape, remember one thing, when we talk about a shape, whenever we talk about a shape, we ignore lone pair. We don't consider lone pair in the shape. That's why it is a square planar shape. Okay, understood? Yes, everybody? Yes, everybody? Right? From here, directly the questions will be asked to you. Right? Okay, clear on the shapes part? Now, next part is valence bond theory in coordination chemistry. Shapes and hybridization, how they can ask you in coordination, it is even simpler than chemical bonding, right? It is even simple than chemical bonding, right? Ma'am, how? So simply 5 is never asked, right? 5 is never asked to you in coordination chemistry. They will ask you either 4 coordination number or 6 coordination number. If the number of ligands, or you can say number of donating sites is 4, it can have 2 cases. Either the hybridization will be sp3 or it will be dsp2, and this question has been asked, right? This question has been asked in JEE Mains only. As you can see, this question here, these questions were related to coordination number 4 only, right? This question was related to coordination number 4 only. Cl is a weak field ligand. There will be no pairing. This is how you solve it. I'll also show you how to solve it, right? Just give me a second. Here it will be trigonal bipyramidal. No. If your coordination number is 4, either it can be sp3, that is tetrahedral, or it can be dsp2, it will be square planar, right? Or if the coordination number is 6, they can ask you 2 cases here, that whether it is inner octahedral or outer octahedral. If it is sp3d2, it is outer octahedral. If it is d2sp3, it is inner octahedral. Outer octahedral and inner octahedral have one more name here. Outer octahedral means there was no pairing. It was a high spin complex. And here it was inner octahedral, there was pairing, it was low spin complex. I'll just tell you how. Right? Okay, now let us see this very simple thing. Right? Shall we solve one question here? NiCl4 2 negative. Right? The question that was asked to you. Right? The same question that was asked to you. Shall we solve that question here? The question that was asked to you is NiCl4. Okay, I'll just show you that question here. Right? That was asked to is NiCl4 2 negative. Let us see here. NiCN4 2 negative. Right? 2 questions we have put here so that you get an idea how to solve this. Right? First step is always, because here you don't have any formula as such, there are steps involved here. Always calculate the oxidation number first. That is x minus 4 is equals to minus 2. That will become x is equals to 2. Here also x minus 4, because it's a negative ligand, it's equals to minus 2. X will become equals to plus 2. Right? Now, solve the, now why I told you that 3D series of electronic configuration is important, because it is involved everywhere. Nickel is 28, so it will be 4s2 3d8, right? Nickel 2 positive is going to be, 2 electrons are always taken first from 4s. Always take the electron first from 4s, then 3d, so it will become 3d8. Right, here also nickel 2 positive will become 3d8. Right, after that what you have to do? After that what you have to do? Here it is a weak field ligand, there is no pairing, there is no pairing. That's why spectrochemical series was important, right? This is a strong field ligand, so that it will cause the pairing. So it will cause the pairing. So here you will just directly write, this is 3d8, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is S, this is P. Now as the coordination number is 4, either it can be sp3 or it can be dsp2. Right, so just try to solve it. Everybody, I want to see your answers in the comment section. I want to see your answers in the comment section. How do we solve it? It is going to be sp3 or dsp2. It is going to be sp3 or dsp2. Here you don't have any pairing, so it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's why we are left with these 4 boxes, these 4 orbitals. So it is sp3, it is tetrahedral. This question was asked in JEE Mains. A very simple question, right? A very, I think even if they want to make lengthy for you, they will ask you match the following. They will give you some compounds here. They will give you the maybe magnetic moment, or they can give you the hybridization, or they can also give you the shape here. 3 things, because they are interrelated. Now if they ask you here the shape, that is tetrahedral. If they ask you the magnetic moment, number of unpaired electron is 2. So magnetic moment is going to be 2.8. They can also ask you the magnetic moment, right? Here it is 3d8, so it will cause pairing. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it is, we have 4 boxes is dsp2, right? Now it is square planar. Here number of electron is 0, magnetic moment is 0, it is diamagnetic in nature. It is paramagnetic in nature. Why I am telling you all these things? Because they can ask you magnetic moment, they can ask you diamagnetism, paramagnetism, they can ask you the hybridization, they can ask you the shape also. Right? Okay? Yes, everybody? Understood? Understood, understood, understood. Now let us move to the physical chemistry. Let us move to physical chemistry, how we are going to revise it, what were the important topics, right? Don't worry students, physics recording and maths recording is there, right? Okay, this is how YouTube works. If you, when the stream will end, they will combine everything, the YouTube will do it itself, right? Then you will get that after 10 minutes, right? When I end the stream of chemistry session, you will get physics recording also, you will get maths recording also. You don't worry about that, right? Focus over here now, right? Now it is Gibbs-Helmholtz equation, right? In every shift, they have asked you question from Gibbs-Helmholtz equation. Every shift I am telling you. First question, process is non-spontaneous. Here I am not even giving options, right? First question. This is the second question, right? This is the third question that they asked you, right? So almost in every shift, they were asking question surrounding the Gibbs-Helmholtz equation, right? So Gibbs-Helmholtz equation is, I'll just write it here. Gibbs-Helmholtz equation. Now in thermodynamics, I'll also give you some topics that they have not asked, but that have very high chances that they will ask you. Very high chances. Considering that what exactly they are asking you, what kind of questions they can ask, they are asking you. From that, there are some direct formulas that they are asked, because questions are not very difficult here. So Gibbs-Helmholtz equation is delta G is equals to delta H minus T delta S. Now, from here till now, they have asked one question that is numerical based. This question is numerical based. From this question, they have asked you to calculate the value of delta G. They have given you the value of delta H, T and delta S. Right? Simple question. Here they have asked you question that which of the following is incorrect regarding the spontaneity and non-spontaneity. For that, just remember one thing. Spontaneous processes where delta G is negative and non-spontaneous processes where delta G is positive. Just apply Gibbs-Helmholtz equation here. I'll just give you one simple chart here that if they can ask you when delta H is positive, negative, this and that they can ask you. So if you want to make delta G negative, the conditions are if delta S is positive, right, and delta H is negative, then in all the temperatures, it is going to be non-spontaneous because overall it is going to be negative, right? Or we can also say non-spontaneous means delta G positive. If delta H is positive and delta S is negative, this is negative means this full become positive. That means this is positive, so this whole term will be positive. So it doesn't matter what is the magnitude, always delta G is going to be positive in that case. It doesn't matter, right? So these two questions has been asked here. These two questions has been asked here. The value when it will be positive, negative, both are positive, both are negative. This is asked. Now, one more thing that they can ask you are the different magnitudes, right? The different magnitude means, I'll just write it here. Different magnitude means if delta H is, if T delta S is, if you have delta S is negative, right? If delta S is negative, if both are negative, both are positive. Let's take both are negative. This is also negative, this is also negative. This negative, negative, it will become positive. I'll take both are positive, right? I'll take both are positive. If both are positive, this is also positive, this is also positive. If both are positive, if I write here both positive or both negative. If both are positive, both means delta H and delta S both are positive, then temperature should be high or low. This is the question that they have asked you for non-spontaneous freezing, for spontaneous boiling. Basically, they are asking you if both are positive, both are negative, what will be the temperature? If this is positive, then this will only be spontaneous if T delta S has greater magnitude, right? If T delta S has greater magnitude as compared to delta H, only then it can be spontaneous. Otherwise, it's not possible. Yes? Okay? Okay. Let me just write this again here. If both are negative, this is also negative, this is also negative. I need to have full thing as negative. Then this magnitude of delta H should be greater as compared to T delta S. Only then it will be spontaneous. Otherwise, it will not be spontaneous. That means the questions are asked based on the spontaneity and non-spontaneity, right, from the Gibbs-Helmholtz equation. Right? Okay? Right. Now, next is, this question has not, they have not asked this question in JEE till now. Till now in the shift, they have not asked this question. But because they are revolving around this, see, if they are on the same pattern only, that we are so lazy, we don't want to do any work, we want to follow the exact questions only, we just want to change the terms here. Then they will ask you from here. But if they thought that, okay, in these shift, they have asked question from Gibbs-Helmholtz, now let's switch something. Let's ask same level of questions, difficulty let's not increase, but let's pick out some different equation. Then they will pick out this particular equation, right? Because both have same weightage only, same importance, same difficulty level. Now, from here, what kind of question they can ask you? Very, very important, guys. Very, very important. Very, very important. Delta H is equals to delta U plus delta NGRT. Ma'am, which thing will be given in the exam? In the exam, we know that delta H is nothing, but we also represent delta H as QP, heat at constant pressure. This delta U is also represented as QV, that is heat at constant volume. I have a gut feeling that they can ask you this question. QP is equals to QV plus delta NGRT. Delta NG you will calculate from the reaction. They will give you one reaction, right? From that you will calculate the difference of number of gaseous moles. You will put it here, right? R, you know, universal gas constant, temperature will be given to you in the question. If they want to ask easy question, they will directly give you enthalpy is this, internal energy is this. If they want to ask a good question, then they will give you heat energy at constant pressure, heat energy at constant volume. I would say that is also easy. That is also not a very difficult question. That's also easy question. Okay, right? Next is from thermodynamics, right? One part is this one. From here they can ask you the question. Other parts are the work, right? From work, how they can ask you, because from work also direct question we can have, right? So from work, how they can ask you question. One is you need to know if they don't give you reversible. Firstly, they will ask you either from isothermal. Chances are they can also ask you from adiabatic. I would say high chances are they will ask you from isothermal. If they ask question of work, the high chances are they will ask from isothermal, right? So here irreversible, maybe they will not directly give you a reversible. They can also give you one step. They can also give you a fast reaction. They can also give you at constant external pressure. This is highly used. This is highly used. At constant external pressure means irreversible. If they ask you at variable external pressure, that means they are talking about reversible work, right? So there are different formulas here. If you talk about the isothermal part, for reversible part, for the irreversible and reversible, basically this is the first law of thermodynamics, that is delta U is equals to Q plus W. That is the law of that is first law of thermodynamics, right? Don't get confused in the physics and chemistry part, right? For physics, the law is different because the sign conventions are different, right? Now here, irreversible isothermal, irreversible means you have done it in constant external pressure. So it's not in small steps. Where you have small steps, that will be reversible and that will have integration. So here, work is equals to minus P delta V. In case of delta V, this will become the formula. We have also done the derivations here, but let's not get into the derivation. Let's just learn the formulas directly. That is minus P external nRT 1 by P2 minus 1 by P1 directly. If they ask you chances, high chances are they will ask you reversible work. Maximum chances are they will ask you reversible work, right? Here work done is equals to minus 2.303 nRT log V2 by V1 if it is volume, P1 by P2 if it is pressure is given to you, right? Now, next is from adiabatic. Usually they don't ask work from here. Usually they ask the final temperature here. If you see the previous year questions also, see, same pattern is being repeated here. That means if they ask you questions from work, either they will ask you this part or they will ask you temperature, find the final temperature. There is no heat energy, there is no heat exchange. That means it is an adiabatic process. If they ask you the value of T2, what to do? Work done formula is same for reversible and irreversible, right? That is NCVM T2 minus T1, right? CVM is the heat capacity at constant volume, molar heat capacity at constant volume. You'll also see that because they have asked a question from molar heat capacity, right? Here it is NCVM bracket T2 minus T1 minus P external nR T2 by P2 minus T1 by P1. It may seem very complicated to you, but in the exam, they will give you everything. They will give you CVM, they will give you number of moles, T1 will be given to you, P external will be given to you, number of moles already given, gas constant you know, pressure 2, pressure 1 will be given to you, T1 will be given to you. You just apply that formula if, here it is, if it is a reversible process, right? Okay. Yes. Achha, if this is an irreversible process, if it is a reversible process, it is PV gamma is equals to constant, TV gamma minus 1 constant, P1 minus gamma, T gamma is equals to constant. Gamma is what? Ma'am, what is this gamma, ma'am? First you tell that. From gamma, they have asked question in JEE Mains 2025, right? It is revolving around each other, right? Out of work done, this has a maximum chance. This still has rare chance. This has a maximum chance, right? Because the paper is on the easier side, right? And from the molar heat capacity, they have asked question from this one. They have asked, if you see one of the question, the answer was 5 by 3. Now the student who doesn't know, right, he will solve that. Student who has done practice, like, okay, monatomic gas 5/3, in 1 second you have done the answer, so that you can save your time for physics and mathematics, right? Okay, now here it is, just remember that for monatomic, diatomic, linear and non-linear polyatomic, monatomic degree of freedom is 3, right? So CVM, either you can learn the formula or you can just directly learn this formula is FR/2. Degree of freedom is F. F is 3, so it is 3/2R, right? And what is CPM? CPM is equals to CVM plus R. That means here you add 1 R, it will be 5/2R, right? Okay. Now, what is gamma? Gamma is CPM minus divided by CVM. Ma'am, why you are saying M again? Ma'am, it is not given in our book. Because in the book they have mentioned that this is for 1 mole, right? So, directly I am saying that this is molar heat capacity, so that you don't get confusion in the paper, right? So, it is CVM by CPM by CVM, that is gamma, that is 5/3. Now, you can remember degree of freedom for each of them. For diatomic or linear polyatomic like carbon dioxide, it is 5. For non-linear polyatomic like SO2 molecule, that is like this, it is going to be degree of freedom 6. Or directly remember that for monatomic, gamma is 5/3. For diatomic, it is 7/5, right? For polyatomic molecule, it is 4/3. Okay, you can also remember this in points, because in the exam you don't have that much time to do the division and calculate that. Okay, just remember 1.6, 1.4, 1/3, 1.6, 1/1.4, 1.3, right? That's it. Okay, understood? Next is, one more thing here, I forgot to tell you this. This particular formula and this formula is also very important. That is, delta H is equals to, because from this formula only the question has been asked. What was the question that was given in JEE Mains 2025? The question was, what is the value of delta H and delta U? Students were like, ma'am, which formula to apply? Ma'am, nothing is given here, ma'am. Just monatomic gas they have given. What to do? Nothing. You just put this formula over here. Delta H is N CPM delta T. This is N CVM delta T. Right? So this got cancelled and answer was CPM by CVM. CPM by CVM was nothing but it was gamma only. Basically, they were asking you the value of gamma. Right? Okay, they have asked for monatomic. They can ask for diatomic linear. They can also give you for carbon dioxide what is the value of delta U, delta H by delta U. For carbon dioxide, that is a linear polyatomic. It is 1.4 or you can say 7/5. Okay, this is how they can ask you the question. Is that clear? Is that clear to everybody? Is that clear? Now, next is Werner theory. So Werner theory as such, you don't have any theory part, then I can tell you do this and that. I'll just show you how questions are being asked here, right? How the questions were being asked here. So what you can see, they have asked you one question where they have mixed two chapters here. That is solutions plus coordination, Ma'am, what they have done, you might feel this is difficult, but actually they have taken two simple parts of solutions and coordination and mixed them. From here, what you need to calculate, from here just apply the formula, that is delta TF is equals to I into molality into KF. Everything is given to you. Calculate the value of Van Hoff factor. I think that will come out to be 3 if I remember. Yes, it was 3 only. Hai na? It was 3 only. So many times there we have solved this. Now that I remember the answers also. I is equals to 3. If it is 100% dissociation, then N is equals to 3. Right? You can also calculate that. We have done this. Okay? We have done this when we were discussing the questions. Right? Now, if number of molecules are 3, in the options they had given some different molecules, compounds, coordination compounds. So answer was that one. This was these were the options. These were the options. So which of the following has 3 ions here? Which of the following has 3 ions? Only this has 3 ions. 1, 2, 3. So answer was C. Got it? So basically they have mixed two things here, coordination chemistry and solutions chapter. Now, next thing is, ma'am, here what kind of question was being asked? Here also, bacha, very important, very simple question directly on the concept of Werner theory, the base of Werner theory. That is, they have asked that which of the following complex mole AgCl PPT in presence of exceed of this. So basically, they are saying that 2 mole of AgCl. That means the answer should be that one which has 2 Cl outside the bracket. Based on that simple concept, this question was asked. Right? Based on this simple concept, this question was asked. Right? Okay. Now, one question that was repeatedly asked to you from ionic equilibrium, that was solubility product. A very, very simple concept. From here, the question was asked, right? Same thing we will apply in all these. Achha, I think this, so by mistake, I have taken electrode potential, right? These were the questions that were asked from KSP. Now, ma'am, what is this KSP? How to solve this? I was telling you even when we were doing ionic equilibrium that this is a trend of past years, that they are asking you question from, instead of pH, they are asking more questions of solubility product now, right? So here, if you, I'll just give you a simple trick here. Not even trick, I would say this is a simple way of solving, right? So if you have A, X and BY, right? This is the formula that you have. See, here they have given you different formula. Here they have given you different formula. So formula can variate here. According to that, formula will variate, right? So if you have given, they have given you this formula. Number of A will be X. X A positive. Number of B will be Y. Number of B will be Y. That is, number of A positive is X. Number of B negative is Y. It doesn't matter to us what is the charge on A, B. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the formula. What matters is what is the number of moles, X and Y. This is what matters to you, right? X and Y, this is what matters to you. Now, ma'am, how do I answer? Simply KSP equals to, this is X, X raised to power X, X raised to power X. It is Y raised to power Y. And this is solubility, because always they are asking you either solubility or they are asking the KSP. In this relation, they are asking you KSP and this, what is the relation? Here they have not given any value, they are asking you the relation. Here they have given you the value of KSP, they are asking you the value of solubility here, right? Okay, so here it is, solubility is X plus Y. So that is the relation that it will become, right? That is the relation that it will become. If you want to apply it on ZR3 and PO4, we know that for zirconium it is 3, for PO4 it is 4. So what we will do here? Zirconium we have 3. So just write it here. KSP is equals to zirconium we have 3. 3 raised to power 3. PO4 you have 4. 4 raised to power 4. And solubility is 4 plus 3, that is 7. And that was the answer. You just solve this, you will get your answer. It was 1 second question. Even here, if you want to solve this, chromium we know that that is 1 and OH is 3. So just remember this. KSP is equals to 1 raised to power 1, right? This is 3 raised to power 3, right? And here it is solubility of 1 plus 3, that is 4. Okay. And here we have to calculate also. There was calculation involved. Here though it was not even, calculation was not even involved here. Right? Okay. Understood? Simple, easy. Okay. Now, you will say, ma'am, what if, because they are focusing on solubility product. Till now, they have not asked any question of common ion effect in the solubility product. So, chances are they can ask you the same question, same kind of question, right, from the solubility product, but they will give you common ion effect there. So, if they give you common ion effect, ma'am, then what I have to do? Very simple thing. Okay, if they give you common ion effect, then what you have to do? See, I'll just give you an example. It's a very, very famous example of common ion effect in solubility product. So now here they have given you CaF2 and they are saying that you have one more compound in that mixture, that is NaF. Now here fluorine and here fluorine are common. That is the common ion they have. Now if you see here, solubility, this is the proper method, because in common ion you can't just apply the trick, you have to apply the proper method. So here solubility is S, it is 0, it is 0. Here after getting dissolved, this will become 0, this will become 0, just like concentration. Now we have taken here S as the concentration. It is 0, this will become, this stoichiometry is 1, it will become S. Here stoichiometry is 2, it will become 2s, right? Okay, 2s. Till here nothing like this, 2s. But we know that if they are saying that extra ion you have of NaF and that is 0.1 molarity. Molarity of this is 0.1. If this is 0.1 and we know that NaF is 100% dissociated, so it will give 0.1 Na, it will give 0.1 F negative. So F negative is 0.1 here and it is 2s over here. So add 2s here, add 2s here and add 0.1 here and add 0.1 here. Right, you added 2s here, you added 0.1 here. Now we know that the final concentration of F negative is 2s plus 0.1. Solubility is very less as compared to 0.1, so it will be approximately equal to 0.1. It will become solubility into, this is basically you can say KSP is equals to calcium 2 positive, not square because here stoichiometry is 1, F negative square because here stoichiometry is 2. Right, so it is 0.1, it will become approximately 0.1 square and this will become the answer. Okay, these are the steps to solve questions of common ion effect in solubility. Right, common ion effect in solubility. Is that clear to everybody? Is that clear? Okay, students, is that clear? Common ion effect in solubility. Now, ma'am, shall we just ignore the questions of pH? Beta, this is to being asked. This is they are asking you in the previous shifts. This is what they are not exactly asking you. There was just one question that was based on molarity. That was based on molarity. There they have given you 2 strong bases. They were asking you the molarity of that basis of the combination. That means they have asked question from here. Right? Which is a very, very basic question. That molarity, N is N factor, small m is also N factor, N M1 V1 plus M M2 V2 divided by V1 plus V2. That was asked to you, right? Now, my idea is that they have asked question from strong acids, strong bases is also the same only. Strong acids is also the same, N M1 V1, same formula will be applied here. And if you have strong acid also, then it is, if you have a strong acid is given to you. They are asking the value of pH. pH is equals to minus log of H positive solution. So basically we want to see H positive solution is what? If H positive we have just one acid, then H positive solution is H positive acid plus 10 raised to power minus 7. Now if H positive is greater than 10 raised to power minus 6, ignore 10.7, otherwise don't ignore 10.7. Same is in the case of base. Base, if from the base the concentration is greater than 10 raised to power minus 6, ignore 10 raised to power minus 7 over here, otherwise don't. Now, if they have asked you question from this particular formula, chances are they will ask you question from strong acid and strong base and they can ask you the molarity there. Right? Okay. So, ma'am, strong acid and strong base, I think that is not here. So, I'll just write it here. If you have strong acid, and strong base, ma'am, I have strong acid, ma'am, they have given one strong acid, one strong base. What if they have given this? Then I would say it's a good question, right? So here your H positive ion concentration, that means molarity or OH. It matters which has greater concentration. If molarity, or you can say if normality into volume, that means if N1 V1, or you can say NV of acid is greater than NV means normality into volume of base, then it is going to give you H positive ions. Then here you will find the value of H positive. If NV of base is greater as compared to NV of acid, then it is going to give you OH negative, right? Then it is going to give you OH negative here, right? Then it is going to give you OH negative here. Is that clear, students? Now, let us see what is the formula. What is the formula? The formula for H positive, whether it's H positive or OH negative, that will depend on the values, right? It is mod of N M1 V1 minus N, or you can say M M2 V2. That means V1 plus V2. right? Or you can say mod of N1 V1 minus N2 V2 divided by V1 plus V2, right? This is what they can ask you. This is what they can ask you, guys. From strong acid and strong bases, they can just ask you the molarity of H positive, the concentration of H positive, the concentration of OH negative. Just apply this formula, take the mod here, and you will get your answer, right? Because H positive and OH negative are going to neutralize each other. Now, this question is based on the electrode potential. Now let's see electrochemistry, how they are asking the question. Guys, if you're liking this session, right, if you can see the hard work that we have put, like to make this session so that we can revise everything, all the repeated topics, right, in a defined time, right? I am not taking much of your time. We have already completed inorganic. We are about to complete physical chemistry also. Organic chemistry also I'll complete in 20, 30 minutes. Right? Okay, maybe 20, maybe 30 minutes, because there are naming reactions also, which are repeatedly again and again they're asking, right? So, if you genuinely feel that there is hard work that this team has put, like just to save your time and just to increase your score, then like the session, and I want to see your energy in the comment section. Just put fire in the comment section if you can see the hard work behind this, right? Okay, by the time I'll just hydrate, I'll just drink water. Yes, students? Yes, fire in the chat box. Everybody, fire in the, fill this chat box with the fire and show me your energy, show me your dedication that yes, ma'am, we are listening to every single word, and yes, ma'am, we will apply all of this. Ma'am, after the class, the PDF of physics, chemistry and mathematics will be in the description box. You just need to click on that. You will get the PDF for free of cost. After that, go and revise all the notes, right? Okay? Yes, very good, very good, very good, very good. Now, let us see electrochemistry, electrode potential. Electrochemistry, electrode potential. Now, just ignore this part for now, right? Because there was only for this particular section the space was present here. That's why I wrote it here. Otherwise, just ignore this session for now, right? What we have seen that they are asking you questions from direct electrode potential, calculating the electrode potential. Mainly, they are asking you questions from conservation of energy. That is Gibbs free enthalpy, Gibbs free energy. As you can see, this is a direct question for calculating electrode potential, and this is a most delta Eg value. This is a direct question. This is a question from conservation of energy, and there was also one more question over here, that I have put here. This is also one question that is based on the conservation of energy, right? So this question and this question is based on the conservation of energy. This is only in this 2025 shifts. Right, so that means that has become the important thing for you. Now, I have not seen any question on Nernst equation. Rather, I have seen question on the conservation of energy. Right, but don't worry. Right, we will also see the formulas related around that. Okay, so firstly, let us solve the electrode potential. First question was first question is based on the simple electrode potential. So simple electrode potential is very simple, right? What you need to do, just learn this formula. That is E naught of cell. E naught of cell is equals to E naught of cathode reduction potential of that minus E naught of anode reduction potential of that, right? Now, if you can see from this question, can you see one thing? Can you see one thing here? I think that is not mentioned here. Which of the following will have most? The options I have not taken here. You know, in the options A, B, C, D, what was the options here? Options were given in the cell representation format. So that's why cell representation also you should know. If you know the formula, you don't know the cell representation, you won't be able to answer this question because the options were in the cell representation, right? So that's why cell representation is, I have presented it here. Cell representation is always AC. So whenever you are feeling, oh my God, it's too garmi here, right? Okay. So what you do? You just turn on the AC, right? So similarly, here we'll turn on the AC because the questions are good level. So it is AC, that is anode and cathode. Anode is oxidation, cathode is reduction. That's why just put this thing in the formula, E naught of cathode. How do you will answer that whether it's anode or cathode? From the cell representation, what is written before this two lines, that is anode. After this two lines, that is cathode. From there, see which is cathode, then put the value of E naught of that cathode, the reduction potential, and anode reduction potential. That's it. You will get the answer of E naught cell. Now, to solve this question, one more thing was needed. First was the cell representation you should know. Other is you should know the value of E naught. E naught is E naught cathode minus anode reduction potential. Third thing is they are asking you which of the following will have most negative delta G naught. Ma'am, delta G naught. For this, you need to know this formula here that I have represented here. This formula. Minus NF E naught cell. More positive is E naught cell, more negative delta G naught will become. Right? Okay. So that's why they have already asked question from this one. Beta, they have already asked question from this one. So the brothers and sisters of this formula, that is this one and this one, they can ask you question from here. Right? Okay. Because they are directly asking question from equilibrium constant. Just simple question on equilibrium constant they are asking. Right? So they can also combine, just like they combined coordination chemistry with this. This is the exact formula that you have. Right? So delta G naught is equals to minus 2.303 RT log Kc. E naught cell is equals to 0.059 divided by N log of Kc. This formula has been generated from Nernst equation. This is the standard question. Right? Okay. These are actually, this is the parent and these are the kids. Right? So basically, this is the main formula from where these different formulas we have generated. Now the trend has shifted. Instead of asking Nernst equation, they are asking questions from these formulas. Right? Okay. But you also need to know the Nernst equation, that is E cell is equals to E naught cell minus 0.06 you can say divided by N. N is the N factor. Log oxidation by reduction, or you can say log product by reactants. Right? Okay. Next is conservation. This is where I was saying that questions are repeatedly asked. Right? This question is from directly from conservation of energy. This also from conservation of energy. This question is also from directly conservation of energy. JEE Mains 2025. Right? So what is the concept that, ma'am, we need to apply in the conservation of energy? Very simple concept that you need to apply here. They will give you, you have A to A positive, A to A2 positive. Right? This is what they will give you. Or they can also give you the opposite, A2 positive to A positive, then A positive to A. Then, first step is 1 going to A positive, then A positive to A2 positive. Simple is A to directly A2 positive. Two paths we have. One is in two step, one is the direct step. Now they are saying that E naught potential is not additive in nature. Gibbs free energy is additive in nature. That means you cannot get the E3 naught by adding E1 and E2. That's not possible. But if you add delta G of this third path and you add to the first and second path, you add the delta G of that, then that is the correct statement. So that is from this particular what we will get. This is what is delta G? Delta is minus NF. Minus and F will be cancelled out. Because if I put here minus NF, here also minus NF, here also minus NF, they all will cancel out each other. Right? Minus F will cancel out. Right? You will be left with this thing, that is, so this direct formula we have used in the JEE Mains paper, that is N3 E03 equals to N1 E1 plus N2 E02. Right? Okay, so direct question has been asked here. Right? You just need to apply this formula and you will get your answer. Got it? Yes, everybody. Was that simple? Was that simple? Acha. One more factor, because it is things are getting revolved on this page only. That's why spontaneity, non-spontaneity, till now they are asking questions from Gibbs-Helmholtz equation, spontaneous, non-spontaneous. They have asked this 3 times, right, in this JEE Mains only, right, 2025. Now They can also ask you the spontaneity, non-spontaneity from this particular condition. That if your delta G is a negative, maybe in the option they will not give you delta G negative. They can give you what is the value of E naught. E naught is positive or negative. If this is negative, E naught will be positive. If this is positive, if E naught is positive, this is positive, that means log Kc will be positive, that means Kc will be greater than 1. Opposite is for non-spontaneous. This is positive, this is negative, Kc is less than 1. Right? Okay. Understood? Understood? Acha. One more thing. Till now, they have not asked question from, I think they have asked. They have asked one question in a very ghumao finao manner, means in a very twisted manner, not a twisted manner, I would say. You won't be able to judge that they have asked question from this one. But this question will be applied, this I have applied in the when we were discussing JEE Mains, right? So, reduction potential, it is inversely proportional to oxidation potential, and it is directly proportional to oxidizing power. It is inversely proportional to reducing power. So they can ask you which of the following is a good oxidizing agent, which of the following is a good reducing agent. They will give you the reduction potentials there, right? Okay, so this question can be asked to you, right? Okay, understood guys? Okay. Now, if you remember in the shift 1, there was a question of product of electrolysis. In the product of electrolysis, I have just given you simple chart here that, see, they will not ask you, okay, write the reactions, what is this, what is that? No, right? Right now, we don't have time for that, okay? We have time for direct things, right? So, ma'am, I don't want to remember this, ma'am, what to do, ma'am, is this that important? So, I'll give you one simple hint here. If you don't want to take risk, if you're like, okay, I don't want to even miss one question in chemistry, I don't want to take any risk here, right? I want to do all the questions that they are asking you. This question is not a repeated question, okay? Mark my words, this is not a repeated question. This is only asked in shift 1, right? Chances are they can ask you, but not very high chances. So it's totally your choice if you want to study this table or not, right? Okay, so here what I have given you, NaCl, anode and cathode, what is formed, CuSO4, what is formed, AgNO3, what is formed, CuSO4 aqueous, what is formed, AgNO3 aqueous, what is formed, Na2SO4, what is formed, H2SO4 aqueous, what is formed, right? Okay, so this is what they have asked you. Now, next is equilibrium constant, right? From equilibrium constant, trust me guys, no complicated question they are asking you. They have given you, especially if you see, they are asking you question from pressure. Can you see? They are asking you question from pressure. Same thing is applied in both the cases. I'll just pick any of this because there is no as such formula involved. It's not like this will only be equals to this. But one trend we can see that they are asking you questions from Kp. Okay. So I'll just pick this question here just to show you how to answer this one, right? Okay. So this is CO2, right? This is gaseous. Definitely same question will not be asked to you. They will ask you question. They will change the reaction in the question. Then they will ask you. Now, this is a statement. First thing to remember in Kp, right? That in Kp, only the gaseous products we write. Gaseous product and reactant. So this is gases, so it will be pressure of CO, stoichiometry is 2, and pressure of CO2, right? This is the value of Kp. Now, ma'am, how do I solve the value of Kp? That is important. How do you solve the value of Kp? So, initially they have given 0.6. So, this is 0.6, this is nothing, this is nothing. Now, they are saying that total pressure at equilibrium is 0.8. So simply, this is stoichiometry is 1, so it is 0.6 minus x. This is solid, so nothing we will do here. This is gases, so it will be 2x. Now, the hint is given is 0.6 minus x plus 2x is equals to 0.8. From there, calculate the value of x. Put the value of x here, you will be able to calculate the value of this and this, right? Then, just put it here, you will be able to calculate the value of Kp. Okay. I think it was coming out to be 0.2. It is coming out to be 0.2. This was coming out to be 0.4. This is also 0.4. So it was 0.4 square divided by 0.4. Cancel, cancel, it is 0.4. Got it? So how they are asking you question from KP. Okay, from KP, how they are asking you the question. Right? This is even simpler. This is even simpler. Here, though, we did some calculation. Here, the same format will be applied. It's just that there is no calculation involved here. Right? Okay. Now, next is, can you see 3 questions? I was actually shocked to see this question. Right? So, the question is from radius. So, full focus on radius. So, are there chances that they will ask you question from JEE Mains in the next 2 shifts also from radius? No. They have already asked enough questions from radius, right? Okay. So now, high chances they will ask you question from velocity, right? Okay. So let me just show you this. Wait a minute. Okay. This question here, radius. This question here also radius. So these two had the same formula, and the formula was R is equals to just directly A naught N square by Z. Right? Simple, very simple. Here, one thing we can see here, they are focusing on first excited state. First excited state, that means they are more focused on confusing you in the orbit. So first excited state means you just need to add 1 in that state. So that is, it will become n is equals to 2. This will become n is equals to 2. Right? Another question. Here they have asked you question from 2 things. An electron of helium positive present in third excited state. That means n is equals to 4. Right? Find its de Broglie wavelength. Here what you have to apply, that for that circle, it is 2 pi r, and if you have n number of waves here, so it will be n lambda. Right? They are asking you the de Broglie wavelength. That means this is what they are asking you. Now here also you have to put the value of radius. That is A naught N square by Z N lambda. This will cancel out. You will have lambda is equals to 2 pi A naught N by Z. Right? Pi value we know. A naught value is 0.053. You can put that there. Right? Okay. Understood? Now, these are the formulas of Bohr model, right? Okay, because I told you that don't get rigid that, okay, ma'am, radius is being asked, so in the upcoming shift also radius will be asked, right? It's not like that, right? So, if this has been asked to you, then they can focus on Vn, they can focus on energy also. Why not time period? Time period will always have a less probability of asking, but still just to vanish that risk, right? That's why I have written it here, right? Maybe in the exam time period out of nowhere it will come and you will be like, ma'am, what is this, ma'am? What if I will get in guilty that what if I told you, right? So that's why I've just written it here, but chances are for Vn and energy, right? Okay. So here Vn is 2.18 into 10 raised to power 6 Z by N meter per second, right? Time period is directly proportional to N square and Z square, N cube and Z square. Frequency will be opposite to the time period. Energy is minus 13.6 Z square by N square electron volt, minus 2.1 at 10 raised to power minus 18 Z square by N square joules. Ionization energy will be totally opposite of that. If this is minus, this is plus, right? Okay. Here, remember, you don't need to remember this thing, right? Just remember this thing, okay? Don't remember this, cross, okay? Because that level of questions, they are not asking you, right? So here it is, total energy is, I'm just assuming that here we have find out the total energy only. If total energy is, let's assume minus x by 2, then kinetic energy is opposite in sign of that, and potential energy is double of that. That is x. Sign is same in potential and total energy, right? Okay. Now, next is photoelectric effect. So, Shreyas sir also, he must have told you that the question they are asking you from photoelectric effect also. So a very simple questions were asked. I think it was there only. I don't know if I have put the screenshot here or not. I think I have not put the screenshot of photoelectric effect here. But from photoelectric effect, a very simple question was asked on, if you remember that CS, and I think FR and CS, which of the following will show photoelectric effect? There, what was the formula? What was the question? That you have to find out, they had given you the value of lambda. You will firstly find out the value of energy, right? Energy, you will find out. Work function was given to you for two metals. Now, where work function is less than or equal to the energy of incident light, only that will show photoelectric effect. That was the question. So definitely from this simple formula the question was asked, right? Okay. Now, from one thing, they have not asked the question yet. From this formula, they have not asked the question yet. Okay. So that's why I'm saying this is also related to Bohr model only. See, from Bohr model, this is what they have already asked. This is not what they have asked. This is also they have not asked it yet. So chances are they can ask you from Rydberg formula. They can ask you the question, right? That is 1 by lambda, or they can also ask you the value of wave number is equals to RH Z square 1 by N1 square minus N2 square. Right, so that is going to be, just put the values and you will get your answer. Rydberg constant, RH is this one. If you want to calculate the value of 1 by RH, if suppose they ask you the value of lambda, so you have to also know the value of 1 by RH, that is 912 Armstrong here, right? Okay, understood? And students, here now, there one more formula was applied here, that is 12400 divided by lambda in Armstrong. Then you will get the energy in electron volt. This formula is also important. This is a shortcut formula of E is equals to hc by lambda. H and C we multiplied. If we put the value of Armstrong, lambda in Armstrong, you will get the answer. Apply this formula in electron volt. So this is also a direct formula for you, right? This is also a direct formula for you. Okay? Yes? Okay. Now, from quantum number, they have asked one question. That was a statement question. Okay, statement 1, statement 2 question. Now, this is what they have asked you. Okay, and I think this was also one more statement was there related to quantum numbers only. That means their focus is on quantum numbers. So maybe some good easy question will be asked from quantum numbers, right? So let's not ignore this part, right? So that is here what they have given, just give me a second. N is principal quantum number, azimuthal quantum number is L, that can be SPDF from 0. 0 is S, 1 is P, 2 is D, F is 3, okay? Magnetic is the orientation. So it is minus L to plus L. Spin quantum number, also remember that is not a result of Schrödinger wave equation, right? This also statement wise they can ask you that spin quantum number is not a solution of Schrödinger wave equation, true or false. So that is a true statement, right? These three are the result of Schrödinger wave equation. Acha, what else? They can also ask you statement based question on that principal quantum number is defines the size and energy. Azimuthal defines shape. Magnetic defines orientation, right? This defines, spin defines the rotation of the electron clockwise or anti-clockwise. Now these are the formulas. First formula is, if they ask you the number of orbitals in the shell, that is n square. If they ask you number of orbitals in the subshell, that is 2l plus 1. Okay? And if they ask you number of electrons, that will be multiplied by 2, because in one orbital you have 2 electrons. Okay, here also it is multiplied by 2. Now, angular orbital momentum is under root L plus 1 h by 2 pi. Angular spin momentum is under root S plus 1 h by 2 pi. Very rarely. Next is mole concept. Now let us go through the mole concept here. I think mole concept is the last one for physical chemistry. Right? Okay, mole concept is the last one for physical chemistry. After that, mainly we are going to start the organic chemistry, right? From where the very simple question they are asking you. Just 2-3 questions were good, otherwise it was simple only. Now, mole concept, we can see they're asking you, like, definitely in the exam you will see one question of mole concept. That is sure, 100% guarantee they will give you one question. Right? Now, let us see what kind of question they're asking you on what concepts. So, these are the questions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions, right? First is this question they have asked based on limiting reagent. Limiting reagent, and very, very simple question of limiting reagent. There was one more question of limiting reagent. This was the question of limiting reagent. This was the question of limiting. So we can see the frequency of limiting reagent is 2. That means it is definitely important, right? Then empirical formula, very simple question was asked on the empirical formula. Then rest of this question is the fusion of apna organic chemistry and mole concept. This is a fusion. This is basically based on stoichiometry. This is also based on the moles. If you know the formula of moles, easily you can answer this question and this one, right? So this is a fusion of organic and physical chemistry, mole concept. And fusion questions are asked in JEE Mains related to organic, especially fusion of organic, some reaction, and apply the stoichiometry there. These questions we have also done when we were practicing organic chemistry, right? Okay, chalo. Now let us see mole concept here one by one. Mole concept is not at all difficult, guys. Okay, there are some tricks that you should know, right? If you know those tricks, apply those tricks, you will be able to answer, right? Okay. First is given concept here. There is one concept, given concept I am saying. First thing is number of moles. Number of moles, guys, you have 3 formulas, right? Always it is given by molar. If it is in the case of mass, it is given mass by molar mass. In case of volume, it is given volume by molar volume. If it is particles, it is given particles by molar particles, right? Given mass is given mass is given to you. Molar mass is molecular mass of that one, right? Given volume is given to you. Molar volume is, this is given volume divided by 22.4. This is in liters. Okay. Given particles by Na, and what is Na? Given that is a molar particle, so that is 6.022. Given particles by 6.022 into 10 raised by 23. Right? So this formula, if you see this particular question, this formula was applied there, right? They have given you, you have this much moles are removed, X gram of CO2, then this is what is the value of X. Basically, what you had to do, initial moles are 10 raised are removed. 10 raised by 21 moles you are particles you are removing. Converted into moles. Always like your mom is the mediator, na? Hai na? Your mom is what? If you have to ask something to your dad, you'll say, I am very scared of my papa, what to do? What you will do? You will ask, you will patao your mom, na? You will say, I will butter your mom like that. Ki, mom, please do this. Now, I really want to go to my friend's party. Very, very important. My all friends are going. And your mom will be like emotional. So they will be like, okay. Then they will ask your father, right? So mom is the mediator. So here moles is the mediator. Just remember one concept. Moles is the mediator, right? So here you will calculate this into moles. It is 10 raised by 21 is given to you, and Avogadro's is, this will give you the moles. This is removed from X gram. X milligram is given to you. Na? So this is X into 10 raised by minus 30 minus 3. This is CO2. CO2 is 44. So this is also moles. This is also moles. Now they are saying you are left with this much moles. So this is given in moles only. Was it difficult? Tell me, was it difficult? Was it difficult to form this equation? Simple, na? So simple concept we have applied here. Simple mole concept we have applied here, right? In the same way, you have this particular question. If you have this particular question, I'll just answer this one here, right? I'll just copy paste this thing, right? Just to, because now mole concept, I can't tell you any formula. There is no as such formula here, right? This is based on a simple, like you have to know, like, okay, you have to convert everything into moles, and then simply you will get your answer, right? So that's why I'm solving these questions here. Here also it is very, very simple. Here also it's very, very simple. 2 gram of phenol. Why fusion? Because see, This is phenol. We know that in phenol, you give 3 Br2. It will get converted to, it will give you tribromo product. Because it doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything with this reaction. You just should know that this is 3 moles of Br2 is being used here. Right? 3 moles of Br2 is being used here. Again, mom is moles. है ना? We will just take help of mummy. So, mummy is moles. So, this is 2 gram of phenol. So, calculate the moles here. 2 gram of phenol. Phenol, I think it's 94 or something. What is the molar mass of phenol? Right? You already know. Let me know the molar mass of phenol in the comment section. I think it's 94. So, this is the moles. We know that 1 molecule of phenol need 3 moles of Br2. That means number of moles of Br2 will be 6 divided by molar mass of phenol. They are asking you how much Br2. In grams, they are asking you how much Br2. Right? So that means multiply this by the molar mass of Br2. Why? Because beta, number of moles is equals to given mass by molar mass. So if you want to calculate the mass here, it will be number of moles multiplied by molar mass. So answer will be number of moles of Br2 multiplied by the molar mass. Right? Okay? 94 na? Chalo, theek hai. I'll just trusting you guys. Acha, what about Br2? I think it is, I don't know, I don't remember that. है ना? Chalo. So just put the value of Br2 molar mass here and you will get your answer. Right? So basically, it's based on a simple mole concept from this particular thing. Right? Nothing very aisa hi-fi. Right? Now, other questions we have seen from limiting reagent. Ma'am, from limiting reagent, how we can answer? Achha, one more simple concept about stoichiometry. One simple, I would say, steps I will give you. If you do these steps, you will be easily able to answer. Right? So, what if in stoichiometry they have asked you something? Right? Okay. So, what you will do, always take this hint here that one thing will be asked to you and one thing will be given to you. For example, you have, let's say, BaSO4. Aisa. And this is sulfur. Right? Or let's say you have H2SO4. And let's say they have asked for oxygen. Right? Let's say in the question, they have given you H2SO4. Maybe they have given you mass, maybe they have given you volume, maybe they have given you particles. Any of this they will give you. From that given thing, you will calculate the moles. Always mummy will help you. Right? So, here, calculate the moles or what is given to you. Doesn't matter what is given to you. Like, always calculate the moles. Then, just imagine they have asked you something. Now, here I am imagining that they have asked you mass of oxygen. They have asked you volume of oxygen. They have asked you particles of oxygen. Anything we can calculate. Once you know the moles, apply the unitary method. How I will apply that? Simply, we know that 1 H2SO4 has 4 oxygen, right? Then let's say I have calculated number of moles to be 3. 1 H2SO4 has 4, 3 H2SO4 will have 4, 3, 12 oxygen. Now I know the moles of oxygen. From that, I can calculate anything. I can calculate mass, I can calculate volume, I can calculate particles. Got it? Everybody? Is that thing clear to everybody or not? This particular steps are clear to you or not? This is clear to you or not, guys? Let me know, because there is no formula involved. I have to give you the steps here. Right? Okay, dancing steps. These are the dancing steps. Firstly, you have to calculate the moles of what is given to you, apply the unitary method, then you will get what is asked to you. Once you know the moles, you can calculate anything from this mole concept. Right? Okay? Okay, students? Yes, students? Everybody, is that clear or not? Let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the comment section if that is clear to you. Okay, students? Okay. Now, percentage of elements also we will do, don't worry. हाँ, I know. I from BS4 you remembered ना मैम percentage of because that was asked in one shift ना. So that is basically in qualitative quantitative analysis we will do that. Don't worry, right? Everything I have already analyzed. You don't need to worry about anything, right? Now here empirical formula. From empirical formula you can see this thing is asked to you. From empirical formula directly this question was asked. Was it a difficult question? It was such a simple question. It was right. It was such a simple question, guys. The question was, I'll just give you one table here. What they will give you some elements. Let's say here they have given carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Firstly, this is percentage, and you will divide it. First column will be percentage, will be divided with the atomic mass, right? For example, carbon percentage is given to you divided by 12. Hydrogen is divided by 1. Oxygen is divided by 60. Right? Once you have calculated this, after that you will calculate the simple whole number ratio. Empirical formula will be simple ratio that you will get here. Right? Simple ratio means you will get 3 values here. Divide it with the smallest value, you will get the simple. You don't need to get the exact value, get the simple whole number ratio, right? Let's imagine you got the simple whole number ratio as Cx, Hy and Oz. Just imagine that. Okay, you got this particular thing. Cx, Hy, Oz. This is what you got. Now, in the question, 2 things can be there. Either they will give you vapor density, but till now in this particular question they directly gave you the molar mass. In this question they directly gave you the molar mass, right? But if they are like, okay, shift 1 question, we have already asked this question, so let's give vapor density, let's ask something new, right? So they can give you the vapor density. 2 into vapor density is molar mass, right? Okay, so molar mass. See, if you know this is the formula, if you know that, let's assume that the formula is coming out to be CHO2. From there, can't you calculate the empirical mass? Definitely you can calculate, right? So, N is equals to molar mass by empirical mass. And when they will ask you in the question to calculate the value of molecular formula, that is empirical formula. In the subscript you will have N. Right? Let's imagine N is coming out to be 3. So you will put 3 here, and let's say empirical formula is CHO2. Let's say it is CHO, C2HO. No, it is also not that good. Let's say this is the empirical formula. ऐसे N is coming out to be 5. Let's say 6. So it will be C6H12O6. Okay. So this is how you will calculate the molecular formula in the question. Okay, see? Yes, that I have learned. Very good. Now, let's say limiting reagent. Because 2 questions are being asked from limiting reagent. So how you will answer the limiting reagent? 2 questions are being asked. So let's see, limiting reagent is, I'll just take any of the question here. I'm just taking this question here. This question I'm solving 10 CO, 10 Fe. Oh, what to do? Fe3O4 plus 4 CO. Should I just solve it here? I'll just copy paste it. And I'll solve it here. Okay. Because we don't have that much time. Hai na? So let's not rewrite it again and again. So I'll just solve it here. Okay. Let's solve that question over here. I'm solving this question here because with the help of question only I'll be able to answer that what exactly is the steps here, right? Okay. So let's take firstly, so you need to have balancing equation here. That is Fe3O4 plus 4CO give rise to 4CO plus 3Fe. Now, first question is, ma'am, how will I know, ma'am? I don't get dreams that this is limiting reagent question, right? Ma'am, how will I know that this is a limiting reagent question, right? For that, if you see the hint here, the reactants, both the reactants, they have given you either directly the moles or they will give you the hint to calculate the moles. Here also, they are saying that Al is reacted with O2. That means these are the two reactants. And both of them, they have given you the mass. That means you can calculate the moles. If you can calculate the moles of all the reactants, that is a question of limiting reagent. Right? That is a question of limiting reagent. Okay, understood? What is the hint? If you know the moles or you can calculate the moles of all the reactants, that is a question of limiting reagent. Okay. Limiting reagent is basically G by S. Okay. G is what is given to you. Here moles are given to be 10. Here also it is given to be 10. What is stoichiometry? Stoichiometry is 1 and it is 4 here. So it is 1, it is 4. Just divide G by S and that will be the answer. Now, which is the smaller value? This is the smaller value. So that is the limiting reagent. This is the smaller value. That is the limiting reagent. And always the product is dependent on the limiting reagent. So you can say one thing here. You can say one thing here that if 4 of CO, this is the limiting reagent, and they are asking the value of Fe, right? So you can just write here 4 of CO, unitary method apply, is giving us 3 of Fe. In the question you have 10 carbonyl atoms, moles of carbonyl. Okay, so sorry. Acha, so this is 4 of CO, 3 of this, 1 of CO is giving 3 by 4 of Fe. Sometimes, na, I need rest. My body needs rest. So this is 10 of CO is giving 3 by 4 into 10 of Fe. That is the number of moles of Fe, right? So once you know the number of moles, you can easily apply here number of moles of Fe, or you can say mass of Fe is equals to number of moles of Fe into molar mass of Fe. Into molar mass of Fe, that is number of mole is 3 by 4 into 10 multiplied by 56. So that will become the answer. Got it, guys? Got it? Understood? Understood? I'll just write the direct thing here also, that if you have A plus B give rise to C, what you have to do? G divided by, G is given to you, right? Stoichiometry, right? Stoichiometry, let's say it is 2, it is 3, right? This is 4, right? So it will be, let's say they have given number of moles is given to you, right? You just solve the value of G by S, solve the value of G by S here, right? Number of moles of A divided by 2, number of moles of B divided by 3. Now, smaller value will be the limiting reagent. That is the simple trick to solve this. Okay, that is the simple trick to solve this. Now, guys, everybody tell me, is that clear to everybody or not? Is that clear or not? Yes, students? Okay. Now, one question was asked on this formula. One question in shift 1 was asked on this particular formula. That is the relation between molarity and molality. As I have told you, this is a direct question, right? 1000 into molarity, 1000 into density minus molar mass of solute multiplied by molarity, right? So, they can also ask you the question of strength. Strength is equals to molarity into mass of solute, right? Molar mass of solute. They can also ask you question. This has a very rare chances, but they can ask you this molarity and the relation between weight by weight percentage. Okay? Yes. Now, we were waiting for practical, not practical chemistry, I would say. Nothing has been asked from practical chemistry. So that was surprising, right? So they are focusing more on Lissagana's test, which is a part of practical chemistry, but that is also part of qualitative quantitative analysis. So two kind of questions they are asking from qualitative quantitative analysis. One question is, guys, let's not take break, okay? Let's not take, because we are just left with organic chemistry after this. Okay? We are just left with one part. Even I am tired, right? But I would advise you not to take break. Okay? Understood? Because there are so many students who have their exam tomorrow, so I don't want to waste anyone's time here. Right? Okay? Yes. So, from Lasagne's test, we have two questions, statement-based questions are being asked. So, here simple thing is asked that why it is done Lasagne's, because basically why sodium extract is formed. Firstly, so this question was asked that which extract is formed. Sodium extract is formed. Second question was based on the covalent and ionic bond. So ionic, we converted into ionic bonds like this. This is how we converted into ionic bonds so that we can detect the elements here, right? Okay. Now, another question. From here we got a hint. Hint of which thing? Hint that in the other shifts, they can ask you questions based on the colors and the reactions. Because they have already given a hint here. They have started that journey, right? They have started that journey. That means from here, they can ask you questions, right? So how will we answer that? How will we answer that? So simply, if you have Na, carbon and nitrogen, it is NaCN, sulfur, it is Na2S, halogen, it is NaX. Now, I'll give you some hints here. Just give me a second. Okay. So, I'll just give you a hint here that for test of nitrogen, beta, you don't have to remember everything because they are asking you statement-based question. Just remember few things here that for nitrogen, what kind of compound is formed when you have NaCN reacted with FeSO4, you have Na4FeCN6 and reacting with Fe3 positive, it is converted into ferrocyanate, that is called Prussian blue. That is Prussian blue. This is a very, very important compound. The formula is very important. Beta, this is the question of JEE Mains 2025. You can see here, right? You can see here, right? So basically, if this is being asked, so that means other test also can be asked to you, right? Other test is test of sulfur. These two tests are also very important. The color of PPT is very important, right? Here you will have, when you're testing sulfur, when you react the Lasagne's extract, that is Na2S, with lead acetate, it will give you black color precipitates, PBS of black color. Black color precipitates of PBS. Okay, black color precipitates of PBS will be formed. This can be asked to you. Very important, very, very important. Here, they can ask you another test where you have the formation of very important, and this color is violet color, right? Violet color, very, very, very important compound. When you react NaS with Na2FeCN5NO, you will have the, basically have the formation of, you will have the formation of, just replace this NO and add one S here. And here instead of Na2, it will be Na4. So basically it is reacted with sodium nitroprusside and there is appearance of violet color, right? Again, this is also very important. Here you had Prussian blue, this is black color, this is violet color, okay? You don't need to do full practical chemistry. I would suggest you that, right? Okay. Till now, what is the pattern, what we can observe here? This color is also very important, that is blood red color. NaSCN reacted with Fe3 positive, it will give you blood red color of FeCN, FeSCN, right? Okay. Now, next is when you have, next is guys, test of halogens. So in halogens, basically NaX is reacted with AgNO3, you have the formation of AgX. If X is chlorine, you have AgCl. AgCl is white in color. If X is basically bromine, so it is AgBr, which is pale yellow in color. AgI is dark yellow or bright yellow in color. AgCl is soluble in ammonium hydroxide. AgBr is sparingly soluble and AgI is insoluble. Okay? Understood? I think that is visible to you. If not visible, thoda thoda to it is visible. I'll just rewrite it. Achha, instead of rewriting, I told you na that AgCl is this in color. See, I'll just write it here. AgCl, AgBr, AgI. Just remember the colors here, right? This is white in color, right? white in color, it is pale yellow, it is dark yellow, bright yellow. Okay, bright yellow in color, right? Okay. Now, from this also they can ask you one question from phosphorus. Ma'am, do I have to remember this? No. Ma'am, do I have to remember this? No. Just remember that there is yellow color compound in the test of phosphorus, that is ammonium phosphomolybdate is formed. This is the formula of that compound. Just remember this thing. Yellow color compound is formed here. Just remember this thing. That's it. You don't have to remember all these things, guys. Statement based simple questions they are asking you. So we will prepare only what they are asking, right? Okay, do hard work but with smart. Okay, be smart when you are doing the hard work, right? Okay. Now, so I have prepared a chart for you, right? You can see this chart. You can see this chart. Beta, is the screen fully visible? No? The screen is fully visible, right? Huh. So this is the chart for you guys. Just remember this chart for the exam. For carbon, so they will not even ask you, because carbon is basically carbon dioxide is liberated. So you have the formation of CaCO3, which is white in color. This though we used to do in 9th and 10th class. Even for hydrogen, this will also not, they will ask you, because here copper sulfate anhydrous is white in color and copper sulfate hydrated is blue in color, right? So this also we used to do in the earlier classes. This they can ask you, Na, Prussian blue color, sulfur, it is PBS, black color PPT, and you have Na4FeCN5NOS, violet color PPT. If you have nitrogen and sulfur both, it will give you blood red precipitates of FeCN thrice. If you have halogen, AgCl is white in color, AgBr pale yellow, AgI dark yellow in color, and with phosphorus you have ammonium phosphomolybdate, that is yellow in color. So this is the chart that you should remember, right? So in the end, just remember this chart. In the end, guys, just remember this chart here, okay? In the end, just remember this particular chart and the colors here. Okay. Now, percentage calculations. First question, second question, third question. Here, I am just not sure about this question. I have a doubt on this question. Because here the question is, in Dumas, which gas is involved? That is a too simple question to be asked. Right? If they have asked you this question, that is really, really simple. But my idea is that maybe the student was not able to tell that what question was there. Right? So, definitely the student must be very sure that, okay, Dumas method was asked. Right? So, my idea is maybe some easy question from Duma they have asked you. Now, we have 3-4 methods. Jeldal method also we have, Duma method also we have. That means their concentration, that means they are focusing on the percentage calculations also, right? It's not like they are not focusing on this, they are ignoring this part, not at all. They are not actually ignoring practical chemistry, right? So this is not a part of practical chemistry. I would say this is basically qualitative quantitative analysis, which is also studied in practical chemistry, right? So basically they are focusing on that chapter, right? So from here we will see directly the formulas, right? Okay, for the percentage calculations. Okay, let's see the formulas. This is also exactly the formula. This is also exactly the formula, right? Dumas method also I'll tell you. This is the percentage calculations what are being asked to you, right? This you don't have to do. Ma'am, why? Because in the exam, this is not a subjective exam, right? Okay, you don't have to do the derivations here. So I would advise you just remember this formula, not even this formula, I'll just write this formula on the next page, right? Okay, I just written this formula, just remember this formula. If you don't want to remember any formula, if you don't want to remember any formula, just remember this formula. That is, percentage of that element is equals to molar mass of element in the detection compound. Detection compound, ma'am? CO2 is a detection compound for carbon. H2 is a detection compound for hydrogen. Here, carbon has molar mass 12. Here, hydrogen has molar mass 2. Because 2 hydrogens are there. Understood? Sulfur, the detection compound is BSO4. Detection compound is not exactly any term, right? This is my term because I am, not formed this formula, I would say. I have just made it easy for you so that you don't have to remember all the formulas. So I was thinking about any term. So the term is detection compound, right? Okay. BSO4. BSO4 is the detection compound. One sulfur is present, so it is 32. Understood? So that is about detection compound. Molar mass of element in the detection compound multiplied by mass of detection compound. Mass will be given in the question. That will be given in the question. I'll just write it here. That will be given in the question. How, ma'am? This is how it will be given. This is how it will be given. That calculate the percentage of weight of sulfur if this much organic compound produce this much BSO4. Right? Let us see which mass is given here. I'll just delete this particular page here because that is not needed. Mass of detection compound. Detection compound is like BSO4. So this is the mass of detection compound. So in this formula, you will put 466 over here. Here you will put sulfur, that is 32. Molar mass of detection compound. What is the molar mass of detection compound? Detection compound is BSO4. What is the molar mass of BSO4? Just put it here, right? Mass of organic compound taken. Organic compound taken is given to be 160. So here you put the value 160 multiplied by 100. Okay. So directly use this formula. Okay guys. So directly use this formula. Understood or not? Directly use this particular formula. Got it guys? Directly use this formula. Very simple, very easy. Okay. Now, which I just take a screenshot here. You will also get the notes in the PDF. It's a very, very important, it's a yantra for your exam, right? So that you don't have to go through everything there. That in the exam you're solving. No. Just that. I'll also show you the proof that how this formula is applied everywhere, right? Chalo, let us see. From in Carious method, firstly, we will apply this formula. This is not, yeah. So basically, this is not Carious method. This is, if you want to, this so very rarely they will ask you carbon because it's very, very simple. In carbon, the detection compound in CO2, in hydrogen, the detection compound is H2O. So here, 12, that is the mass of carbon in this 12 divided by the molar mass of detection compound, that is 44, multiplied by mass is given to you in the question. Mass of that element, right? Mass of the organic compound multiplied by 100. For water, 2 is mass of hydrogen, molar mass of hydrogen in the compound, 2 divided by molar mass of detection compound multiplied by mass is given to you in the question. Weight of organic compound will be given to you in the question, right? Okay. Now let us apply this question. This is basically Carious method. Carious method is given to you, na? You can see here Carious method is given to you in the JEE Mains. Here Carious method was given to you. Carious method was given to you. Carious method of estimation of chlorine of a compound 180 gram produces this much of AgCl. This is the mass of organic compound. I always take the mass of organic compound as W. Okay, take the mass of organic compound as W. Take the mass of detection compound as M. M was given to you. Right? Now here, just solve this. Same formula we will apply in Carious method. That is percentage of halogens. I am taking general formula here. Ma'am, I want to make things easy. I want to make things easy for you. So this is molar mass of halogen divided by total molar mass of that detection compound. Molar mass of Ag is 108. Molar mass of halogen is, I don't know whether halogen is chlorine, bromine, iodine. So according to that, I'll put the value. Multiplied by mass given to you, weight of organic compound multiplied by 100. Ma'am, I don't remember, ma'am, the molar masses of bromine, ma'am, iodine, ma'am, chlorine, ma'am. Please give me the direct formula. See, I would advise you not to remember the direct formula, rather remember the masses here. Chlorine is 35.5, bromine is 80, iodine is 127. But still, if you're like, ma'am, I to like difficult things, ma'am. Okay, then no issues. Then learn these formulas. You don't have to learn these formulas. Why to learn? Right? It is 35. It is for chlorine, it is 35. 35 plus 108. Just add it. This will the formula that it will become. For bromine, it is 80 divided by 108 plus 80. For iodine, 127 plus 108 plus 127. Right? These are the three formulas. You don't have to remember this. What I am saying, you don't have to remember this formula. Don't remember these formulas in the exam. You will get confused. You will make one digit here or there. Right? So just remember the molar masses of chlorine, bromine and iodine, and just remember this thing, that the molar mass of halogen divided by the molar mass of detection compound. Detection compound is AgX. Ag is 108. We all know Ag molar mass is 108. Right? So just put that. Right? So here in this question, now tell me, is it a difficult question to answer? This is your JEE Mains. Is it a difficult question? Directly formula, apply that formula. It is estimation of chlorine compound is 180. 180 means this is mass is given to you. So it will be chlorine is 35.5 divided by 108 plus 35.5 will become 143. है ना? 143. 143.5. Here it is M by W into 100. M is molar mass of that M is mass of that element, that is 144. 144 divided by weight of organic compound is given to be 180. Solve this and you will get your answer. Solve this and you will get your answer. Tell me, is that difficult? Is that difficult, guys, or is that simple? That is a very, very simple thing. Now, I have told you about Carius method, everything I have told you. Now, ma'am, sulfur was also asked, ma'am, in the exam. Yes, sulfur was also asked. There is also a formula of phosphorus that also can be asked. They have asked you this thing. They have asked you this thing. These two questions they have already asked in the exam. That means they will not repeat this thing. Rather, they will ask you sulfur. So we know that molar mass of sulfur is 32, BaSO4 is 233, M by W multiplied by 100. Right? This is what they, high chances they can ask you this, because sulfur they have asked, halogens they have asked. Sulfur they have asked, halogens they have asked. So chances are they will ask you phosphorus in the upcoming shifts. Phosphorus is, as I told you, right, here detection compound is Mg2P2O7. If you want to remember this, you can. If you don't want to, don't remember. Just remember this formula, 6 to 2 by 2 to 2 multiplied by M by W into 1000. Ma'am, why are not asking to remember this formula and calculate the molar mass in the exam? Because molar mass of AgI, AgBr was easy to calculate, right? So remembering the digits were difficult. Here remembering the digit is easy. So why do we need to remember that? So just remember this thing, that 62 by 2 to 2 multiplied by M by W into 100, right? Because it is a percentage, right? Okay, understood? It's a very, very important thing. Again, I am saying very, very important. Very, very important based on the pattern that we have observed in the previous shifts. Okay. Now, next is because why, ma'am? Why Dumas and jail dal, ma'am? Why you are giving importance to Dumas and jail dal? Reason is because in the exam a very simple question was asked on Dumas method, right? Which will in Dumas method which is released. Right? Even if you have seen a glimpse of Dumas method, even then you can solve that. Right? So that's why maximum what they can ask you from Dumas is a numerical. A numerical, simple numerical. That will be, it is percentage of nitrogen is calculated in Dumas method. That is specially applicable for percentage of nitrogen. One more question can be asked on Dumas method is, you have NH2, hydrazine. Here Dumas method cannot be applied, right? You need to have a hydrocarbon which has carbon. Only then you can calculate the Dumas method. With the help of Dumas method, you can calculate that only if it has carbon also. So hydrazine you cannot calculate, right? Okay. Also you cannot calculate for NO2, the compounds which are not organic compounds, which does not have any carbon. Here formula is V2 ml in milliliter divided by 22400, that is the molar volume, multiplied by 28 by W into 100. Now, this is a very difficult question. Very easy, right? So basically 28 they have applied because of the molar mass of N2. है ना? V2, now this derivation you can go through, but I don't want you to go through the derivation. That is not needed, right? Not that level of question they're not asking. Direct formula based questions they are asking. This is the weight of organic compound. This will be given to you in the question. This is already we have seen. This already we have put. Now, ma'am, V2 ml, V2 in milliliter, how will we calculate that? That is the main catch here, right? So, V2 will be calculated as mass of N2, and that will be given in the question, equals to so basically this will be calculated as, wait a minute, this will be calculated as P1 V1 nRT1. So basically this will be T1 P2 V2 by T2. Very rare chances that they will ask you this difficult numerical because it's a lengthy numerical. They are not asking you that much. I think they will give you V2 in the question only. But what if they don't give you, right? Then from here you will calculate the value of V2. P2 will be given to you in the question, that pressure is this one, temperature is this one. Here you will take the room temperature, right? Here you will take the atmospheric pressure 760 only, right? Here you will take the V1 that will be given to you in the question only, right? That initial volume is this one. From that you will calculate the value of V2, put it here, and then that will be the Dumas method. Okay, that is the Dumas method. If they ask you a very difficult question, then they will ask you this full process here, right? Otherwise, I think they will ask you a simple question, statement based question on Dumas method, right? Okay. Then Jaldal is very simple. Jaldal till now they have not asked. So that's why I'm saying percentage of phosphorus or Jaldal is simple. It is what their pattern that they are asking simple question. And formula, formula also directly, if you know the formula, you can answer. So that is percentage of nitrogen is calculated is equals to 1.4 divided by weight of organic compound multiplied by normality into volume. Normality will be given, volume will be given in the question, weight will be given in the question. Put the values, you will get your answer. Okay, that is Jaldal's method. Okay, that is Jaldal's method. Got it, students? So here again, I have made a chart for you that this is the formula of carbon, hydrogen, halogen. This they have asked already. These two are too simple to be asked, right? This is already they have asked. This is what they have not asked till now. So high chances they will ask you for percentage, right? For Dumas and Jaldal also, it has high chances that they will ask you question from here, right? Okay. Okay, students. Now let us see organic chemistry. Okay, students, let us see organic chemistry. Everybody, let us see organic chemistry. How many of you are ready for organic chemistry? Okay. In next 20 minutes, I'm going to finish. You don't need any break for that, right? Okay, we are not left with that much. Okay, we are just left with few things here. Okay, yes, everybody, let's finish that. Let's finish that. Will you give the PDF of the session? Definitely, that will be provided to you. That's why we are doing that much hard work, right? So that will be provided in the description box. Just click on that. Click on that and you will get to a link, right? Totally free of cost. You can download your PDF. That is safe, right? And also the link will be given you in the comment section as well, right? Okay, so don't worry about that. Now, here it is. Here it is. Stability of intermediates. Let's see from organic chemistry. Some questions are very predictable here. Okay. Now, stability of intermediates. Now, for stability of intermediates, remember two concepts, right? This is asked from GOC. First is Barhi. First is Barhi. Ma'am, what is Barhi? 2-3 points I am writing here. Barhi. Right? That means maximum stability is given by back bonding, then aromaticity, then resonance, then hyperconjugation, then inductive effect. Right? Then remember that mesomeric effect, mesomeric or resonance effect, not on meta position. Beta, some important points I am telling. Not on meta position. On meta position, if you see a compound, right, let's say plus M or minus M, it will not give on meta position. On meta position, you will not see any meta position, you will not see any resonance or mesomeric effect. Another thing about this is, Ma'am, which will show mesomeric? Ma'am, I don't understand that only. Ma'am, how to tell? If you have a benzene ring, right, a group is attached which has lone pair of electrons. If you have a benzene ring, a group is attached which is doubly bonded to a atom which has more electronegativity as compared to that. Now, this will show plus M effect, right? Okay, this will show plus M effect. Very, very important thing I am telling you. Plus M effect. That's why it is always ortho-para directing group will be formed, right? Here, it will show minus M effect, meta-directing group will be formed. Just like if you talk about C double bond OOH. Here it is directly attached to benzene ring, which is doubly bondedly or triply bondedly attached to an atom which is more electronegative. It will show minus M. That is why COH or CHO, they are meta-directing, right? Okay, that is why aniline, phenol, why they are orthopara directing? Because they have lone pair on the atom that is directly attached, right? Now, another question that can be asked is on halogen. Halogen have a very different case. Halogen, what they have? Halogens are definitely they show plus M effect and they also show minus I effect because they are electronegative. But here's the important part that everywhere in all the cases mesomeric is always dominating. Resonance is more. Mesomeric and resonance are more or less same only, right? Resonance is more dominating as compared to inductive. But in case of halogens only, mesomeric is less dominating and inductive is more dominating. That is why, because it is showing plus M, that is why it is ortho-para directing, right? Usually ortho-para directing are activating groups and meta-directing are deactivating groups. But here it is deactivating. Why? Because although it is showing plus M, but dominating factor is minus. So it is deactivating group. Okay. Another part from aromaticity, what they can ask you. From aromaticity, I'll just show you some few parts here. Always remember aromatic is maximum stable. Then you have non-aromatic. Then anti-aromatic is minimum. What is the rule? Aromatic, it is showing PCC. It is 4n plus 2 pi electrons. Non-aromatics does not show PCC. Anti-aromatic shows PCC, but it is 4n pi electrons. Right? Okay. Acha. Because from here also the question was being asked. If you can see here, this question was asked on the mesomeric and inductive effect, the stability. This question was asked on the aromaticity. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pi electrons, so it is aromatic, so this was the correct answer. Right? This question was asked on the stability because here with HBr it will form a carbocation. So this carbocation, due to the back bonding, it will be maximum stable. So more the stability of carbocation, more product will be formed. So that is why I told you Barhi, back bonding is the maximum. Acha. For hyperconjugation also you can just remember one thing, that hyperconjugation is not shown by carbon ions, or if it is shown it is minus H only. This is what now they are asking you. That much detail to they are not asking you. So just remember that number of alpha hydrogen is equals to the stability. Just remember this thing. Number of alpha hydrogen will give you the stability here. Okay. Acha, one more concept from stability of carbocation that is asked. One more concept, very simple. That is, take, they will ask you carbocation and carbon ion. So simple concept it is, take carbocation as money. I'm just writing the hint here, money, and this is stress. Just remember this thing, carbocation is positive money, carbon ion is stress. If someone gives you money, you will be happy, you will be stable, right? If someone takes out money from you, you will be unhappy. Electron donating, electron withdrawing. If someone gives you stress, you will be unhappy. If someone takes out stress from you, you will be happy. That's why you always talk to your best friend when you are very sad. Because they are like, they will be like, you are wrong, but I am with you. Hai na? So that's why you love talking to your best friends. If someone is giving you good advice, hai na, but your best friend is saying, no, you go to that path, you'll be like, okay, I'll go to that path only. Hai na? Because that is my best friend is giving me. I'm more happy in that. Right? Okay. So that was the crux of stability of intermediates. Okay. Just remember these concepts. Trust me, you will be able to answer the questions. Okay, guys? Okay? Understood? If you remember these concepts, trust me, I'll just write this also here. For those students who are not able to understand what is Barhi, this is back bonding, guys. This is back bonding, right? This is aromaticity. This is resonance. This is hyperconjugation. This is inductive effect. This is inductive effect. Okay? Okay. Now, next part here is stereoisomers. Now, वैसे तो they are asking you very simple question from stereoisomers, right? If you want to play safe, then I would advise you to go through all the formulas. But if you are thinking, ma'am, you tell us, ma'am, which is the maximum thing, है ना? Now, if you're asking me, ma'am, which is that thing that is asked maximum, है ना? So they are asking you question from asymmetrical compound. Asymmetrical compound, they are asking you the questions from, है ना? Yes, spammers are here and they, I don't know, either to beta, if you look at the spammers, na, they have already given the test, hai na? They are already free from that. The students who have the test on 29th, they are very sincere. They are like sitting here, they're looking at the class fully. So all the other students, kindly don't disturb your classmates, okay? Let them also score good. Don't be that chatur. Do you remember that chatur in 3 Idiots? What he used to do? He has finished his syllabus. Then he used to distract the other classmates. Hai na? So this is what they are doing. They're like, I will not study. I will also not let others study because they know something big is going on here. They know something like this. If I'm telling you now all the important points, that means this is something very valuable and other students will not let you study because they know what I'm teaching, right? Okay, so don't get distracted by that. Okay, now this is the stereoisomer. 2 questions, very simple question has been asked from here. Stereoisomer is made up of geometrical plus optical. Okay, so stereoisomer is basically geometrical plus optical. I am just telling you one formula for asymmetrical because mostly questions they are asking from asymmetrical. If they ask you a question from stereoisomer, they will ask you, like maximum chances are they will ask you from unsymmetrical only or asymmetrical only because symmetrical is quite complicated. Not complicated, the formulas to learn those difficult formulas is complicated task, right? So they have made the paper easy only, so chances are they will ask from symmetrical only. So stereo, basically here you have to see the double bond, right? And that double bond where this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. You have to see that double bond where 1 is not equal to 2 and third group is not equals to 4. If you have that double bond, that means it is a site of geometrical isomerism, right? Okay. Okay. Optical, what you have to see? Optical, what you have to see? Chiral carbon. Chiral carbon. Chiral carbon should be sp3 hybridized and it should have all different groups attached. Okay. So in both the answers were same only in both the cases. This double bond is a geometrical site. This is a chiral center. Here also it was the same. If you want to draw it, paint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was on the 5th position, you have phenyl. On the 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th position, acha, 4 na. 4th position means this one. And here you had on the 2nd position, you had O. So this is CH3. This is the chiral center. This is the double bond. Again, you had the same thing. Okay, so answer was same only. Ma'am, then what is the formula? For asymmetrical, the formula is here also 2 raised to power n, here also it is 2 raised to power n. You put n1 here because it is 1 double bond, so it will be 2 raised to power 1 plus 2 raised to power 1, answer was 4. Here also it is 1 double bond, 1 chiral, 2 raised to power n, right? Okay. Either you can remember this or you can directly remember that 2 raised to power n is the formula. N is the number of stereo sites. Number of stereo means geometrical plus optical sites. Here it is double bond is 1, optical is 1, so answer will be 2 raised to power 2. Here also it is 4, right? So here to I have told you about asymmetrical. Now maybe there is some students out there that who are saying that ma'am, we don't want to take any risk. Ma'am, what if they ask symmetrical? Then ma'am, what I will do? Then what's the benefit of me coming here in this class? Ma'am, this so I already knew. What's the benefit, ma'am? The benefit is that I have combined the formulas for you for symmetrical. By chance, they are like, okay, Vedantu JEE English has challenged NTA that, okay, give some good questions. And they're like, okay, we will give you good questions. Then they can ask you these kind, but very, very rare chances. I don't think so they will ask you this. But still, if you want to be totally risk-free, do this, right? So, number of geometrical for symmetrical is 2 raised to power n minus 1 plus 2 raised to power p minus 1. If n is even, it is p is equals to n by 2, n is odd, p is equals to n plus 1 by 2. Number of optical isomer is this one, number of meso is this one. For symmetrical, even for symmetrical odd, even this is the formula, odd this is the formula. Meso is an enantiomer, this is the formula, right? Totally this is cramming only, right? Here it is, but a PDF will be provided to you. Here it is number of stereoisomer. I'll just write it somewhere because they are asking you the stereoisomers, na? If you say that, ma'am, please give me a choice. Ma'am, do I need to remember this one, and this one? If you can remember all the slides. If you want to have a safe side, ma'am, please give me a safe thing which I must remember. First is asymmetrical, so it is 2 raised to power n only. There is nothing to remember, right? But they are asking you stereoisomer. So if they ask you even symmetrical, 90% chances are, 99.9% chances are they will ask you from stereoisomer. So if they're asking you stereoisomer only, so you can just remember this thing also. Stereoisomer they are asking. Now this is for asymmetrical 2 raised to power n. For symmetrical it is 2 raised to power n minus 1 plus 2 raised to power p. P is what? N by 2 minus 1 for even. It is n minus 1 by 2 for odd. Okay. So I would advise you, if you don't want to remember geometrical isomer, optical isomer, at least remember this thing. At least remember this formula. You never know if they are asking you asymmetrical till now. What if they ask you in the tomorrow shift? What if they ask you symmetrical? Right? It's a very simple question, right? That you can solve. Understood? Okay. Next is a very predictable, a very standard question, a very favorite question of NTA, that is ozonolysis, right? We have seen two kind of question they are asking from ozonolysis. One question is a very, very simple question, right? Okay, just break the double bond. Hai na? What we do in ozonolysis? Break the double bond, attach double bond or double bond. Very simple question. So here it was break the double bond, break the double bond. Here it is double bond, double bond, double bond and double bond. Answer was B is the correct answer. Hai na? Nothing else we did here. In this question, they asked you a mixture of aldol condensation and ozonolysis, right? So that's why I'm just going to show you the ozonolysis part, aldol condensation part, okay? Aldol condensation part. Because aldol condensation, it's an important thing and they are asking you that, right? So aldol condensation, okay, let's do one thing. Aldol condensation, I'll show you in naming reactions only. We will do that, okay? We'll do that. Don't worry. If I forgot, then just when I am doing the naming reactions, I'll show you the aldol, condensation, Canis, RO, all of them, right? Distinguish also we will do there only. As you can see, they have asked question from Felling test till now. I feel they will ask you question from idoform. This is a very, very important distinguished test. If they are considering distinguished test, definitely in any of the shift they will ask idoform. Till now they have not asked idoform. Till now there are few important distinguished tests: Hensberg test, carbylamine test, Felling test, Tollens test. Felling and Tollick are quite same, right? Okay, so I'll just write it here. I think that is also given in naming reaction. We will do that together only. Okay? So I'll just write here what they can ask you. They can ask you idoform, very high chances. They can ask you carbylamine. It's a very, very simple test, right? They can ask you Tollens, because two tests they have also only asked, already asked. Lucas test also they have not asked. This is priority wise I have written. Maximum chances are for idoform, then carbylamine, then Tollens, then Lucas. So my intuition is saying that idoform will be asked. Okay? Okay, chalo. Now, let's do the reactions here. Simple reactions are asked. Acha. Now, ma'am, you are just showing us this will be asked, this will be asked. Ma'am, we need to also see the concept here. Don't worry, just give me 5 minutes. Now, I'm just telling you why we are doing this. Right? Here, if you can see, the question based on amines maximum, they are asking the questions of amines with a mixture of naming reactions. Okay, so here also you can see Dow's process is being asked. Here Kirchhoff test is being asked to you. है ना? Here all the naming reactions they are asking you, naming reactions, right? So basically you need to know all the naming reactions. You can't ignore the naming reactions. It's not like they are asking you very hi-fi naming reactions. So direct naming reactions they are asking you. Okay, direct naming reactions they are asking you. So now we will learn the naming reactions. And what else they are asking you from here is amines. Amines. If I analyze the last few shifts, you will see a lot of questions of disonium salt, amines, right? That is being repeated again and again, right? So we will go through this one also, right? So firstly, let us go through the naming reactions. Okay, let's quickly finish the naming reactions in next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, let's quickly finish the naming reactions in next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. First is Darzon's process. Okay, Darzon process is ROH in presence of thionyl chloride and pyridine is converted to RCl. ROH is converted to RCl. OH is replaced by Cl, and you have the vapors of SO2 and HCl. Right? Then you have Sabatier-Sanderson test, that is definitely a catalytic hydrogenation of alkene or alkynes. You just add HH here and you will hydrolyze this thing here. Right? Okay. Then you have Wood's reaction. Wood's reaction is also asked to you. Now in Wood's reaction, you have Rx plus 2Na, Rx. This thing will be eliminated. You will have the formation of RR in the presence of dry ether. This question also has been asked in JEE Mains. A very, very simple thing. Now, remember this is a free radical mechanism and symmetrical and even number of carbons are only formed here. Right? Okay. Next is Wood fatigue. Wood's fatigue you have one is alkyl, one is aryl, right? In fatigue, you have both as aryl, and fatigue reaction was asked in, I think, shift number 1. Okay. So, next is soda lime decarboxylation. Here also what you need to remember, very important, that you have RCONA. From there, you have the formation of RH. In soda lime, from RCONA, you have the formation of RH. Right, and carbon ion is the intermediate here. Don't go through the mechanisms now because we don't have like that much time to go through the mechanisms. I have already done the mechanism part, naming reaction. You can see my day 3 of organic chemistry if you want to get into detail of this thing, right? But now we are doing quick revision, right? So we'll do that this way only, right? So Cole's electrolysis, we have RCONA and we have the formation of RR. Remember this thing, here you have RH, here you have RR. The starting is same. RCONA, you have RH, right? In coals, you have RR. Okay? Yes. Next is, wait a minute. Okay, Reed's reaction. So Reed's reaction and Darson are also quite similar to each other. If you see the Darson, wait a minute. If you see Darson here, it is ROH in presence of thionyl chloride is converted to RCl. But in Reed's, what you have? Hydrocarbon in presence of sulfuryl. It is not thionyl, it is sulfuryl, SO2Cl2. Thionyl is SOCl2. So SO2Cl2, it is converted to RCl. Rest of the products are same. Lindlar's catalyst is when you have alkyne. So basically cis and trans alkene is formed. If you have Lindlar's catalyst, then Lindlar's catalyst means PD in presence of a poison like BSO4, quinoline or sulfur or CaCO3. You have the formation of cis alkene. But in the Birch reduction, you have sodium or lithium in presence of liquid ammonia. You have the formation of trans. Not cis, you have the formation of trans here. Okay. Now, next is this, I believe that they are asking very simple questions. So, Birch reduction, I feel they will ask you this one. But still, right, just to be sure here, if they ask you Birch reduction of benzene, that is simply break the pi bonds, attach pi bonds that are opposite to each other. If you have an electron donating group that is attached here, then if someone is donating something to you, you will be very near to them, right? Okay, so here double bond is near to electron donating and other double bond is opposite to that. If someone is taking out money from you, you want to stay away from them, right? So when you are away from them, so it will be one step away, double bond will be here and opposite to that you will have a double bond, right? Okay, now next is Wittig's reaction. Now, these are some of the reactions that I doubt that they are asking you here because their focus is on simple reactions. Okay, so I would advise you do simple reactions, right? These reactions, they are not like giving that much importance to, right? Okay, but still, if you want to learn this, I would say here you can write one question mark. If you want to do that, you can. If you don't want to, you can skip this, right? You have ketone here, just put that CH2 over here and here you will have a double bond O, right? That is the answer. That is the formation of alkene here, right? Okay. Now this is a very, very important thing. Okay, this is a very, very important 3 reactions. If you have acidic hydration, use carbocation, then rearrange it, then you will have the attachment of OH negative. If there is hydroboration oxidation, you will apply anti-Markovnikov rule. If there is oxymercuration, because guys, it's not like same naming reactions will be repeated. Don't get this illusion that same naming reaction will be repeated in the next 2 shifts, right? Naming reaction they are asking, that is the hint. They are asking you simple naming reactions, predictable, that is the hint. Don't get a hint that same naming reaction will be repeated. No, right? This, they have not asked you till. In all the shifts, they have not asked any question related to hydroboration, oxidation, oxymercuration, demercuration. So this can be asked, right? So anti-Markovnikov rule is applied here. For oxymercuration, demercuration, Markovnikov rule is applied, right? Okay. Tidden's reaction, I would not advise you to do that, right? Because this much, so they are not even asking you, right? So, let's do this one. That is Bayer's reagent. So, Bayer's reagent, definitely they are asking you, right? So, you have a double bond. In cold dilute KMNO4, right? Break the double bond, attach OH and OH over here. That is the Bayer's reagent. You will decolor the KMNO4 here. Then you have Groove's process or Lucas reagent you have here. That is a distinguished test. Here what you will have, anhydrous ZnCl2 and HCl. 3 degree will show a fast reaction, fast turbidity. Turbidity means cloudiness. Okay. 2 degree after some time, right? And 1 degree prolonged heating, and that too after 30 minutes. It will show the turbidity, right? Okay, that is Lucas reagent test for 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree alcohol difference, distinguished test. Next is two halogen exchange test. One is Finkelstein reaction. Finkelstein reaction, you have Roxa, है ना? RX plus NAI dry acetone, it is giving you RI here. Swartz reaction is with Swati. Swati is your best friend. So best friend will teach you how to do fashion, है ना? How to do fashion. Roxa, best friend is Swati. She will give her silver chain. AG is silver. Silver chain she will give her and Roxa will wear it. Roxa will learn how to do fashion. Okay? Okay. Next is Williams-Son synthesis reaction. Here also till now they have not asked as such questions, right? Okay, so this also I will advise you to go through this because it's a very predictable questions of JEE. Williams-Son synthesis, right? So very high chances that they will ask you this because till now they have not asked it, right? So if they have distributed the naming reactions in different shifts, then this can be asked, right? Now, here what will happen? Rx plus NaOR. So, NaX will be eliminated. You will have the formation of ROR dash. Here, important thing to remember that alkyl halides will be primary. Because you will feel, ma'am, which alkyl halide should be formed? If they are not, this R is different, this R dash is different. So, alkyl form that alkyl halide that is primary. Okay, that is primary. That is very, very important point. It's a very, very important point. Right? Okay. Next is Frankland. Okay. We will do same kind of reactions as Woods reaction. So in Woods reaction, we use sodium. In Frankland, we will use zinc. Right? It's like Germany, Frankfurt. Okay. Zn, Germany. It's not Germany. It's just a way of remembering. Okay. Zn, Frankfurt. Frankland. Okay. Or you can say zinc has gone to Frank with us. Okay. So here it is Rx. Again, this will be eliminated. You will have the formation of RR here. But the demerit of Woods reaction, Frankland reaction is that they are not able to form unsymmetrical alkanes. But in Corey-House synthesis, you can form unsymmetrical can be formed here. In Corey-House synthesis, unsymmetrical can be formed, guys. Okay. So here you will use, this is basically Gilman's reagent. Okay. This is Gilman's reagent. This is also organometallic compound. Here, the main important part is unsymmetrical thing will be formed. Unsymmetrical alkane will be formed. Now we have a very, 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 very important test, right? That we can see even in previous JEE Mains. Now, though, they are like totally focused on amines. They are like crazy for amine. Okay. So here what they are asking you, diazotization answer. I will give you some very, very important questions of amine. Okay. Because amines, so they are full focus on amine, right? Diazotization. Diazotization is NaNO2 plus HCl 0 to 5, NH2 is converted to N2Cl, right? Sandmeyer's reaction, again this they have asked you, this is converted to this whole, all of them, this is converted to chlorobenzene. If you have sand, sand means salt, so here we are using salt. So this is converted to Br. This also they have asked, right? This is converted to Cn. Amines, so they are like us everything. Gatterman reaction is when gutter means, oh my god, smelly. So you use powder here. So copper powder is used. The answer is same, that is chlorobenzene, and here it is bromobenzene, and here it is bromobenzene. Okay. Acha. Next is Bal Sheeman. Okay. Now she has Bal means hair. You know? So she has Bal, that's why she is doing fashions. Right. So Bal Sheeman, that means fashion, F for fluorine, right? So, diazonium chloride, when you add HBF4, that is converted to fluorobenzene. A very, very important thing here. If you add HBF4 and you add NaNO2 with copper, it will give you nitrobenzene, a very, very important reaction. This is Bal Sheeman. This is not Bal Sheeman reaction. This is a same reaction related to diazonium chloride because they are focusing on diazonium chloride. That's why it makes this reaction a very, very important reaction. Okay. Next is Hunsdiecker reaction. Hunsdiecker reaction, it's like RCO. This is bad criminals. They will take out silver chain from you. Right, you will be left with bad memories, RBR, right? Br2CCl4, this will be eliminated. You will have the formation of RBr, that is a Hunsdiecker reaction. Dow's process, this has been asked in JEE Mains 2025 already. One of the step it was, so chloro is converted to phenol under high pressure, high temperature. Otherwise, this is very difficult to break this bond. Reason is it has partial double bond character. Phenyl cation is not at all stable, not at all stable. Moreover, this is sp2 hybridized. Okay, so it is difficult to break this bond. Next is Ullmann's reaction. So Ullmann's reaction is not very important here, right? But still it's same as fatigue only. Instead of sodium, you use copper here. Instead of this halogen, you use iodine here, right? So diphenyl is formed. Not very important, but still, okay? Now, next is cumene process. It's a very, very important process. Again, guys, cumene process, they have not asked you till. They have asked Dow's process. They have not asked cumene. So that's why cumene already is important, right? Because they must have distributed that in some shift, right? Maybe it's your shift that they have asked cumene test, right? So cumene is, you have isopropyl benzene, add oxygen, right? Add air. You will have the formation of a peroxide bond, that is OOH. After that, after adding water and heating it, you will have the formation of phenol and acetone will be formed here. Next is Kolb's reaction. Kolb's and Riemer-Tiemer reaction. Kolb's reaction, you use NaOH and CO2. You will have the formation of salicylic acid. Salicylic acid, right? Those who have acne and all, they know they are like salicylic acid is their best friend, right? Acha. Riemer-Tiemer reaction is you use the same reagents as carbylamine test. That is why the electrophile formed is dichlorocarbene. Okay, dichlorocarbene. Acha, remember one thing more. In Dow's process, you have the formation of benzyne intermediate. Okay, I'll just write it somewhere because we have done this abhi. Where it was. Chalo. In Dow's process, we have the, I'm just writing it here because I don't know where was that slide. In Dow's process, you have the formation of benzyne as the intermediate. Okay, benzyne as the intermediate. That also can be, as you never know, very direct question if they ask you that in Dow's process, what is the benzyne? Because as such, they are not asking any question from mechanism and all, but they can ask you directly, okay, this so they must know, it's very simple. So, now it is this benzaldehyde. Acha, one more thing to remember. If CCl4 is used, then salicylic acid will be formed in the same reaction. Okay, then salicylic acid will be formed in the, if instead of CHCl3, CCl is formed, is used, then salicylic acid will be formed. Okay. Next is Kirchhoff reaction. Acha, ma'am, this they have asked. Yes, this they have asked in JEE Mains. In previous shift also, they have asked this. Acha, this question is very, very simple. So here basically what you will do, right? So I'll just use the same because it's related to the concept only, not directly. It's like they will give you any answer. So basically break one pi bond here, attach OH on the, according to Markovnikov rule. You attach OH according to Markovnikov rule. So this is COH, double bond, this is CH2. You have the formation of enol. Once you have the formation of enol, guys, everybody, what is this? What I am doing here? Tautomerism. Tautomerism is shift the double bond here. This is CH3. This is C. Shift the double bond here and shift the hydrogen here. So this will be CH3. Right? This is called Kirchhoff's law. Kirchhoff's law, that is in physics. That is called Kirchhoff's reaction. Okay? Then you have Rosenmund reduction. This also has been asked in JEE Mains in 2025. COCl is converted to CHO using the Lindlar's catalyst, that is catalytic hydrogenation in the presence of a poison like sulfur. Right? Next is Stephen's reaction. This also has been asked in your JEE Mains 2025. They have given you one RCN. When you add SnCl2, you get the formation of, wait a minute, That was not asked. What they have asked is, I think, NO2. Huh. Same kind of question was asked. Not Stefan, that was you had NO2. You had SnHCl or FeSCl. You have the formation of convert the NO2 to NH2. Okay. Same kind of reaction. Okay. But here what we are doing, RCN is getting converted to RCHO using SnCl2 and HCl. Okay. Next is Itard's reaction. Itard's reaction also has been asked in match the following. Toluene is converted to benzaldehyde and this is chromyl chloride, which is red in color. Okay. Gattermann-Koch reaction. This also has been asked in your previous shifts. That is, you have COCl, benzaldehyde is converted to, benzene is converted to benzaldehyde when you have CO, HCl and anhydrous AlCl3. Right. Next is Clemmensen reduction and Wolff-Kishner reduction. In Clemmensen reduction, double bond O is converted to 2 hydrogens. Here also double bond O is converted to 2 hydrogens. But in Clemmensen, you have acidic conditions. In Wolff-Kishner, you have basic conditions of hydrazine, ethylene, ethylene glycol, KOH, and here you have zinc amalgam and HCl. Right. Next is Tollens test. Now let us see the distinguished test here. First test is if you have Ag positive ion, right? Okay, ammonium nitrate solution you have, right? Thing that they will ask you is different. They will not ask you this reaction. Don't worry about that. They will ask you which will show aliphatic and aromatic aldehydes and aromatic aldehydes. Okay, aliphatic, aromatic aldehydes will show Tollens test. Okay, students? Okay. Alpha hydroxy ketone and hemiacetal. Okay. Okay, they will show Tollens test. Okay, understood? Acha. Next question, what they can ask, acha, they have, I have written here only. Chalo, no worries, right? So, aliphatic aromatic aldehyde, I have written here, na, aromatic. Haan. Okay. Formic acid, haan, this I forgot. Alpha hydroxy ketone, hemiacetal, they will give you Tollens test. This is a very, very important thing. Usually, students just know that this aldehyde will show. They don't know alpha hydroxy ketone, hemiacetal. This is from where they can ask you the question in Tollens test. Next is Felling test. Here write down that only aliphatic, this question has been asked in your JEE Mains 2025. Right? Aliphatic aldehyde shows Felling test. Right? Benedict test is same as this. Benedict test is same as Felling. Felling A, Felling B solution. It's just that here you use sodium potassium tartrate. In Benedict you use sodium potassium citric acid. Citrate you use. Everything else is same. You have brown red precipitates. Right? Next is haloform. This is iodoform test. Iodoform test, guys, these are the reagents that you can have NaOH-X2, NaOX, and it does not affect double bond. Now, which will show this effect? CH3, C double bond O, this group you should have, or talking about alcohol, you should have this kind of group in the alcohol. Only then it will show the positive Tollens test. Okay, only then it will show positive Tollens test. Only this will show positive Tollens test. Okay, only this will, Tollens I am writing, only this will show positive iodoform test. Iodoform test. Got it? Only this will show positive iodoform test. Acha. Aldol condensation is what they are asking you now. Let us see aldol condensation. Firstly, these are the reagents that can be there. Let us see how to solve aldol condensation. Okay. So let's say you have CHO. Let's say you have CH3, C double bond OH. And here you have CH3, same molecule. What you have to do here, write the molecule in one don't open the CHO group, instead open the alpha hydrogen, right? In the other, open the CHO group. So it will be CH3, C double bond O, and this is H. Connect the one molecule alpha hydrogen with the other molecule carbonyl. That is, connect this particular with this one. Okay. When you connect this, it will be C. This will be, when you connect this, wait a minute. This will be converted to OH. So it will be COH. This is CH. It is connected here. So it will be CH2. CH2. To this we have CHO. And here already we have the attachment of CH3. Okay. So this thing is formed here. Got it now what I am doing? Alpha carbon is connected to the carbonyl carbon. I think my board is also tired now. Right? Don't worry, board. We are about to finish the class. The board is more like depressed than you guys. Like he's like, I don't want to study more. I'm done with this. Please end the class. Students need break. I think the board is more tired than you. I think your energy is still high. Because board is not going to get any seat in IIT, na? That's why. Alpha carbon is connected to carbonyl. This is what you will have. After that, just take out water from here. Condensation you will do. Right? So it will be CH3, CH, double bond CH, CHO. This is called aldol condensation. Right? Okay. Cross aldol is done the same way. It's just that here I had only one molecule. Here I'll do it for different cases. If I have CH3, CHO alone. If I have CH3, CH2, CHO alone. Right? If I have let's say alpha carbon of this one plus a carbonyl carbon of this one, that is C double bond O, this is H, this is CH2, this is CH3. So these two are connected to each other, right? If I have alpha carbon of this one, that is C double bond O, this is CHO. Alpha carbon is CH, this is CH3. Carbonyl carbon of this one, that is C double bond O, this is H, this is CH3. When these two are connected. Got it? Here you will have, here to you need to do self aldol only. Self, here also it is self. Self aldol, right? So these are the four product of cross aldol, right? Two are self aldol, two are cross kind of thing. So here it will be, here it is converted to OH. This alpha is connected here, everything else is same. This is converted to OH, this carbon is connected here, everything else is same. Okay? Understood? Acha. Cannizzaro reaction they have asked. They have asked one question where it was very good question. Like I find it really interesting question where there was 2 times aldol, 1 time Cannizzaro. We have discussed it in the shifts. Okay? We have discussed it. Now, Cannizzaro reaction, it will always do disproportionation. That means one is converted to alcohol, so it will be CH2OH, same number of carbon, and one molecule is converted to oxidation. This is one reduction product, this is the reduction product, one will be the oxidation product. Oxidation product is HCOONA, and that is the oxidation product. Cross Cannizzaro, important point here, less hindered will form the salt. Less hindered, that means more hindered, will form the alcohol. So here you have which is more hindered. This thing will form the alcohol, so it will be CH2OH. Plus this is less hindered, so it will form salt. Less hindered will form the salt. So this is less hindered. Just remember this particular point here. Just remember this point, less hindered will form the salt. From cross Cannizzaro, they asked the question in JEE Mains here, right? Okay. Yes. Then a esterification reaction is simple, right? Just eliminate water from here and you will have the formation of ester, right? Hell-Bohar-Zelinsky reaction also they have not asked it yet. Okay, so here it is alpha carbon, alpha hydrogen is replaced by the halogen by adding X to red phosphorus. Okay, next is Mendeus reduction. Here, basically reduction it is. So RCN is converted to RCH to NH2. Here it is we're using H2Ni, sodium amalgam ethanol, right? Okay. Next is Gabriel phthalimide. This also till now they have not asked it. So chances are they can ask you this because their focus is on important naming reactions. So here it is only used for the primary amine form. Only primary amine is formed here. And R should never be aromatic in nature. It's a very, very important point. What will happen? Firstly, this is converted to K. Then this is converted to, when you add this is converted to R. Then this will break and you will have the formation of primary amine. R, hydrogen will attach here. R will attach here. It will be RNH2. So, primary amine is formed here, right? Okay. This is what I was telling you. That firstly, this is the formation of Gabriel phthalimide. This is a phthalimide that is formed from phthalic acid. Okay. Next is Hoffman bromamide degradation. Again, it's a very, very important naming reaction, right? Again, this has high probability because they have not asked it yet. Okay. So it is Br2NaOH. If you add, this will be vanished out and you will have the formation of RNH2. Basically, one carbon less amine you are forming. That is what is called degradation. Okay? Yes. Carbylamine, it is a distinguished test for 1 degree primary amine. So, RNH2 is converted to RNC, that is isocyanide, which is having a very foul smell. What do we add? Same as Riemer-Tiemer. We add CHCl3KOH and intermediate is dichlorocarbene. Okay. Next, Hinchberg test. This has been asked. That I think it is given. No, it is not given. So basically primary 1 degree amine, right? This is for amine test. Primary amine will show this test. It will give you soluble product that is soluble in NH4OH. 2 degree amine, it will give you insoluble product in NH4OH. Okay. 3 degree amine will not show any reaction. So they can ask you that what is the product that is formed, this and that. This is the reagent. The reagent is this one. Benzene SO2Cl. This is the reagent that you have. Okay. Understood? Yes. Next is azo dye test. So in azo dye test, just remember the colors here. You eliminate this thing, you will have the formation of this kind of product, that is N2, this is benzene, this is OH. Tell me the colors here. Everybody tell me the colors. What are the colors? What are the kind of colors that are formed? Phenol, O, phenol, O, so O for orange. So here it is orange. It is yellow. It is yellow. If you have beta-naphthol, that is your previous year question. This is beta-naphthol. This will have the formation of, you will have the formation of basically this Cl and this hydrogen will be eliminated. You will have the formation of, can you tell me the color of this one? Anybody in the comment section? Anybody in the comment section? The color of azo dye here. The color of azo dye that is formed here. Anybody in the comment section? I have also given you the very good. That is scarlet red. Scarlet red color is formed. So directly they can ask you what is the color that is formed. Direct question can be asked. Right? Okay. Then you have Hoffman ammonolysis. With the pattern, I doubt this question that if they ask this or not. Even if they ask this, they will ask this in some A to B, B to C sequence kind of question. Right? So it is, you add ammonia, Rx is converted to, firstly, this is primary amine, then it is 2 degree amine, right? Then it is converted to 3 degree amine, then it is converted to quaternary ammonium salt. Quaternary ammonium salt. Ammonium salt. Okay. Yes. Okay, next is this we have already done, guys. Cumene hydroperoxide reaction. This we have already done, right? Okay, just okay. Next is, okay, we are done with almost all the questions. In the end, I'll just show you some questions of amines that they can ask, right? Schotten-Baumann reaction or benzoylation reaction. Same kind of question they have asked you based on the acetylation. This is when you add a PHCOCl, that is called benzoylation. When this hydrogen and chlorine will be eliminated, you will have the formation of COPH on the hydrogen, right? If you just add acetyl here, if you add ClCOCH3, then this reaction is called acetylation reaction. Because this will be eliminated, you will have the formation of this. Basically, aniline is protected like this. Okay. Also tell you, because one question that they have asked related to bromination. They will ask you very, very high chances, right? Because this has not been asked in any of the shift, but a hint has been provided to you. They have asked one question related to the bromination of aniline, right? So chances are they will ask you one question related to nitration, where you had the formation of meta product. So that is a very, very important question. Okay. So I'll just show you that question. Give me some time. Stephen's reduction is you have CN that is converted to CHO. This we have also, this is I think repeated question. Hai na? This also we have done before also. Okay. Now we are almost done with that. And those who have not liked the session, I am standing here. Hai na? It's been like 3 hours. I'm standing here so that with chemistry, because I know chemistry is going to save you. Hai na? Chemistry is a savior. I know chemistry is going to save you. That's why I'm standing here. Hai na? Not drinking any water, standing here still. Reason? Because I don't want you to lose marks in chemistry. It is highly scoring. Right? Okay. So that save your time, do physics numerical, just solve these questions in seconds. Right? If you have watched this lecture throughout, trust me, you will thank me after. We will talk after tomorrow's shift. Right? Then you thank me after that. Right? You will surely get benefited and you will see questions around these only. I can guarantee you that, right? Okay, it's just that NTA pattern should remain the same, which is high probability, 99.9% it will remain the same only. And also, I have not only covered that, beta, I have also covered the pinpoints that, okay, what if they ask you thoda sa different question, what if they ask you thoda sa different question, that also I have covered, right? Okay, now, because we could see that they were asking questions directly from these questions. I have just picked out 2 screenshots here, right? They are asking you these kind of questions from disonium chloride, disonium salt, right? So for that, some very, very important questions here, right? This question has been asked that when you put either in aniline or in phenol, you put K2Cr2O7, you get benzoquinone, right? Okay, next are the next is when you have an electrophile, how it will attack. So basically, when you had concentrated H2SO4, you have the addition of SO3H. With Br2, 3Br2, you have the formation of tribromo product, right? Okay, this question is very, very important. This also, they have asked this in JEE Mains 2025, that if you want to get a para substituted product, firstly do the acetylation. That means firstly prepare this particular compound, this NHCOCl. After that do the bromination. After that do the bromination. Then you will have this thing. After that do the hydration again. Then it will be converted to NH2. So that question already they have asked. They have not asked this question here. So I'll tell you what exactly from here, this is carbylamine test, this also we have done. This is disonium chloride, this also we have done. Let us see from here what they can ask you. Very important thing, you have aniline, right? You have aniline. What we can see that aniline form on nitration, on nitration, when you have concentrated H2SO4, when you use that, right? So I'll just write it here. When you use concentrated H2SO4 and HNO3, you have the formation of very weird products. The products are meta, just write it here. Everybody, do you know the percentage of meta? Do you know the percentage of meta, guys? Percentage of meta. Anybody in the comment section? Percentage of meta. So this is ortho, meta and para. Ma'am, but aniline is a ortho-para directing. How come we have the formation of meta product? Very good, very good. Ortho is 2%, right? Meta is 47%, very good. And this is 51%, right? Okay, comes to itna only na? 100%, okay. So, ma'am, why this is happening? First thing is they can ask you this question. Because till now they have not asked it. They have given you hint that they will ask you this in the upcoming shifts. Okay, so here it is. Because aniline is converted to anilinium ion. Reason? This is a lone pair. In the acidic conditions, acid wants to give the proton. Acid will give proton, so it will be converted to anilinium ion, which is a meta-directing product. Meta-directing. So, ortho and para product you are getting from aniline. But some of the aniline is getting converted to anilinium. That is why you have meta-directing product also. Right? First question this they can ask you. Other is, how can we get only para-directing product? It is same as that we have done. NH2, you will do the acetylation. Acetylation can be with either acidic chloride or acetic anhydride. So I'll be using acetic anhydride in presence of pyridine. You will use, right? Pyridine you will use. Because pyridine is a stronger base than aniline. Right? So it will not affect this thing. Right? Okay. So it is NHCOCl. Now you have protected this ortho position. After that, there is no chances of formation of anilinium ion now. Why? Because now you say, ma'am, proton, it can still accept the positive proton here. It isn't still in the acidic conditions, ma'am. Right? Still, ma'am, we are using concentrated H2SO4 and concentrated HNO3. So from assertion reasoning, they can ask you. Reason is because now it will be busy in the electron donation on this carbonyl carbon. Right? So that is why you will have the formation of, this is NO2, this is this is NHCOCH3. After that, do the hydration. After that, do the acidic hydration. You will have the formation of para-substituted product. Okay? Para-substituted product. This is a very, very, very important thing. Very important thing. Okay? Okay? Understood? Sound is perfect, yaar. Sound is perfect, Hitman. Wait, let me just check. Hello, hello. Yes, it is perfect, guys. It is perfect. Okay? Now, the last chart of today. After that, we are going to end the class. Okay? Yes, students? Beta, don't do this, okay? Don't do this. Kindly focus here. Right? Okay. Now, here you have the reactions of disonium chloride. Right? This is the disonium chloride. This is the disonium salt that you have. Disonium salt questions are also asked to you. You can see repeatedly they are asking. Right? So, one thing is if you have H3PO3, if you have ethanol, right, then you directly have the formation of benzene here. Then directly you will have the formation of benzene from disonium chloride. Sandmeyer reaction we have done. Getterman reaction we have done. This is CuCl, CuBr. This is copper powder you add. Right? Acha. Then with Ki you can have the formation of this idobenzene. With HBF4, if you directly add HBF4, then you will have the formation of fluorobenzene. That is Ball-Schiemann reaction. But if you add NaNO2 copper, then you will have the formation of nitrobenzene. Very, very important, right? Next is if you add water, very important. If you add water greater than 5 degrees Celsius, because one question is that diazonium salt is stable at 0 to 5 degree. Above that, it is not stable. So it will directly be converted into phenol. Okay, it will directly be converted into phenol. NaNO2 copper, cupric oxide you add directly to nitrobenzene. C6H6 if you add with NaOH, it will be converted to diphenyl. Okay, that is called Gomberg reaction. Okay, understood? Yes, everybody? Yes, everybody? Understood? Acha. There is one reaction that we are left with that I just remembered. है ना? One reaction that we are left with is, so we have done. Acha, there is two more things that you must know. Two more things that if you have, I'll just write this only. I'll write here only. If you have, let's say, aliphatic, if you have RN2Cl, this is aliphatic. In that case, even if the temperature is 0 to 5 degrees Celsius, even then you just need to, you don't even need to warm it, right? This will be converted to ROH. You add water, this will be converted to ROH. In aliphatic, you don't even need to increase the temperature. In aromatic, you need to increase the temperature. Okay? Acha, one last thing is, because this question is also very important, that you have RC double bond O. This is a chart given in your NCERT, right? That I will add in this PDF. I will add that chart in the PDF, right? Okay, that will be provided to you after the class. Just go through the PDF because the exceptional trends and the chart will be provided to you in the PDF only, right? So this is NH2 and this is Z. The general reaction. Water will be eliminated. You will have the formation of C. This is R. This is R. This is double bond NZ. From this, an NCERT chart is given to you where you have the formation of Schiff's base, oxime, 2,4-DNP, and then semicarbazone. All these things are given to you in that chart. I will mention that chart in the PDF, right? And the PDF is attached, again I'm saying, in the description box. Okay, PDF is in the description box. Okay, PDF is in the description box, and in that you will get the notes. You will get the notes in the PDF. In the notes also you will get of maths, PCM notes, I would say. PCM notes you will get, that is in the description. Okay, in the link given in the description, you will get that. Okay, students, is that clear to everybody or not? Yes, everybody. Now, how you are feeling after completing physics, chemistry, and mathematics on Vedantu JEE English? How you are feeling, everybody, in the comment section? Yes, everybody. So, you have been here for like, I think 9 hours or more. Right, I think 8-9 hours only or so, है ना? नहीं, 6-7 hours, है ना? So we have done maths, we have done physics, we have done chemistry, repeated questions from analyzing your previous shifts, right? So you are now prepared. If you have watched the full lecture, have confidence. We can guarantee that you are prepared for that. Now what you have to do, just download the notes and you should revise this yourself, right? If you're not revising this yourself, then I would say it will not take that much time. For physics, it might take half an hour, chemistry, half an hour maths, okay? That much time only, right? Okay, yes. Okay, everybody, fill the chat box with the fire and fill the chat box with the hashtag. I want to see in the comment section, I want to see this hashtag JEE Mains 2025. I want to see that hashtag in the comment section, right? In the comment section, I want to see that. I want to see that energy of you in the comment section. Okay? Yes. Okay. Now fill the comment section with the green hearts and fires. With the green hearts and the fires. Very good. Very good. Very good. Which link, beta? Link will be given in the description. Okay, that will be regarding the notes. Okay, if you want the notes for this lecture for physics, chemistry, and maths, that will be provided in the link in the description box. Okay, yes, very good. So happy to know that. So happy to see your energy. Now, all the best, everybody. Now, don't get demotivated. Don't feel like, don't self doubt yourself, right? Just focus on your shift and just focus on that. Yes, I have revised, I have been here for like so many hours, I've been sitting here, there were teachers, we were teaching you, right? Okay, so don't worry about that. Why we were here, there is some reason behind that, and that reason you will find in the exam only. When you will be sitting in the exam, you will see that, okay, this question, yes, ma'am told. This question, yes, sir told this. Yes, question, yes, Namrata ma'am told this. Then you will get that confidence that, yes, what I did is best. Okay? Yes. Okay, then. Bye-bye. Take care. See you all. And I want to see hashtag JEE Mains 2025 with the fire emojis in the comment section just after the class. And notes will be provided to you in the description. Bye-bye. Take care. All the best for your exam. Just crack it and just rock this, and don't worry about anything. Don't worry about all the disturbances, all the negative thoughts that you are having right now. Have confidence in yourself. That's it. Okay, then. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye.